So just doing a mic check. I can't. Oh,
Got your headphones plugged in?
yeah.
Do you want me to do it on mine?
No, just disconnect it.
Right.
So. Just check the volume level. Seems about right.
Where are you about on your phone volume wise? Max though?
Seems about 3/4.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the chat anyways. If
Yeah.
it's not, we can just.
Yeah.
We're not.
Cool. Right, we're live. Right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to sunny Cardiff, Wales. Beautiful day here today. Big thanks to everyone that tuned into the stream yesterday. Sorry there were no commentators. Understandably, all the players wanted to play. But you got the delights of me and my good friend Fish is with me this morning.
That's right, Jacko.
Yeah. How are we feeling, Fish?
Good, good. We saw a really interesting, very transition of games yesterday. It's going to be more of that in Top Cut, I think.
Yeah, I think it was the meta was interesting. I think the things we were expecting to see were there. There was a decent amount of Cat 13, decent amount of Soiree, but a lot of other stuff mixed in. Before we switch over to the table for stream, we'll just quickly run down. So we've in the Top Cut we had Soiree topping at 1, another Soiree list at 2. So that was James going first with Soiree, then Alex with Soiree at 2, Paul Fallon with Ice Lightning coming in at 3, and then Mason, Earth Lightning, Black Mages at 4, Callum Hackett Mono Water, Mike McMillan Soiree, Tush Mono Wind, Simon Soiree, but more of an interesting multicolour list, that one. I played that last round yesterday, very cool list. Jackie Hayden at 9 Mono Water, Lawrence Jackson with Summoners at 10, James Kiddy on Ice Fire Cat 6, JFB at Mono Water at 12, Stephen Brecky, I think it was Soiree, Paul McAvoy Earth Lightning X Death, Cat 6, 15 with Tash Sims, and Jonathan Southway Mono Fire Magissa. So a nice varied things. We're going to switch straight over to Table Cam now because we've got our first game of Top Cat. We've got 2 of the homegrown talents. Talk us through this, Fish. What have we got for us?
Well, we have got Ice Lightning with Paul Fallon, and we have got Earth Lightning sort of X-Death brew with Paul McAvoy. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, both running a bit of a crystal package, actually. Both opting for Lady Lilith at a 3 of. In fact, let's get that. We've got 5 minutes before they're going to be kicking off. Go on, do you want to see if you can get Lady Lilith up? That might be a good one to put up as on the card browser. Yeah. So yeah, interestingly, not a standard list for Paul Fallon on the Ice Lightning. He's running the new Voltrill as well. So yeah, it's 15104L. So yeah, Lady Lilith, which I think has been putting in work for both of them. Nice instant speed removal and also giving haste. So I think Paul a couple of times slapping down that Legend Sephiroth from the last set, giving it haste, getting those breaks and getting that disc on attack, which is very nice.
The combination with Lady Lilith also going into the from the melee scene has also been pretty brutal in certain matchups. I mean,
yeah,
that we could see again today potentially. So
yeah, interesting. Yeah, both players going for 3 of Melusine and 3 of Lady Lilith. So question is who can slap it down first and start stealing the good stuff.
Both, all the time, forever.
Yeah. Needless to say, we are absolutely stoked to have these guys in the Top Cat. It was a good day all round from the Cardiff lot yesterday. I think we got 6 players in the Top Cat.
That's right, 6 people.
A few of us missed out at X2s while we're waiting for these guys to start. We haven't got the full breakdown of what was run yesterday, but when we talk about from our experience, just responding to the chat there actually. So we've got let's change those player names if we can. So on the left, I think we've got Paul McAvoy, and then on the right we've got Paul Fallon. So on the left, McAvoy's on Earth Lightning X Death deck. So yeah, let's see if you go right click. So yeah, on the left we've got Paul McAvoy on Earth Lightning with X Death. Yeah, and then on the right we've got Paul Fallon on Ice Lightning. But both players opted to run a bit of a crystal package. So yeah, instant see how that pans out. Perfect. So yeah, interesting meta. As we said, we saw a lot of Cat 13 and Soiree, but a lot of other interesting stuff mixed in there. So go on, Fish. Why don't you tell us about how things panned out for you and how
when you first Cat 13 4 times in a day, anything could be more interesting. No, it was a great day all around. I saw a really interesting deck, kind of running Sanctuary Keeper, Neo X Death, and basically making it unbreakable. That was really fun to play against.
Yeah, you said running the Opus 1 Titan, right?
Yeah, very old school. And recursion and free play from like Rydia and other water monsters was almost, I felt inspired. Almost inspired.
No, cool. Interesting little I think very good to get against some aggro Cat 13. They slap down forwards and every go you just removing stuff. So yeah, interesting that you saw a lot of Cat 13. There was a lot of Cat 13 in the room, but it did a lot of people were expecting it. A lot of people teched for it, and it did get pushed down the tables. I think it was quite rough for a few individuals like yourself that had built decks to beat the deck that beats Cat 13, and I think people dodged it or got beaten with it, and then they were dropping down. So I think no Cat 13 in Top Cut. Decent amount of Soiree though.
Absolutely.
Did you see Soiree yesterday?
I didn't, not once.
But you were running it.
I was running it, yeah. Going with the Yuffie package, which I think Alex Walker is also in our Top Cut running. Very strong card, allows for a little bit of removal in your opponent's turn, and when it's 24k, it's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, so I think the Soiree list is interesting because you can do so much with it.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of people, I think stateside, have gone quite like a water package around the Soya. The wind package with Yuffie has been quite popular here in Cardiff. Shout out to Simon Drake, who is 8th, who is in our Top Cut as well, running the Soiree package, but only Soiree backups. No Soiree forwards, no Madame Adele. Restarting? Huh? Perfect, we're about to get going. Just got the go ahead, we're about to get going. So yeah, as chat has pointed out, we've got the Paul Showdown on stream. The winner of this is allowed to keep the name Paul. The loser is legally changing their name and will no longer be referred to Paul ever again at our locals.
Well, I mean, most of them only get called by their surnames anyway. We got too many Pauls as it is.
So forgive us if we refer to them as Fallon and McAvoy. That is how they're known. Big handshake, big love between these two. They've known each other for years. Being the highest seeded player, I think they're rolling, but I believe Paul Fallon should have the chance to choose if he goes first or second. I don't think they roll. I think they've rolled, but I think Paul Fallon is the highest seeded player, doesn't? Nope, that's not the rules. Okay, so my mistake on that one.
You've got the Twitch chat.
Yeah, great. Do you want to just can you get them both to edge their mats a little bit closer to the middle so they're meeting, so we don't cut the bottom off?
Yep.
Yeah. Lovely. So actually, they do have to roll to start, and McAvoy gets the lead. So
Straight away opening with Lady of Antiquity there as well. So slowly going to be working towards that next death.
yeah, McAvoy's been a big advocate of this mannequin package, just as back fixing, and it is potent. I think color fixing, being able to get your Lady of Antiquity down, and then getting let's get it up on actually. You've got his list there. What's the other one? It's the Delusionary Warlock. That's it. The Golbez one that lets you search it as well, lets you fix things up.
So very interesting backup package. At least let him ramp very quickly and start going off as quickly as he needs to then.
Yeah, paying 1 CP for Xeth is busted.
It is. But when you're going against something as quite hasty and brutal as Ice Lightning.
Yeah.
But again, the crystal package for both of them could play a big part as well.
Here we go. And then my boy Fallon slapping down my goated MVP Theodore turn 1.
He's a soulless ice player. That's what it is. It's fine.
Yep. Man has no soul, and I'm here all for it. Yeah, no, Theodore, very good card. Though it's unfamiliar, it came out last set. You can warp it for 2 CP, comes in with 2 warp counters, enters 2 turns time, and when it does, you're discarding 3 cards on entry. It's 2 separate effects as well, the entry, a discard 1 and discard 2, so if they've got any sort of cancel on it, they can only cancel the one of them. So yeah, it's a really good card to get down early because you're dictating the game state, right? From that point onwards, you're ahead.
Oh, it looks like Paul McAvoy is going straight in for the man in black as well, try and get rid of as much of his hand as he can. Lose as little as possible to the Theodore. Yeah,
I guess he knows, and this is like the double-edged sword of Theodore, is you get to dictate the board state, right? But your opponent has got a couple of turns. For a man, I've played a lot of Theodore, and it just does not feel as potent going second. And because your opponent's got that extra turn, and it makes all the world of difference.
It's just be interesting to see what McAvoy draws in his next turn to see if he can, whether he'll continue with empty in his hand or whether he'll actually allow for the discard.
Yeah, ideally, I think in this you want to be ramping your backups, but it looks like he's got rid of a Sonon, X-Death, and a ooh, ouch! That is a draw and pass from Paul Fallon.
You hate to see it on a Sunday morning.
Yeah. That is unholy. Yeah, bless him.
No churches in this one.
Yeah, but I guess there may be a world that he's he doesn't want to slap some stuff down to be. Is Paul running 5 CP Hecaton Kaya?
I believe he is.
Yeah, 2 of, and I found this with lists as well is if you slap down Theodore, you don't want to put down your a lot of your other forwards, like especially most of Paul Fallon's deck is 8Ks. You slap them down before the Theodore's gone off, and then the turn before Theodore goes off, they just pitch the hand to play the Hecaton Kyre, and you're in trouble.
And again, it looked like it was a perfect draw for Paul McAvoy, getting the Delusory Warlock, allowing for him to get his backup sorted and his entire hand gone, so no losses to Theodore.
Nice. Yeah, interesting. We're going to get this card up for you here. You'll see that Paul has got this cockatrice that he's removed off the Man in Black. So this is an Opus 5 card, and so you can be forgiven for not remembering what this card does. So this is a 1 CP summon. So you choose one Fortress, and it cannot attack or block, and the damage does it becomes 0. Really good with Man in Black, because what it allows him to do is it allows him to say, if he's got the cockatrice in hand, he can play it, say this can't attack. Man in Black says this can't attack, or this can't block, and then you attack with the Man in Black, get it back, play it again. 4 things can't block this turn.
It also seemed to be a nice little tech to go against the high levels of Warrior of Light, and also against the Yuffie, obviously, that a lot of people are running these days, because it allows you to crash in and potentially have your guy survive. Taking that big sort of heavy hitter off the board is great.
Cool. We're just going to get this Waltrell card up for you as well now. So, oh, that is not Waltrell. I don't think anyone is wearing that Behemoth. Yeah, you have to forgive us. A few of the tech things are getting used to the commentaries, getting used to these tech pieces. So just in time for us to get the Waltrell up, it gets destroyed. So Prish coming down. Let's get the Prish up. So yeah, getting the value out of the Waltrell, though, getting the crystals. So I think Paul's sat now at Fallon has sat down a couple of crystals. So when he sees that Lady Lilith, he's already got a few effects potentially online.
I think it was also a big play early on there from Paul Fallon, getting out the Sephiroth to take out the Man in Black early, so that it didn't at least run wild there. But
so this is the Prish. Yeah, it's come down when it enters or attacks. Choose one forward your opponent controls and get Prish and that forward to fight each other. Really nice thing here actually is the second effect. So you can discard one card to buff the Prish by 2k, and if that is a card named Prish, buff it by 4k.
I think McAvoy is going to have to do this in response to the attack from the Sephiroth, though, with the potential to be forced to discard.
Yeah, I think that's what makes this card so good in this matchup for McAvoy is decent amount of discard in Fallon's deck, and in response to the discard, if you're going to be discarding the card anyway, you can just buff it, and then you can block, and there it is, just as you called it, Fish. It's almost like you played this game before.
As much as Prish being a monk was always a detriment to my style of play, it seems to be doing Paul McAvoy wonders usually. So
yeah, so getting another crystal there, three crystals up now, but I think although he's 2 points of damage behind and a Theodore on board,
and there's another Man in Black going straight in for the cockatrice.
Going straight for that cockatrice that we had up earlier. I'll get that one up again actually. So yeah, although Fallon slapped down the early Theodore, McAvoy's had a really good answer. Getting to 4 backups is really crucial. I think Fallon only having the 2 backups and both being capital C. Yeah, I think it needs to be capital.
Right.
Yeah, no ice backups yet for Fallon. Could hurt. He's got a lot of multicolored things in here. He's got the Alcid, the Sephiroth, and also the Hero Lightning. So with that Man in Black coming down now, Paul McAvoy's going to be getting a lot of value.
There's the first Lady Lilith of the game.
Locked and loaded Lady Lilith.
Yeah. At least saving the attacks not to take the damage.
Yeah, exactly. Knows that the Man in Black is getting destroyed. 2 damage potentially coming in. Nice thing, you can just stop both that damage with the cockatrice. Nice little trick play that he's been working on. Cockatrice is only a 1 of as well, so it's good that he's seen that, knowing that he can loop it. He does run the old Opus 3 really a backup as a 2. So a lot of people on this new video, the 5CP one that lets you search a summoner and a summon. But no, McAvoy not really any. I think he is running a summoner. He's got a one of that Seymour, but again, I think he just finds a lot more value. When you're running only one summoner, it's not really worth it.
Yeah, and we've already seen one video go as well as discard fodder early on for McAvoy. So we've also seen one Shantotto. If Paul goes wide, the likelihood of him having a second here, very slim. He might be able to put a lot of pressure on.
Have we seen a Shantotto actually?
He did discard it for the push. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, second Shantotto in there. It's tricky though, right? Like, what would you do in this situation? Because you've seen one go, but at the same time, you also, I think this is the right play. I think it's the right play, because although you've seen one go, he's got one less. If it's in his hand or if he top decks it, it's just crippling. If you just play more forwards at this point,
that's it. And when you go and take out his only forward, and he with 4 untapped CP go and play nothing, it's a high likelihood he's got something big in hand.
Reeve's a really nice play here, because not only are you slapping down the Reeve, searching your ice backup, Paul McAvoy, he's got no forwards on board, right? And so it lets you, 1, see the hand, see if he's got the Shantotto there, and 2, he's got no blockers. You're going to rip out one of his forwards, and so you can hopefully get in for damage.
Oh, and it was
double Melusine.
no Lady Lilith follow-up, so that's probably why he sat on those.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, this is the Kate Sith compulsory?
That is a good question. Let's find out.
So I don't think it is, and I think that's why he's letting him keep them both.
It's probably a good choice. Like, it could spell danger later on, but right now with no follow-up plan, it's almost like a tends to be a dead card.
Yeah, no multiplay on that Melusine, so we can S. Oh, S, not C. On the Kate Sith.
Oh, sorry, we're going with Kate Sith, are we?
Oh, you didn't.
Yeah, sorry, I went for looking at the complete wrong thing.
11, 1, 2, 3, yes. 11.
One day we will get it right.
No.
Oh.
11.
Oh, sorry.
Right.
We will get
You got
it
excuses.
right.
We are familiar ourselves with this tech. Trying to get the. Nope.
Got the number wrong now.
I'm going to move this here so when it comes up we can still see what's going on. Okay, so looks like that Tidus EX burst has slapped down and has taken out that Lady Lilith.
Honestly, that Tidus has been putting in a lot of work in Paul McAvoy's deck. The fact that it allows him to usually play it off, remove something from the field, and help his X-Death count is pretty massive.
Yeah, that late game, so good. Where you can remove those cards, buff your X-Death count, and also bring it back in onto the field to get rid of something. So you're getting rid of something. And that's a fully online X-Death by the looks of it.
Oh, good choice with the Reeve there, I think.
Get rid of the Reeve. I think he is running one of the Vincent, so if he draws on the Reeve, he can get that Vincent.
It can be hard though. Looks like the Theodore is back down at 7k perhaps as well. So
yeah, I think McAvoy's hiding his hand. I think he's got 3 in hand at this stage, and this is the value you get having a 1 CP X-Death, right? He's got 3 backups left up. You know, we don't know what he's got in his hand, but if he's got any sort of summon,
so Paul's actually got 4 in hand as well. It looks like. Or am I missing?
I think that is.
Oh no, I think it is.
Yeah,
3,
3 for McAvoy. I think Fallon has got 4. Just deciding what he's got to do. So you see a few ice cards in there. I think I can see an Arcanist, which I don't think is particularly helpful in this matchup. No. Lots of 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s all over in a 7. So.
And I think that we at least know that McAvoy has still got Melusine in hand.
Okay, interesting. So we've got the sail here. I think I was about to say he's got to go lightning. Play the lightning. You're going to get him to 6 damage potentially here by being able to play it and tap your last open backup to dull down the.
So it doesn't look like he's going to be able to get both the dull and the break, which is unfortunate because getting that XF off the field as early as possible, stopping him hemorrhaging
Yeah. How many cards have we got left? Yeah, just the
Just the
two.
two,
So yeah,
so-
he's got a tap to discard.
Yeah.
And
that's a
the
Shantoto.
Shantoto goes. Yeah, I don't think there's any. Having the Teodor already gone off and no Sephiroth for discard, I don't think you're going to be getting the effect off Shantoto for 1 CP.
Or a Robo.
Here we go, and he's going to put him to 6. And a Fenrir. That would have been a nice card
Oh.
for Paul to draw then.
Both cards would have taken out great. Well, both of Fallon's forwards. It would have.
Yeah. Ouch! Bit of a kick in the teeth for McAvoy there. He's drawn the Cactuar. He would have loved that Cactuar and that Fenrir to be the other way around. Now, obviously, not really being able to cast that Cactuar because it's the one that hard breaks, deals him a point of damage. He needs to be dealing with this lightning, otherwise he's dead. So let's see what he's got on. So we're paying 5.
He is so he is running the counterfeit
Another-
Wraith,
yeah.
So he could have potentially.
Hecker
Yeah.
with 3 in hand. That is going to wipe the board. Perfect answer. You got to be really careful with McAvoy. The temptation is to swing, but 1 point of damage when you haven't done any doesn't advance your game state.
No.
You know he's running haste.
Exactly. It could be over if he's
Oh,
going
he's
for it
going to
anyway.
risk it. Sephiroth.
Oof.
Yeah, good hit. I guess you don't want him drawing that. I think you. I guess okay. So
Oh.
he's got a Melusine, so he has got a blocker.
Yeah.
Melusine's the perfect blocker to be laying down here because even if it's a fair point, if you leave the X Death up and he top decks Lightning, you
It's
still
over
lose
anyway,
anyway.
yeah.
He's going to play it and he's going to attack and dull your X Death down. So I guess you got nothing to lose, but it has left it up.
Oh, and he's lost another ice backup to the X Death effect,
Yeah.
and it's just a pass from Fallon.
So McAvoy will be feeling better about this board state. He's got an online X Death. Fallon has had to just discard,
Oh, and there's Rama breaking the Melusine and
dulling the X Death.
Yeah. Stops him taking any more damage. Kind of hopefully giving him a bit more time.
So I think I think he's made Melusine a forward. I don't know if that's the correct ruling on that. I don't know if any of the judges are around, but so he's targeted the Melusine with the Ramu, and in response, what McAvoy's done is he's made Melusine a forward.
But he
And-
still
and-
has the monster keyword though, right?
No, that's not the issue. So I think the issue here is Melusine, when it's targeted, your opponent has to discard. But that only comes online when it's a forward, which it wasn't when it was targeted. And so I think it misses the window. So I don't think that was the correct play. Chat, let us know if you think any different on the ruling on that. I think there should be judges watching the table, so I assume that I'm wrong on that front. But let us know what you think, chat, about that.
Well, it looks like Paul's at least built a bit of a wall back up here to as Paul, not really narrowing it down, but McAvoy's got a bit of a wall now. Lady Lilith is there, so he does have the option to sacrifice maybe a failing push attack to get the crystal he needs to do a break.
Okay, 1 CP for Shantoto.
Do you think he gets back here?
I feel like you've got to get back. It depends So it depends on what you've got left in deck. If you try and get the Sephiroth to break the X Death, you can't cast it this turn.
You
Yeah,
can't get
yeah.
back
Chat
Shantato,
agrees. If you activate Melusine in response to being targeted, you don't have to pay the 2, which is what I thought. Yeah, I think Fallon's right. I think you have to get the Lightning here, because this is now your win con.
But again, though, end of Paul's McAvoy's turn, Fallon's gonna have to lose another permanent, and it's just gonna make his board even barer.
Yeah,
I think at this point, Paul McAvoy might run away with this.
yeah.
He's can probably loop the Robles, killing it off with the
Yeah,
Lady
I think
Lilith and
X Death is winning you the game at this point, right?
yeah.
Like every turn, he eventually Fallon's probably going to be left with nothing on board, so you can't afford to swing with the X Death. This is the thing that's now got you so far ahead. So I feel like you've got to be really cautious on your attacks here.
Oh, he's still going with it.
Okay.
It's a Zeramus, so it's probably a big hit actually.
Yeah, good thing to hit. We haven't seen Zeramus. You can see Paul suddenly pausing a sec. He's now worried now he's seen that Zeramus. I guess we've definitely seen 2 Sephiroth. I don't think we've seen the third.
The thing is it too little too late at this point? Even if he is able to break the X Death, he will probably just eat it with the Lady Lith for the crystal
Yeah.
anyway. And that'll just give him ammunition, push
We've
attacks.
got a judge with us. We're just going to check. How does it stand if we see things that aren't... We think it's been a judging issue on stream. Can we? Fine. It's a couple of turns back where Rami was cast and targeted the Melusine, and in response he activated it, and then he made Paul discard 2 because it was targeted, but it misses the window, right? Yeah, we double check with chat. Chat, I think, agree with us, but if you want to chat with the other judges, and
Yeah.
because if we're wrong, we're wrong. But that's
Cedric calling for the judge.
yeah. Shout out to Zedric for having my back on that, agreeing on the ruling. We'll see what the judges say. I think it's probably too late for us to turn back now, which is a shame. So apologies to Val and to chat. I think we've been advised that we can pipe up if we need to. So we won't let them advance to game 2 without them being made aware that is the ruling. Yeah, I think my understanding on the warnings as well is actually the warning is to both players, because it is both players' responsibility to maintain game state.
That's as far as we were ever made aware of it.
Yeah. So he had a XF on board and a Melusine that wasn't forward yet, it was just a monster. And what Fallon has done is he's cast Ramu to dull the X-Death and break the Melusine. Now in response to that, McAvoy has made Melusine a forward, and then he's asked Fallon to then do the Melusine, the discard 2, otherwise cancel effect. But our understanding, and I think chat agree with this, is that it's missed the window, so you don't get that effect from the Melusine. Yeah, we're getting the judges to look into this now. I think it's definitely too far back for us to undo it. I think the players will need to be made aware before game 2.
Yeah, and that's game 1.
And that's game 1.
Yep.
Wow, what a comeback from McAvoy there. That X-Death putting in serious work. Yeah. So the judges are been made aware, and so they're going to let the players know now that is the ruling. So from this point onwards, I'm gonna get my trainers on. I'm gonna be ready to run out there. Next time we have a ruling chat, let us know. I'm gonna get on my hot heels. I'm gonna get out there. I'll be like, no, you can't do that.
Dropping elbows.
Yeah,
it's
no.
gonna go. It's gonna go off.
RKO, not up in here, not in our house.
I'll give you the steel chair as you go out. It'll
Yeah,
be fine.
hit him with the chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. But all seriousness, chat. Let us know.
Yeah, it looks like everyone is in the same agreement that.
Yeah, and I think the players are being told now. So thanks for having our back, chat. Like I said, if you see any other ones, how speedy can you run next time? I was a county champion at hurdles, man.
And
Don't
we're
brag.
we're like 3 foot away. You'll be there in no time.
Yeah. Well, we're not 3 foot away. That would be pretty bad, wouldn't it? If the players are literally sat right next to us, and we're there shouting like, "Oh, he's got the X."
All right, we're in another room.
We are in another room, guys. We are just next door on the other side of the big double doors. So yeah, right. Fish, what do you think Fallon's got to do differently for this next game? Then he's now 1 game down.
I think in order for him to get his effective sort of lightning effect on the go, to be able to really push some pressure, he's gonna need his backups. He's not going to be wanting to discard from hand to unless it's for a particularly high value target like X-Death.
Yeah.
And that's us. I was going to say, is that my misspelling?
No,
I got caps locks on. Caps locks on.
you got caps on.
Just for the CAD.
Oh yeah. Right, so we put that one there. So McAvoy's won the first game, and then Battle of the Pools continues, going into game 2 now. So here we go. What's chat saying? So let's go. If you see me called Judge, you start running. You know I will be. One of the players is experienced Judge, by the way. System needs an update. Is that true? Is one of them? Oh, maybe. Yeah. Also supposed to be the person playing against it for not knowing how. Yeah, agreed. I think it's not knowing how opponent cards works to get a warning. Yeah. I think nerves plays a part. I think that definitely needs to be said. I've played on stream before in Top Cats, and it is you feel the pressure. You got a lot of people watching. People are watching at home. There's commentators on stream. It is tricky. So yeah, I think we're understanding of misplays, but I think at this level, we're Top Cut of a major 123 person tournament. we need to be hot on these things.
And that's it. And neither of them will take the the warning in anything but strides. They understand if there's a mistake, they want to play the game properly, and they both want to enjoy it. So it's a great matchup between good friends.
Yeah,
anyway,
two
so-
great friends. I think there'll be no love lost. I know Fallon won't hold anything against McAvoy on that in any way, shape or form.
I also don't think that the discard would have made a difference anyway with how much Fallon was losing to the X Death on a turn.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
Keith Sith,
Letting him keep everything. Interesting. I think
we did
we know the Guluf is a one of.
early game though is kind of a almost
Yeah.
useless.
And actually thinking about it, I don't think it is although it can kill a lot of your forwards, you've got the ability to dull freeze, which is devastating.
And that lightning backup has been seeing a lot of play.
Yeah, so Kuja coming down. So this is a new card from Opus 19. This is a 2 CP backup that is so 19 and then 076R. Sorry, it's caps lock on.
Just makes that easier. Yeah, because this has been seeing a lot of, especially in the Cardiff local scene.
Yeah, really good counter for Cat 13. You can hit that lightning, hit it on the X burst, play it as a nice on curve 2 CP backup to get rid of a lightning. If you go in second, they slap down the nuts and they've got that lightning down turn one with a couple of the forwards. If you can respond by playing a backup that advances your board state and gets rid of that lightning,
Oh, that would be the dream. Honestly, I'm having Vietnam flashbacks just thinking.
it's a bit of a rough start here from McAvoy. I think we had a look in his hand and he only had one backup and it was
Shantoto,
the Shantoto.
yeah.
So interesting enough, he has gone for that Galuf. So playing the Rickard on curve now, looking at the top 5 cards. He can grab a lightning card back.
Does that include the Melusine? Does he potentially have Lady Lilith?
Yeah, I think it looks like he's got a Crystal Ninja backup in hand. Yeah, he's getting the lightning because what the lightning can do is this Galuf, if we think it's going to be a problem, we can play the lightning down, we can dull it, and we can break it.
And I think this is exactly what Fallon needed to do this game, was get those backups, get the CP to play that lightning and its effects on a regular
Hitting down the
basis.
Rickard of his own. So McAvoy's now in a situation he's trying to get in his advances board
Yeah.
state. Yeah, and I
He's
think
got to get his colour fixed.
yeah, exactly. Illusion Warlock, right call here because now he can play it, he can search that Lady of Antiquity, he can get to 4.
It does look like he might have to wait the turn for the Delusionary Warlock though.
Yeah,
So-
and then attacking with the Brave Galuf. What are we hitting? I
Uh,
think that's the
Waltrell,
Waltrell,
yeah.
which is a one of as well. So, yeah, one of. So,
I don't think that Fallon really does struggle with his crystal
Crystals.
generation, so
No, I think
it's
it'd be-
not a
yeah.
bad hit for him.
no, not at all. That Waltrell came in a bit of a package actually with that North Starling card, but I think rightly not really running it. I think you have to. It's a lot of slots to put into a deck if you want to try and run them as 3 ofs, and I think Waltrell is a 1 of. You get the value because end of turn they can't react to you gaining that crystal, and if they kill it, they're investing in killing a forward that you're not really that bothered about.
Exactly. But from Paul Fallon's point of view here, like he knows that obviously he's staring down a Shantato. He's still going to play the Alcidon into possibly the Lightning.
I guess McAvoy's at 2 backups, right? So if he is playing the Shantoto,
Yeah,
he's playing it to he'll have to be discarding 3 and playing the Shantoto.
exactly. And seeing as though we know that he took the Delusionary Warlock in order to get his colour fiction online,
Yeah,
does he risk playing the Shantato
and
this early?
and being so Alcide coming down, bringing in the lightning, you're getting the freeze off both of them on the Galuf. You don't even need to see the lightning effect to dull it because you've got Alcide on board. Lightning's a lightning forward, so when it attacks, you get that dull already.
Yeah.
I think Fallon needs to be careful. He's got 5 in hand.
I think if he breaks the Galuf here, the Shantato's coming down regardless. So I think he's
Yeah.
right to just play his
Yeah, I think
backups.
exactly. He's got 5 in hand. I think it'd be right for him to either just play back up and pass, or even sit with 5 in hand, because realistically, you don't need 5 backup. I think Ice Lightning is a really nice sweet spot of 4 backups. You're putting McAvoy in a position where he kind of has to Shantoto, right?
Yeah, and it does look like he's also just pulled Counterfeit Wraith, but because he hasn't seen his mannequin backups, it looks like he's not going to be able to use that as
Yeah.
untargeting removal.
Smart play here from McAvoy, actually. If he's playing a backup because you know he's going to be able to get even if he does cast a Shantoto, he has 1 backup is going to be left up. So do the Delusionary Warlock first. Get a dead card out of your deck. You can potentially discard for the Shantoto.
The thing is that he also has another Lady of Antiquity in hand. I believe he drew it for his draw step. Yes, so he's got two there. I honestly would be fine at this point if he just discarded for it. He
Yeah.
can go to damage 3 without an issue, and then hit the, hopefully he's thinking maybe Fallon forgets about the Shantato, goes a bit wider.
Yeah, I think this is a really smart play from McAvoy because both players know Shantoto's in hand, and this is what I think Fallon actually didn't need to play the 5th backup on pass, because now he's played 5 backups, he's got no choice but to play.
Oof, that's interesting.
Nice little counter there.
So he's gonna hold the Shantato, or does he?
Nice, yeah. Hold it in your back pocket. I didn't see you had the Hecker in hand. Really nice play that. He's getting to 4 backups, being able to play the Hecker, and then removing on the stack, removing 3 cards. So this Galuf, let's see if we can get that card up for you.
Keep that around.
This is from Opus 18. This card has been, I know a few players in Top Cut playing this. Lawrence Jackson being one of them. I know he played it as a one-of. He played it as a one-of and said it did a lot of work for him. I think in certain matchups it's really good. I think in certain others maybe not so much. But here it is. When it enters, does nothing, but it's got Brave, and when it attacks, choose one forward your opponent controls. Do that damage equal to Galuf. Damage 3 becomes 11k, and then remove 3 cards from the game, buff it by 3k.
I'm wondering if maybe McAvoy would have been fine to hold that Hecaton chair, just waiting for the Galuf to get to damage 3 anyway.
Yeah, and that's what I was about to say, was that I think Fallon didn't need to play that 5th backup. I think you can pass with 5 in hand and 4 backups, knowing that McAvoy has to do a wipe, because he's got to answer that Alcid and Lightning. So be it Shantoto or Hecker, he's got to wipe. And so being able to then have that extra card to rebuild your board, I think, is more valuable than having the extra 1 CP from the backup. Well, it's extra 2 cards, right? Because he's discarding 1 to play it.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't wipe, which is there's a world in which you don't wipe, because you wanna get to damage 3 and stuff. So
Fallon here is trying to target out the Earth CP, probably again knowing that the Shantato is there. Is going that wide though. Again, like, it may only be 2 forwards.
You're playing into it, but I think it's smart play, because McAvoy's got 1 card in hand, right? So if he plays the Shantoto, he's going down to 0. You're at 3. You're going to be going up to 5. So the board state is both at 1 damage, both at 5 backups, but you're going to have 5 cards in hand and your opponent's got 0.
Yeah, and with the amount of haste that we know Ice Lightning to get out there, that you could take him to damage 3 without any, well, even maybe beyond that. But again, just a draw and pass from McAvoy there.
Again, and let's go back to what I was saying earlier, is that you're at 5 backups. So the summons that Fallon is playing are ones that target opponent stuff. So he's got the Shiva from this set that free casts, and he's got the Ramu. So okay, we've got a response here to the Zeromus. We've got Sonon coming in.
Yeah,
nice.
Taking out the Lady Lilith. She can sacrifice herself for the crystal.
Yeah, and you can't even deal out of the way with the Knight, because so you got the Knight backup here, but the Knight backup states you can deal forward across 3 or less. So the Lady Lilith is going to die from the reduction from the Sonon, and then he's going to buff the Sonon, which is going to win the fight against the Zeromus. Really nice response from McAvoy there.
And again, still believe he's sitting on that Shantato, which is, I think, probably keeping Fallon from trying to go too wide here. Oh, and he's just going to play the Rammer just to finish it off.
Yeah. I guess so I think you're not that worried about him replaying another Sonon, because he's got 2 Sonon in Break Zone. So you're not if you kill it, you're not really worried that you got another one in hand. He's only got 1 in hand, and we know it's Shantoto. I feel like that was a big moment to be hyped. Oh, the Sonon came down. I think we were
completely by the by.
We were too busy jib-jabbing about other rubbish stuff to not be like, oh my god, he's hit him with the Sonon.
We missed our time.
We're trying to bring a little bit of WWE commentary to you guys today. Keep it interesting.
Oh, the first man in black of the game. Going for the Kuseth.
Nice. Get that loop going.
The problem is, though, playing that second Zermus in his main phase 2, Fallon is obviously going to...
Yeah,
get more damage in. I think it would be pointless not to. I think.
it's nice because you can now loop this Ku Sith, because you're going to have to be attacking with Man in Black because while Zermus is on board, until you answer Zermus, because it's going to get dulled at the end of your turn anyway. So being able to loop the Ku Sith to potentially hopefully stop the Zermus swinging, getting that extra. Oh, nice.
Straight out of
What
nowhere.
a time to slap down a Sephiroth.
Well, okay.
So in response, he's going to cast the Ku Sith.
So he got rid of the Shantato earlier.
Yeah, I can see it there actually. There,
Yeah,
he's
and
he's
he's
now
gonna
getting
get-
it
yeah.
back with the Ku Sith.
Makes
Nice.
sense. I think it's time to do it. Like, two big forwards.
Yeah.
If he keeps losing that Earth CP, he's going to be in real
Now
trouble.
would be a prime time for that. Yeah, so Zeromus not being able to attack. It's obviously you miss out on the damage. I think freezing one of the backups doesn't make a big difference. The only thing that would have made a difference is if McAvoy had top deck double lightning. Because if you can freeze that Earth CP top deck double lightning, you just can't play with that Shantato.
And there it is.
And there it is. Yeah, I think what an ideal play then would have been if he'd had that Ramu. So, a couple of turns back, we talk about fine moments. He plays the Ramu to kill the Sonon. Maybe didn't need to do it. If you had that Ramu in hand, give the Sephiroth haste. You can attack and make him discard that Shantato.
This is very true. Yeah, if that's what your fear is as well, like, because neither of us saw the discard from the Shantato. Maybe Fallon had obviously picked up on it.
Yeah,
But
I mean it makes sense, right? It was an opening hand with not much else going on, so I feel like it makes sense that he's had to get rid of it to advance his board state because it was never the right time. Fallon had a nice opening raid hit back up, so.
But we're in that exact situation you brought up earlier. Now we have McAvoy on no cards, Fallon with a full hand.
Yeah, I
as
think
close.
so. Now is when Fallon needs to be aggressive. Okay, we've seen one Hecaton card in break zone. McAvoy's only running that as a 2. We've seen a Man in Black go, but he would never have enough cards to play Man in Black and Hecaton Kaya. And if he lets the game on too long, we're going to be in a similar situation where eventually, Exeth is coming down.
Exactly. Oh, and there we go. We've got the
Okay.
Sid Randell. That's going to be stopping any forward entries coming in.
Yeah, and I think this is a good one to come down. I think what McAvoy needs now to answer Sid Randell is he needs a Melusine and he needs a Lady Lilith. The Lady Lilith can come in, the Melusine, not a forward, can enter, can take that Sid Randell. Because I think his other good answer for it is Shantato, which has now been and gone. Yeah, Ramu, nice little answer for that as well now. So get rid of that Sid Randell while we can. We got a response here from poor Fallon.
You'd like to think he'd have something.
I think
on hand
McAvoy's
aside.
got to pay for his Ramu first, so
Mhm.
he's doing a.
Oh, so.
Or was he
Oh,
discarding?
no, he's dulling the Sid Randell to keep her alive.
Nice.
So good little response.
How's he dulled the Sid Randells?
Oh,
Is he?
that knight could be actually a misplay.
I'm gonna run. I'm getting my
Yeah.
scoot.
Oh, and he is off. So we may have a misplay with the knight there, dulling the Sid Randell. It could be 3 or less, I believe, as the target option. Let's try and check that out. Yeah, looks like it's been picked up from what I can hear just up beyond the doors. So here we go, yeah. So choosing one forward of 3 or less. So yes, you can't target the Sid Randell. Sid Randell will probably have to die here unless there's another response. We have gone quite far in the obviously playing another backup. Be interesting to see what the response is when Jacko returns. Here he
Cool,
comes
yeah.
running back.
I'm running back. So yeah, judge has been made aware. I think so that was right. So what Fallon had tried to do is because it was on his turn, he can use the knight, and so he's tried to dull his Sid Randell, so it doesn't because Ramu states active forward 7k.
Yeah.
And he's tried to use his own knight backup. Luckily, we've didn't run
Yeah,
back the
it's-
tax there. Yeah, I know. The problem with the tax was because and that's a bit of an issue on our part. We're new to the whole stream setup. Is we didn't know what we were and weren't allowed to run in on the. Yeah, it's a good point. He's got the Kuja, so he could use the Kuja. Again, no coaching from us though. We'll let him know that. So we're back on this, but not the Melusine. So I know. Chat is saying about we can't reverse the Melusine. The issue with the Melusine is that by the time it had all come out of the woodwork, we can't. It was the game set had advanced too far, right? That you can't reverse.
That's it. We caught this one early, at least in this instance. Like, we would have had to have gone back almost about a turn and a half, maybe even 2 turns for the Melusine issue.
Yeah,
By the
exactly.
time we'd checked it with the judges and had them go out and obviously,
I think
let
we
the
were
players know.
we ourselves were a bit, I think we were sure of the ruling, but at the same time we didn't know for certain. And,
Exactly. You know, we're only human after all.
yeah, we're only human. I think because it's an interesting point, right? Because although you got judges hovering around, they can't watch every single table,
Oof.
and you can fix only so much. Exactly.
Yeah.
Thanks, chat, for having that back.
Also, great play there, giving the haste to the Lady Lilith on McAvoy's behalf, and out of nowhere comes the Sephiroth just to take her out. That was very nice.
Yeah. And now you got the Sephiroth that can swing and start getting a discard. 2 cards in hand for McAvoy. So being able to get in and
there we go, first one.
Lady Liv gone. Till the knight attempts to use, so Kuja could still be used. Yeah. Well, so I think they did try to rewind. I actually was I missed how far because
I think because Fallon only played an additional backup pass turn effectively, he just undid that, put the backup back in hand, and just let the Sid Randell die. I think Fallon's now
he's now realised that
and-
he can yeah. Bless him. He'll be kicking himself a bit. I still think Fallon's in a strong position here.
Absolutely.
We still haven't seen an XF hit the board. I don't think I can see one in break zone as well. So one is coming probably.
Mhm.
McAvoy sensibly now checking how many Sephiroths have gone. Amazing. Checking how many Sephiroths have gone. Here we go. So
that Kuja was used in the end, right?
he's now cracking the Kuja. Is he cracking it just to
play
make
something
room
else.
for another backup?
Maybe he wants the crystal, like, because that's what he played afterwards, was the crystal backup.
Though I think, as Chatters points out, because Kuja can dull anything, a knight can only dull 3 or less, and you've got 2 knights on board, so. Okay, what we got?
4 CP?
4 CP, yeah, stale.
Okay.
I don't think the Kuja's the right call there, right? You've got 2 knights on board. You need the knight can't dull everything, whereas Kuja can,
Mhm.
and you've now put yourself at 4 ice backups and 1 lightning backup. So if you're trying to play that lightning to get, because you have to play 1 of each CP for that break effect.
Oh, he's going straight back for the Sid Randell again.
I guess now he's probably worried. He's worried about that X death.
Yeah.
He doesn't want that X death coming down. I think Fallon's already had his break zone removed.
Yeah, so I don't think it's
I
going to
don't know if we're at 20. And the other big thing is we've seen Galuf go. So Galuf is a way that McAvoy can quite can load up that remove from game zone.
Well, the other option for McAvoy that we still haven't seen yet is the Tidus. He can go very aggressive with that Tidus. Put in probably, obviously with the Sid Randell.
Yeah, not anymore.
Yeah,
Not anymore.
no, but he can still get it to die, be really aggressive with it, and play it back from break zone if he wants to get the X death off. But
Yeah.
I don't think it may even just be overkill at this point. It's still a very close game.
Yeah.
And
I love that Sid Randall, man. You're not allowed to play this game.
only with forwards.
Yeah, true. I think I'll be busted. Imagine if we did everything, man. That'd be busted.
I would have been playing against 13.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought about running it yesterday as well in my ice deck, but I think it does nothing really. It doesn't really do much in that. Yeah. Whereas the timer, unfortunately, the timer's on. Okay, so we're at 27 minutes now left for for all of it. It's best of 3 in top 16. Yeah. So we're at 27 minutes. After this game, I'll have a chat with the guys, see if the techies, see if we can get the round timer up on that'd be helpful. Or what I'll do is remind me for the next one on my phone. I'll do a timer so we can keep you guys updated on how long we got left. Yeah, thanks chat for letting us know. Anything else you want us to add? We're both getting used to this. So anything else you want us to try and get in on the stream, you just give us a shout out. We're going to be bringing back interviews. So we'll be interviewing the winners of each round, which would be nice. I think that's something I think we've been missing. It doesn't happen that often at events. So
Yeah. So either way, we'll be interviewing a Paul in this instance, which will be.
oof, that is a really nice hit. That is his second Hecaton Kai. He's got 1 in break. How many Toto does Paul Fallon run? Fallon is I believe he's at 3 Toto. No, only at 2 Toto. So he's only at 2 Toto. I don't think we've got any crystals.
No, right now he's
Yeah,
both players are completely out of
you
crystals.
don't mind seeing the Ixion go there. It's a pretty dead card right now. It's a pretty dead card overall in this matchup. But the only thing it really kills a worry is Lady Lilith. I would have let him discard that lightning. Yeah. So it looks like we've got a Iridia. Is that we've definitely got
No, he's
keeping,
scooping it.
got
Yep,
no
so
answer.
it's going 1-1.
I think he did have the Tidus, but I don't think he had the X Death, and the Tidus isn't going to remove anything on entry. So right. So we're going to go into a what hit with the heck into damage? I can't remember, but so. Okay, so it's literally just ticked to 26 minutes. So we've got a 25 or so minute. I think once the time I've shuffled everything, shootout. Winner gets top 8. One step closer. So while they're shuffling, we have a quick chat about what's on offer. So Fish, go and talk us through who's getting Euros, who's not.
So top 4 is going to be getting Euros. That's 2 victories. 2 opponents beaten. 4 victories. 4 opponents beaten today will get you top prize, which I believe is the signed cloud.
Yeah, I think a signature cloud as well as a set of, and there's also the special foiling on that other legend cloud, the one that's been the poster boy, I think, for the Materia Cup. I think the trophy's got the same sort of art. I think I'm looking over at Fab. Do we have play mats with that artwork as well?
Which artwork?
The cloud, the special foiling, the one that is for Top Cat.
No,
No,
not
no,
the foil one.
not
Yeah,
foil.
another one with cloud.
Ah, cool. Alrighty, so there is a play mat with the cloud on offer. Fine. So going to game 3. Not the best start for McAvoy in that game.
No. I think the lack of his Earth CP really early on there was what hampered him. And I think the plays from Fallon getting the just keeping that one Lady of Antiquity frozen, I think really set McAvoy back a few turns. Again, there could be a call to say the Shantato may have gone down a bit earlier just to secure that Earth CP. But hindsight and all that, who knows?
Yeah, I think it's fine margins. You got a well-timed Shantato can make or break your game, and actually that's one of.
I just think that in this instance,
you gotta love the left.
Cardiff boys, come on. Finish strong.
Yeah, it's nice to see that. There's been a few things that maybe haven't quite gone as we'd hope or expect this game. So it's nice to see that they're still both in it together. Advantage McAvoy, they're getting to go first.
Yeah. Decider of deciders this time. Who's going to take this top?
Looks like got X Death in hand, so way too early for that.
Ixion,
yeah, as we said, not great in this matchup.
So he's getting. Yep. So this.
Yeah, got rid of Seymour as well because Seymour, it's a one-off. It's a nice hard break, but you need to be loading up summits in your break zone.
I think for McAvoy to get out 2 backups early, he's got his colours down. I think at this point, if he sees another Lady of Antiquity, he's right on curve, so it'd be great.
Here we go. And we've got that Teodor coming back.
Turn 1 Teodor again.
Play that Shiva. Shiva hasn't really seen any play yet this game. This is the one that when an ice forward enters your field this turn, you can play it for free, dull freeze and draw. I think it's okay. It's definitely good in these aggressive decks. So like Ice Lightning, I think it's good in. Mono Ice, it's been really good in. So Fallon's starting to build those backups. Yeah. I assume he's got other backups in hand to discard he's discarding a nice 2CP to play a 2CP.
Yeah, it looks like McAvoy pulled the Gallif again early. I think it is a bit. Oh, he's going with it.
Go with it. Yeah, I think he's definitely got X Death as one of his cards, and I think Mist Dragon is his other card. So
yeah, that's what
I think this is the right play, right? Melusine is in there really. Lady Lilith, sorry, is in there to combo with the Melusine, and when you haven't seen that yet. I think you want to have some sort of semblance. Galuf needs to survive a turn to start getting value. So actually, the earlier you can play it, it gets online.
And I think with the fact that McAvoy discarded the Ixion, at least that's an easy discard because he knows it's pretty much a dead card in this matchup. Again, is X Death potentially ready? But again, we didn't see it in the last game. So
yeah, I think McAvoy needs a good top draw now because he's got 2 cards in hand that I believe are Mist Dragon X Death. And Teodor's going to be coming down. So I think he needs the backups because if he starts slapping down forwards, there's a high chance Fallon can play into
Oh,
this.
Here we go. So the first Melusine Lady Lilith combo.
Yeah, I think
perhaps.
maybe we're getting a Lilith here, which
Yeah.
would be nice.
Oh, and he's getting rid of a Reeve. Yep, there it
Ooh.
is.
I want to know what his last card in hand is because you've discarded the Reeve, right?
Which is your color fixing
Which
searcher.
you can color fix off one backup. And when he played one backup pass, I did think we were going to be seeing a Reeve Kate Sith turn next. And I wonder if what he's done is he's seen the Guluf come down. He knows Paul's got a McAvoy, that is, has got to do something with his hand before Theodore comes down. And he wants to get rid of that Guluf while he can. Because like we said earlier, leave up for a turn, it's online. So we've got an X-Death in hand. Update from the YOT players. Badger Math has just won their match and is in top 8. So
Was
gutting
that
for
game
Cardiff, yeah.
Mason, yeah.
Yeah, so Badger Smasher. So that is Steve Brackey or Blakey, I can't read that. But he's running Soiree. Unfortunately, up against our boy Mason from Cardiff, running Earth Lightning Black Mages. So shout out for Mason for running that deck. He went X1 yesterday. What a showing from him.
Yeah.
Soiree bad matchup though. But nothing much is 3. Brocky,
Thank
thanks,
you,
chat.
Yep. Yeah, Mason had said before he even started that he knew that Soiree was kind of one of his weaker matchups, but he was still looking forward to the day. He was a little bit nervous, but sometimes that's just the way it goes.
Yeah. McAvoy thinking long and hard now about what to do because you got Theodore coming down. He's got X-Death and Mist Dragon, which I think are both pretty dead right now. I don't know what his other cards are. Yeah, Robo also dead.
Oh, so he's just
I think you Mist Dragon. You hope you draw something good, and I think he has because he's drawn a Rydia backup.
Yeah.
I think you want to get to 3 backups now.
Oh,
yeah, that was a nice, and that is exactly the right thing to do because your hand isn't great.
So what summon do you go for here? I mean,
because you can't play the Man in Black because it just dies straight away.
Yeah.
So whatever summon you go for, I think you go for a lightning one because then you go discard it for X-Death.
Yeah. Well,
really, that's nice and clean because he's got the 2 things down.
Yeah, and he's just going to cast the Ixion and
he's going to cast the Ixion. Yeah, okay. Nice. Get rid of that Lady Lilith because if you discard the Ixion to play the X-Death, it just dies.
Yeah.
Lilith. Right, he's got 2 crystals. Just kill it.
Again, he knew that Theodore was coming in this turn, so he's going to take a couple of points of damage here. But he's out of hand. He didn't have to discard unnecessarily.
Don't have to discard unnecessary. He doesn't have to worry now about the Lady Lilith. I was just about to say, and now you can start building it 3 backups, start building towards the Shanto.
Oh, no!
Baby!
Oh, and there's 2!
Oh!
You hate to see it.
Baby!
Oh, that is... Oh, you can hear the chuckle from outside.
They probably heard us go nuts.
Yeah.
They probably heard us go, oh, baby.
Yeah.
We'll have a laugh with that in the interviews afterwards. Could that be the moment? You just hate to see it.
McAvoy's got to be very careful now.
Yeah.
If Fallon can build backups as quickly as he did in game 2, and is able to put a wide board out there, the only thing he's now got to worry about is one more Hecker.
Yeah, exactly, because we've seen 1 Hecker go, is that right?
I believe so.
Actually, have we? I don't think we haven't seen a Hecker go yet.
We've still got 2.
Yeah, there is a Titan there, which interesting, another board wipe, which we now are going to see go to the bottom of the deck. So if you're Fallon, you're feeling pretty good. You've just seen 2 Shantotos go. You've just seen the Titan go to the bottom of the deck.
I think if you're Fallon now, you're probably feeling pretty confident to just play a nice game of, I'll play some backups. It's fine. I've got enough pressure on board. Unless he wants to go really wide really quickly. Yeah.
That's a fair point. Do we need the Shantotos there? I think we don't necessarily need them. I think it's nice to have them in hand, right? Because I think if you're Fallon, if you don't see the Shantotos, Melusine is a monster, so that is something that isn't going to get killed. You can slowly just drip, and I think Fallon now you actually play backups. I think.
Yeah, I think by him going to combat now, I think he's definitely going to the backup place.
if you don't see the Totos, I think you can play backups and you can comfortably poke him because he can't board wipe you because they only really kill 1 thing.
Exactly.
Whereas now he's seen them. He's now in a position where he could probably try and push through. I'm going to quickly check how long we got on.
Sure.
Okay. So we have got plenty of time. We're at 17 minutes.
Did we need those Totos from chat? I mean,
So we, yeah, just
It really at this game stage probably not, but depending on how wide Fallon wants to go with the amount of haste he could potentially put down, a Toto in the back pocket is never a
Yeah.
bad thing.
your sail's nice here. I think you got you.
Oh, he's going to try and protect the board. Oh,
See, I don't think you need to do this at Durandal, because
if I'm honest, I probably would have held that for a turn, played it
I would-
off of the Sid Randall.
I think you play the sail and you search the lightning, right?
Yeah,
Because then you're threatening lethal next turn but he can only respond on his turn to one of your forwards,
Yeah.
the Theodore, because the Melusine isn't a forward and the lightning's going to be coming down on your turn.
yeah.
So
The autos that you're scared of now, you know that the Titan Lord of Crags has gone to the bottom.
yeah.
You know what would you be so worried about here?
At least the advantage is if he has got 5 CP Hacker, it would only kill the Sid Randall, right? Because he's going to have to discard down to play it, so the Theodore would survive.
Mhm.
He's playing the Billy Bob, no targets.
Okay.
So Billy Bob is forward, if I'm correct. He's got Gullif removed. So we're just gonna get the Billy Bob up, I think. He's on forward. I think he has got forwards there. He's got the Man in Black and the Melusine. Oh, not the Man in Black and the was it X-Death he discarded earlier?
Yeah. Well, unless he's still thinking about it, perhaps.
Yeah, he may well.
Oh well, this entry Sid Randall.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry, we're being silly. Still early in the morning. Still early in the morning. Oh, lightning in hand. That's why.
There
Chat
we
me
go.
that, yeah. He's got lightning in hand. and
Oh,
that-
he's just gonna. Oh, give the Billy Bob first strike.
Yeah.
That would probably a misplay on Fallon's staff there.
Oof.
It's a good hit.
Again, it is a good hit, but actually, it kills your Billy Bob and it only kills Sid Randall.
Yeah, this is true.
So I don't think you're bothered.
Well, I mean, it
Yeah.
would also at this point kill.
I think a bit of white line fever a bit from Fallon there. Saw the win,
Mm,
slapped down the lightning, and just didn't take that half second to think,
No.
oh, you got that,
yeah,
Rickard.
it didn't keep any CP for any effects.
Yeah.
Even if you would have overpaid for the doll, it would have been perfectly fine.
I think you're still in a relatively good position here because, yeah, no board wipes allowed. No. You're not allowed to play board
Oh,
wipes.
but I like the board
Yeah.
wipes. Just
I
one.
think-
Come on,
yeah.
let me play one. That's all he wants.
I think if you're switched on and you know the Rickard is there, I think you can just attack with the Theodore and not even play the lightning. Wait for the next turn to play the lightning and then get the doll effect, and you're laughing.
Is it too little, too late on the backups here though?
Gaining a crystal. I think he's got Lady Lilith in hand, so I wonder if he plays the Lady Lilith, then he can block with the Billy Bob, sack it in response, get a crystal, and then he can use the crystals to kill maybe something else. And so you can survive. I got rid of that Rickard at least, so that's what. Yeah, and you're right. It got rid of the Rickard. I still think you're feeling pretty good if you're Fallon right now. You're definitely ahead. McAvoy he's playing catch up a bit. While that Sid Randall's on board, life is difficult for McAvoy. I think now that he's got that crystal, I think he's got Lady Lilith. I think you play Lady Lilith. Yeah.
Yeah. Because the issue that McAvoy's got here is that if he takes the block with Billy Bob against probably
Oh,
the
is he just
attacking
your lightning?
Theodore-
I think he's
No,
just
please not. But then no CP to get the dolls though.
But that's fine because it's a haster, right? So because you can attack with the Theodore, he has to take one.
Yeah, it takes.
You can attack with the lightning. He
He's
can
gonna
block,
go to 6.
Yeah. He can block with the Billy Bob and sack it. Yeah,
Oh,
double
no.
lightning.
Oh no!
He top down double lightning. Oh man,
So
me oh my.
you've got to attack with Theodore first, right? That's the logical option because Billy Bob has to take that block, or does he just let it go and go for 6?
I think you take the first one in the hope that you see a Sonon, right? You see a Sonon to try and shrink something
Yeah.
down.
Taking it. Oh,
No, okay. I think this is probably game here because you can attack with the lightning. He has to block with Billy Bob and sack it to gain a crystal. He then has to pay the 2 crystal. Yeah, exactly. Attack lightning has to block with Billy Bob.
Yeah, sack
Sack it to gain
get
a
the
crystal. And then you can use the 2 crystals to kill Sid Randall.
Yeah, and then you're only left with the Melusine.
And then you start with the Melusine, so the Lady Lilith dies to the Melusine. Hang on a sec. Why is Lightning? He's killed the Lightning. Why has Lightning died? I'm just gonna go double check.
Sorry. Got another run. He's off. Yeah, Lightning lives, guys. Yeah, that's what we're saying there, because he sacrificed the. Yeah, good spot, everyone.
Cool.
Paul,
Another swoop in.
Paul McAvoy still staring down.
Got my skates on.
Lethal next turn.
Exactly, and that's actually pretty critical, right? Because if McAvoy does have any sort of response with forwards, having the Lightning on board to be able to dull them, to deal with them, because now Lightning can attack, pay 1 CP, pay 1 CP. The Lightning card you can, we'll get. I think the game's about to be over. I think Lightning's going to win it. So let's get that Lightning card up and briefly just talk about that card, because it has on attack triggers and you can stack them. Yeah, Lilith has owned Billy Bob, exactly. So the Billy Bob was removed from game to gain a crystal, in which case the damage, the Billy Bob was gone before they could do damage to each other, and then he paid the 2 crystals that he gained from that to kill the Randall. So that's why the Lightning survives, because Billy Bob was gone before the damage resolution step and blocking. And so yeah, when there's Lightning attacks, you can pay 1, choose on forward, dull it. You can do that as many times as you want, as long as Lightning is attacking, so you can attack. Maybe there's a bit of a delay on stream here. Everyone's saying like, Judge,
Yeah,
I've already skated. I've already skated in there. I've already told them Lightning's back on board. Resolved.
Sorry, the elbow drops happened off camera.
Yeah,
Sorry,
but yeah. You might have seen a flash of blood as I smash Fallon. No. Cool. I think this is game here.
Yeah.
I think this is game.
We unfortunately can't see what's in McAvoy's hand. He looks like Iridia.
I think he's got a Kusith, which we're casting now. What answers have we got? Man in Black.
Okay.
Which, has he got cockatrice? Has he seen cockatrice?
He has now.
He has now.
That's fantastic. If he can
Okay.
that.
This is nice because he can stop 2 things attacking now.
Mm-hmm.
He can stop the Lightning, he can stop the Theodore, and now your sail can't swing. Yeah. That is such, I don't know if he had that in hand already, but that's such a good draw for him.
Yeah, there we go.
And then we go straight away.
So Melusine's never
The only issue now, right, is that for him to get the cockatrice is a one-off.
Mm-hmm.
For him to get the cockatrice back, he needs to attack with the Man in Black, which is making it dull. So it now can't block the Melusine.
He needs something.
So he needs to attack with the Man in Black, and he needs to make sure he's got a forward, which he's got. He's got at least a Lady Lilith.
Yep.
I don't know what his second card is. So he's got at least a Lady Lilith.
The problem is if it's a Melusine, he can't play both.
Looks like a Prish. Prish would be nice, I think, because it could enter and kill that Lightning.
Yeah. It would sacrifice itself though.
Yeah, unless you discard your last, because you only need 1 CP to pick cockatrice, right?
But
so
if
you can discard your last card. And Prish gets a damage buff, doesn't she? Damage 3.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, let's bring that up too.
I think we had that card up earlier. Let's just pull that out the window. So pull the window down. Okay, he's sacked the crystal back up. Okay, so he's nice. So he's using the Geomancer to give Man in Black break because he needs to attack with the Man in Black to get the cockatrice back, but he doesn't want it dull because he needs to have it as a blocker. So you give it brave and you attack with it and you get the cockatrice. Yeah. I think you've now also got enough CP to be able to play the Lady Lilith that we know he's definitely got, and also pay for the cockatrice. And then it means that if he does have any sort of like breaks.
Well, I mean, Prish is coming in at 8,000 power at the damage he's on. I think if it is the Prish in hand, I think he should have played it and discard the Lady Lilith to kill the Lightning, I think.
Okay, so I think what's happened is because he's attacked with the Man in Black, which has only got brave, he's had to use the cockatrice to save the Man in Black because Theodore's got first strike, right? And he's blocked with the Theodore because the Theodore was upright because it wasn't allowed to attack last turn. Yeah, Ramu is game. Ramu is game.
There it is. It's
there
over.
It is. All over. What a game. Lovely to see the 2 pools go head to head. Fallon getting the dub. Big comeback. I think it was rough first game. He had him at 6 damage, and then to lose from that point. Fair play to Fallon for picking himself up off that. Big win.
Brutal first and second damage in game 3 there for Paul McAvoy. I think he would have liked to have seen the Shantato.
Yeah, I think in the grand scheme, I think Toto probably was relevant. But yeah, I think big moments. Yeah. Do you want to do interviews with top? We're gonna bring you interviews.
We were gonna be doing interviews with a winner of Stream Games. So I think we're. Are we gonna go to Be Right Back and get them in?
Yeah,
here first?
we're gonna go to Be Right Back, and then we'll be back with you hopefully with some interviews. Okay, and then let's get rid of the table cam.
Before we start, are you going to be asking questions, or am I just?
Right, and we're back, and we've got Paul Fallon with us. Paul, give me a handshake. Congrats, you've made top 8. Before we go on, ask you some questions. How are you feeling, man?
Weird. This is the best I've done in any sort of big event like this, especially with the number of players and the amount of skill in the room is, it's humbling a little bit. A bit scary, but tried to keep myself as composed as possible and just treat every game as an individual thing, rather than is it going to get me into cut? Is this going to push me up or down? No, just play each game as presented.
Yeah,
basically.
nice. I think we had a bit of a chat about this on Thursday as well at Locals. We had a really great game, and I said to you, you're playing really well. You obviously hit a sweet spot with the deck right now. You're really clicking with it. What has been the big thing about the deck that you really enjoyed about it? Is it the matchups that you like? Is it the way it plays?
It's definitely the way I like to play. I think sort of mid-range control is my area, I would say. It's the one type that I do the best with overall. The matchups, I picked the deck generally because I found it had an awful lot of good matchups, and certain cards like Sid Randall and Sarah Mobius, they just shut down a lot of what's really popular at the moment.
Yeah.
And it's nice to run something that's the 2 colours that aren't involved in the new Warrior of Light.
Just for principle.
Right? Yeah,
Just for principle.
That's my starting point.
Right. Fish, tell them about double Shantato damage.
Yeah, honestly, we couldn't help but overreact to that. It was fantastic.
Yeah.
That was ridiculous.
Did you hear us?
Yeah, I maybe not over myself going.
Fine. We can have some chat going on.
Yeah.
Well,
Sure.
what were you feel? Was there any thought at that point where you could have just gone wider, or were you happy to just play your backups? And
I'm trying to play a sensible game and not overextend. I lost one game yesterday, and it happened to be on stream, obviously. But I did have the luxury of last night watching it back over, sort of reassessing my plays. It's nice to see me, because I usually watch a load of videos of other people. It's weird me being there. But, it was nice. I think I picked up a few pointers for myself and just try not to overextend as much, because obviously, something like Shantoto comes down and I'm just struggling then. And it's basically just trying to figure out what the best thing to do is and what I can leave for myself to do later in case that doesn't work first time.
Sure. And let's rewind back, because game one, you're 6-0 up, right? You've got him at 6 damage. You're pretty much away from winning that first game, another step closer. And McAvoy has a big comeback, and you lose that game to 36. What's going through your head then going into game two?
I figured that McAvoy's worked my deck out, and he knows what to do, and you know, the gig is up, and I'm going to be playing Pauper.
No.
But no, I mean, I had a good look at his deck list. I knew that if I could get Sid Randall down, it would, you know, the only his outs really at that point would be Shantoto or Cactuar Summon. I think those are the only two things that he could do once Sid Randall's on board. Seeing those two Shantoto go game three obviously was very comfortable, and it was.
I think as well, he the turn off that he Rickard and hit the Titan and sent it to the bottom of his deck.
Yeah.
Again, another one gone. You've seen one hacker go. You know he's only got one left.
Yeah, definitely.
Those board wipes all going, I think, makes a big difference.
Absolutely.
There's another semi-critical moment, I think, game two, where 6 damage, I think you had the lightning on board, and I think he hits the Fenrir summon, and then he draws the catch or something that deals 1 point of damage. And what Paul would have loved to have.
Oh, I
those
know.
two,
I mean, there's definitely a lot of positive variance on my side. But
nice.
I mean, yeah.
So you're now 1 round away from the Euro spot. Wow. What are you worried about, or what do you want to see next game?
I tried to build this deck to be anti-Soiree, because I figured that is probably the most represented deck. Whether it's the most in the cut, I don't know, but it was the most challenging thing in the room.
Sure.
And that's what I tried to counter around. Played 3 Soiree decks yesterday. My one loss was a Soiree against, obviously, the guy who came top in Swiss. So, you know, with a skilled pilot, I am very worried about Soiree still.
Yeah, I mean, Jameson smashed it yesterday. Good showing from him. Fish, any questions from you before we wrap it up?
So obviously we saw early on, you know, going back to Sid Randall, where you tried to dull it using the Knight there.
Yes.
Did you? I know, obviously, I think we saw that you sort of picked up the Kudra.
I knew that if I'd have just used Kudra, that play would have gone exactly as intended, and I was like hoping I could keep the lightning backup, but obviously. Knight was the wrong choice.
Yeah, that's right. All learning points.
Yeah,
you know now for next round. And the Melusine as well. Know now for next round.
Yeah.
And going from there. Cool. Paul, best of luck in the next one.
Carry on, Paul.
Chat, we're going to try and find out what the rest of the top 16 results. So once we got those, we'll be back on, let you know, and then let you know we've got on stream coming up. So see you guys in a bit.
And there we go.
Cool. Mic on. Mic is on. Cool. Welcome back, everybody. So I've got the results here for the top 16. So we just had on stream Battle of the Pools. Paul Fallon coming out on top 2-1. So that was Ice Lightning versus Earth Lightning. Yeah, tough game. Good to see. Then James Random, our XO Ramsden, our XO from yesterday, playing Soiree.
Continuing his XO by the looks of things.
Yeah, 2-0 against Jonathan Southway, who's on the Mono Fire Magissa. Then next, repping one of the Cardiff boys, Alex Walker, repping the Soirees.
Yep.
Taking it 2-0 against Tash, who was on the Ice Fire Cat 6. Then, unfortunately, you get the bad news that our boy Mason.
Yeah, poor old Mason losing 0-2. I mean, way weird way to say that.
Yeah.
His Earth Lightning going losing to
Yeah, Soiree.
Yeah.
Stephen Rocky on Soiree. Yeah, tough matchup for the Black Mages because you know nothing is in your 3 CP range for that Black Waltz 3.
Yeah.
Then battle from London, JFB going toe to toe with Callum Hackett, both on Mono Water. Both games going to deck out.
Oof.
And JFB takes it 2-0.
Almost expected with Mono Water.
Yeah, to be exact, a Mono Water mirror, you do expect to see a bit of that deck out shenanigans. So yeah, JFB advancing into top 8, strong contender there. And then tough one to take for me, my brother going down 2-0 to Tush. Tush on the Mono Wind, Lawrence on the Earth Water Summoners.
I mean, he said it himself. He wasn't expecting Top Cut. It was an experience for him first time out. He did.
Yeah, he's done really well. It sounds of it, I think Tush running quite an interesting Mono Wind list. Hopefully you might be able to get him on later. He's not on the next game, but not a traditional Mono Wind list, almost like a Turbo Zidane. So yeah, definitely feels bad when your opponent beats you down with your own deck. Which is,
I hate that Zidane.
And then another big win for the Cardiff boys, James Kiddie. YYT versus Cardiff, the Cymru Cactuars. Kiddie going 2-1 against Michael McMillan from the YYT. So shout out to the YYT guys. We love you. Nice to have a little bit of rivalry there. But yeah, Kiddie taking that 2-1. Kiddie on Cat 6. And I think Mike was on Soiree, I believe. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was Soiree.
Yeah.
So
Kiddie had tested very much against Soiree, tested against me quite a lot playing Soiree. He was fully prepared for the matchup.
Yeah.
It's crazy how wide that board can go even after being board wiped a couple of times. It's scary.
Yeah, and then final game was Simon Drake, who we're going to get on stream next because really interesting deck. He's running a Soiree backup engine, but no Soiree forwards, no Madame Adele, and just running just good stuff. Proper Yun style deck. He beat Jackie Hayden, our boy Jackie, who was on Mono Water, beat him 2-0. So with that in mind, we're gonna get Simon on stream because we'd love to see this deck. We've got the deck list here. So he's on this Soiree deck. I'll let you start talking about that.
Yeah, it's more of a multicolored sort of engine that we got here. A bit of the new Barrett, obviously the Warrior of Light and Zidane. Pretty much just using the backup engine for your kills and your colour fixing. It's going to be pretty interesting to watch.
Yeah, both players down at the table now. So it looks like we've got Simon Drake on the left. And he's on this. Oh. And then we've got James Ramsden on the right playing more. So this will be an interesting one to see because has Simon had an absolute brainwave, and has he made Soiree better and decided that you don't need the Soiree, or should he have kept with it? And that's what we'll find out now with James repping the Soiree package, Simon repping the backups. Let's see which was the right call to make.
Yeah. Well, first game of 3, here we go.
So James, quite a traditional Soiree list, got the list here.
Going with the Arc, which I've seen in a few different plays. I was afraid of seeing Arc in certain lists purely because it's another 4-drop. If you see an Arcanist against you, you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I'm just gonna quickly see if I get Simon to move his map forward a bit so we get a better view on the camera. In the meantime, I'm gonna let Fish tell you all about Une in Soiree and what he thinks about it.
Personally, not a fan. I mean, it's fine for certain matchups. Bouncing your backups back to hand, for against your opponent can be pretty devastating, especially in maybe a mirror match where you obviously take your Shinju out of play just for that little bit. But they always felt a little too costing, and you're never getting the tap effect off, I find, too quickly. But we'll see how it plays out in this match.
Alrighty, so I think I didn't see if they did the die roll or not to see who's got the play. So I think we're just waiting. I think we're gonna get starting in a couple of minutes.
Does look like both obviously players here are going to be using Une in their lists. This should be an interesting one. A lot of bouncing back and forth, I think.
Yeah, both were going for 11 summons as well.
Doesn't even seem to be anything too out
No.
of the
No,
ordinary.
interestingly, can you get this card out? Which one? Which time is that? That's the FCB one. Just gonna get a couple of these summons up. There's a bit of that's one of the differences these two players have run is their summon package. Simon opting for more, lots of one-offs in his summon, bit more toolboxy.
Yeah.
So and James opting for this Titan, which I haven't seen sleeve for a while. So
it's a great EX burst, and from what I've heard of other players throughout the room, hitting that plus 2k has really slowed them in their attack rolls a little bit.
And I guess it's a nice card for the mirror because it makes your stuff bigger, and also you can win fights. But I believe it symbolizes combat damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it stops. It gets around the Madame Adele protection. I believe is.
I think so too. Yeah, because I'm not sure on that because I think any damage that they dealt just becomes 0. But again,
let us know what you think, chat. I think it
as a one-way potentially 10k damage, it's going to be pretty brutal regardless.
Yeah, not that it matters because our boy Simon is not running any forwards or Madame Adele. So actually, here they are exchanging deck lists, so they get a chance to see what each other's running. So yeah, Simon running a bit more toolboxy in his summons, lots of one-offs. The one-off Chocobo summon that bounces back to hand. One of that new Fenrir as well to deal with the multi-elements. Get rid of Zidane and Warrior of Light.
And the one-off Kefka in play for the potential free cast later on could be a tide turner.
Yeah, I think the cool thing he's got as well with those toolbox summons, not only has he got the Une to lead them, but he's also running Lulu forward. That started at Wind one to loop his summons as well. So yeah, he's got no Soirees in his forward. Also choosing to run the Arc. He's got the Cecil in there, the Bash, the Une, the Zidane, the Warrior of Light, all the good stuff you'd expect to see. Running the new Barrett from Opus 19. This is the 4CP Earth one. Let's see if we can get that card up for you. This is the 4CP Earth one that I believe when you play multi-element stuff, it deals 4k to the board. And he's running 1, 2, 3, 4 different multi-element forwards that he can slap down. And he's got a Kefka in there. He's got an RCL and a Shadow Lord as well. So yeah, this is that Barrett. So when you cast multi-elements, you get to do 4k to everything. And when he's put from the field into the break zone, choose one for other kind of brand, add in your break zone, add it back to your hand. So nice recurrence to get in that big stuff, your big payloads.
Yeah, and if you obviously getting off the Warrior of Light as well, strong attacking, strong tap effect to deal with anything too big that you might come up against with his first strike. I think if he can keep looping that for the draws, potentially keep the Barrett in play, but as a one-off, it might just be a bit of a one-trick pony.
Yeah, I think Summer's quite nice. He's got, although he's running the Soiree backup engine, he's got another engine as well because he is running the Sky Pirates backup engine as well. So he's got 3 of that 4CB Pinello that lets you search a Sky Pirate. He's got 1 of that Fire Van and 2 of the Feeder that lets you tap your Sky Pirates for water as well as that standard Soiree backup package in T Shantoto. So getting all the colours that he needs, all online, lots of engines to get all the backups he needs. So yeah, interesting to see how this one goes. I'm not sure if these guys played each other yesterday. I think they may well have done. James obviously is our XO on the right. And I think he was one of Simon's losses. I think it might have been Simon's only loss because I played Simon last round when he was X1 and he suitably humbled me 7-0. So I'm invested in him doing well.
That is a great way to say Jacko got curb stomped.
Oh, I definitely got curb stomped. But yeah. So we'll see how this one goes. I think they may well have played each other, and I think James obviously would have got the better of Simon. But yeah, we'll see if James can keep the XO going, or will the curse of the XO come flying in to sweep him off his feet.
It's going to be an interesting game.
So yeah, I think we're aiming to start around past, so it should be starting any minute now. And then yeah, we'll be kicking things off. Chat, let us know. What do you think? Who are you leaning towards, Simon or James? Let's get a little vote going in the chat. I don't think we can do a poll, but let us know who you're rooting for, who you want to see doing well. I think both players coming up from the north. I think Simon's Manchester bound. I think James is one of the Leeds lot. I think he's come down with Jackie Hayden and that lot. So battle of the north up here.
Yep. And again, we'll obviously keep an eye out for any misplays and immediately send Jack out on his skateboard.
Yeah, you saw how speedy I was. There's like, I may have been slow in the Melusine, but you know there's Lex 2. I was hot.
Oh, it was like a flash, just gone.
Been and gone. Alrighty. So I think just giving them a bit of a debrief. All to play for now. Winner of this gets that top 4, gets that.
Getting
We
that
can't even
trip
call it
to
Euros.
Euros.
It's not even Euros.
No.
Continental Cup.
Well, I mean, it's still a ticket, and it's the ticket to the show. Potentially worlds after that.
Oh, wouldn't that be cool? Worlds in Japan this year.
Yeah.
Amazing. In Tokyo. That'd be sweet. Continental Cup, I think, is a home. I think it's London, I believe, this year. Yeah, I believe Continental Cup is in London, so makes travel nice and easy for our homegrown talent that is playing. I think we've got another Materia Cup, if I believe, running in America. So a few of those lists, some interesting lists.
Kansas currently playing, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I think we had a bit of a list. I don't know if any people who are tuned in have got that up as well. The person topping seedings there running a monsters list. Loads of monsters, running Mirror Legend, running... I think the Mirror Legend, definitely running the Hero Realm that lets you play loads out.
Feels like we've gone back 4 opposites.
Yeah, I know. It was weird. I'm not gonna lie to you. I felt a bit weird when looking at that list.
Slightly
so,
dirty,
yeah,
uncomfortable.
So I had to have a cold shower after that. No, so shout out to whoever was on that list. Fair play. Definitely would have caught a lot of people off guard.
Definitely would have caught everyone off guard down here, that's for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Monsters has been a bane of testing in locals, like those playing those mono auto lists where you obviously can target those monsters easily.
Yeah.
And then just poking for damage. I think Tom Brady's kind of opened that deck up a little bit.
Yeah, I think we've got some downtime from starting a bit. Have a chat about that because I think it was definitely powerful here. Three of those mono water lists making top cut. Obviously, only one of them advancing because 2 play each other and the other one lost to Simon. But so one of them advancing. But yeah, 3 of them made top cut. I was sat next to those guys actually a lot of the times at the top tables and really scary deck. I actually played Jackie's in Swiss and luckily managed to get the win in that one, but it can just kick off. Running some interesting cards in that list as well. He hit the Leviathan on damage 6 against me, where the Dissidia one where he bounces one of his own forwards and then bounces one of yours. So weird to see that. Yeah,
that's
bounce his own lightning, which was scary if I didn't have the discard to make him get rid of it. So yeah, shout out to Jackie for making a good call. Obviously didn't quite work out in the top cut, but hell of a player. And yeah, those monster packages can be scary and hard to deal with. A lot of people running board wipes, but board wipes on your own turn, and when they're not forwards.
It's all well and good having a 5 CP Hecaton chair, but when it don't do nothing to no monsters, you're in trouble.
You are indeed. All right, it looks like we're getting ready to start. I haven't seen any sort of rolls off yet, so we'll stay tuned to see how things go.
We've had our first call out calling for James to win here.
James to win. 1-0 James on the voting to win.
It's over. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Don't need to play the game. It's been decided.
Simon's a good friend, but I'm going to remain unbiased.
Sure you will.
2 minutes later, oh my God, Simon!
Well, here we go. The handshake and draw for turn.
Sure. So Simon's got the play. Let's see how things pan out. So I can see an Une in hand. I didn't. They did mulligans off camera, I think. So I don't know if he mulliganed into. Well, I guess he kept it, I think. So we'll see. It looks like he's getting ready to pitch 4, so I assume we're seeing either an Amber or a Pinello here.
Something that just ramps his back up, so she's going to need to see early here.
Yeah, so it looks like he's prepping to pitch 4. Yeah. So it is wind there, yeah. So it is the Pinello that he's searching. So...
2 of his multi-elements.
Yeah, so either... Yeah, it gets the Philo here. So looking at his list... fire cards wise, he's got the Elbis, the Bash, the Zidane, and then water cards, he's got the Une as the only forward, really. So interesting that he's opting to get the access to the water CP. I wonder if it's because he's got the Amber prepped so that he can search the Elvis as his fire CP.
It's an interesting way with his list of having the one Van and the one Elvis, cutting down on your potential damage output, but on the Elvis. But
yeah, I think the power of Simon's deck and what he gets the advantage of doing running the Sky Pirates package is typically if you're running Soiree and you're running Warrior of Light, you need to be seeing a Tyro to play Warrior of Light. And actually, James he has got the Thornton. I know some lists running that, some lists. So James is running the Thornton, so that's his source of water CP. But by playing that Sky Pirates package, you get more easily and more readily available the water CP to play that Warrior of Light. And he can quite easily get that Warrior of Light down turn 2 or 3 off natural backups, which is scary to think.
Yeah, and we saw James curve perfectly there. Clearly searching for the Lexa off of the Amber because he had the Shinju in hand next turn. Lexa's coming down.
And as we called it, as if I knew it was coming, there's the Amber.
Oh, it's like you know what you're talking
almost
about.
it's almost like I played this deck yesterday. Interesting grabbing the Lexa here. Okay, so
is he just maybe getting it for the win CP to pay?
Yeah,
for
I wonder if he's discarded Brynhilda, so I assume he's also got some other fire CP in hand. That Brynhilda, nice card to be playing off Lulu, but also playing it with the Warrior of Light.
Mm-hmm. And there we go. Simon's water CP's now in place.
One piece away from Exodia. Just needs that fire CP.
Nah, it's fine. You don't need Warrior Light here.
I think this is good from both sides. I think you're licking your lips a bit if you're James because you've opened beautifully. You've gone Amber, Shinju, Lexa.
Yeah.
If Simon wants to play any sort of value, even if Simon curves perfectly here, right, and plays a fire backup, and then plays the Warrior of Light, your Warrior of Light is going to die to Elvis. He's got 3 Soiree members. If he plays Elvis, that Warrior of Light is getting killed straight off.
And a potential haster going in, hitting an Elvis expert at this point is perfectly fine also.
And I feel like it becomes a bit of a game of chicken, and that who plays the forward first, knowing that Elvis is going to come down and kill it. And I think if you're James, that's the advantage of your list, is because you are all in on the Soirees. He's got there, right? He's got the Soirees on board to hit him with the Elvis. Simon needs a bit of work to get there. He needs to play the Lexa. I wonder if we've got Cecil coming down.
Are we going into
go Cecil Warrior of Light?
Okay.
Nice. This is nice as well because if you know he's got the Elvis.
Oh, there's a first expert.
And this is the thing with Soiree. It's why it's so powerful. Is you got all these experts search card. And the advantage of going Cecil Warrior of Light is that now if he plays
straight to the
yeah,
total.
I was going to say now if he plays the Elvis, it's not as high value because he has to pay the 2 extra for the Cecil.
Yeah.
So the Warrior of Light is just such a better answer now because you don't have to pay the extra CP. I think Simon's left with 1 card in hand. I think putting a Shantoto down now is probably ideal scenario for James because Simon's going to be left with 1 card in hand and 3 backups. You're going to be left with 4 backups and 2 cards in hand, I believe.
Yeah.
No, oh my goodness, he's got 4 cards in
and
hand.
here he goes. And he's going to punish his opponent. And it's the Amaterasu.
So that's rough.
So that's another source of his fire CP going.
Yeah, and I think again power of Thornton there because
just a pass.
Thornton the experts getting that bonus cards.
It generally feels like James could run away with it here.
Yeah, really strong start for him. Running the Omen at 2. I know a lot of Soiree lists out there. Oh,
No,
I see your Thornton. I know, raise you a Tyro.
But it's only going to get him a forward.
Yeah, exactly. He would
And
have
he's
loved
going
to have seen a Thornton inside that.
So is he potentially still sat on a Cecil?
Well, we don't know. I didn't see what he drew actually. I missed because he did just draw on pass, so I didn't see what he drew.
And here he goes back to full hand.
And yeah, James seeing that Tyro probably hasn't got a good response. Hasn't got a good backup to play. He's probably holding the Elvis to play whatever forward Simon plays. And you don't want to play more forwards because you just walked in the Shantoto.
That's it. And with Simon's list actually running to Shantoto, even though
as if by magic, there it is.
It is.
And I think Simon there probably wants desperate to get the Shantoto down because he's searched the Warrior of Light off Tyro, I believe. He can now play that Warrior of Light.
Yeah, start drawing the cards.
Like I said, I think James is fine with that because I think we're probably pretty sure by this stage James has got an Elvis in hand, right? So when that Warrior Light comes out, it's just going to get killed straight away.
And even if it's not, Merald is in play.
Yeah,
Vesphere is going to be
lots of good ways of dealing with it.
Oh, and
okay,
he's possibly getting a Warrior of Light of his
right.
own.
Interesting that so Thornton has now locked him out of Elvis. I don't believe, looking through his list, I don't believe he's got any way of breaking his backups. So yeah, he locked himself out of the Elvis, which I guess is okay because you've got the Shantoto for your fire CP.
That would suggest to me that he didn't have the Elvis in hand, and is just going to leave them in deck for the X-Burst.
Or he did, and he knows that. But he's more worried about advancing his own game state because this is the thing: if you've got the Merrill, you don't need to worry about hanging on to the Elvis because you've got your removal.
Oh.
And I think Zidane's going to be a critical card here.
Yeah.
Who can get Zidane down early first? Start because you're both playing good cards. The deck is designed to just play good stuff.
Yeah.
Simon particularly, his deck is designed just to play good cards.
And if at this point Zidane can strip more fire CP out of...
And I think that's a Zidane I can see of his own on Simon. So I think we're going to see Warrior Black come down.
Yeah.
Let's see Zidane come down. He's going to be ripping that
Come on.
Zidane. I have seen it in his hand. Yeah. There's the fire CP.
There's the
There's
wind.
the water CP.
And there it is.
Boom.
Yeah. Oh, look at the answers he had as well.
I think you got to. If we've not seen a Merrill yet, I think we've got to remove.
There is one Merrill.
There is one.
Break,
Okay, fine. So what you can do is you can remove the
Yeah,
Merrill,
there it is.
knowing there's one. It's how worried are you about Zidane and how good is your hand, right? Because your options are this: you either remove the Merrill and then plan to remove the Madame Adele, which I think is what he's going to do.
Yeah. So here we go. What did he draw?
Did he draw another?
No.
Okay,
So,
yeah, remove
Kusa.
it. You got to remove the Madame Adele, otherwise Madame Adele's going to come down and play. Unless you've got an Amat in hand. Yeah, no, he hasn't got the Amat in hand, so he's going to remove this. You're fine with the Zidane coming down because
Oh, and that's his third Merrill going to break.
wow, third Merrill going to break. One card away from drawing that Merrill
Yeah.
instead of the Madame Adele, which instead of whatever he drew. I think he did. Can't quite see there's Uno there.
So we know. I think there's a Mist Dragon now in hand.
Okay, so he's definitely got the Zidane. We know he's got the Kusith and he's got the Titan. Titan is a bit expensive right now.
I think the right play is to just go into the Zidane because if he hits what he X-bursts, is he likely to hit that are going to hurt him?
I mean, Elvis wouldn't actually kill anything.
Yeah.
Amber's only on board. Another Tyro would not be ideal. Another Amber wouldn't be nice because it lets him search potential backup.
I mean, if he gets hit with the Brunhilde, the tap effect from Warrior Light gives him an easy draw.
Yeah, and an easy answer. I think I was going to say. Yeah,
Oh,
I
he's just
thought
gonna
I saw the
break it.
Fenrir in
Yeah.
Simon's hand last turn.
Still gonna have to see that.
I think
that
the Zidane's
one card.
the Zidane is the right play because at this stage, information is power.
Mhm.
And James knows that Simon has seen most of his hand and knows that he's got a few dead cards in there. One is a Q-Sith, and I don't think there's much good stuff in his break zone right now.
Yeah, there's
Mist
the
Dragon to cancel it.
Yeah.
Okay, what's your last card, Simon? Show us.
Still another Zidane.
You let him keep it, right?
Yeah, like
Because James has got a dead Tyro in hand. He can't play it and he's got nowhere breaking his backups. He's got the
he's
Q-Sith.
letting him get rid of it.
I don't know. That makes me think that he's got a plan to kill this. So I've got Kusith, I'm assuming here.
Mhm.
But what good stuff
he
have we got
going
left?
for the
He's going for the
Merrills?
Merrill now,
Yeah.
yeah. So you
Yeah.
kill the you
Yeah,
kill
he's
the
going
Warrior
after
Light.
the Warrior Light.
You got no cards in hand, so you're not as worried about the
Yeah, he's gonna deal the 5. If he hits the Brunhilde, it's a free draw now.
go up.
Oh, it's a Mist Dragon of his own.
Yeah,
Oh, he's he can
okay.
get rid of that. I think that was an amateur.
That was an armor.
Yeah.
Oh,
another Tyro.
See, this is the thing. This is the thing. This is why you don't. This was like you let him keep the Mist Dragon, right?
Yeah.
You've got no soirees in your break zone right now. You're not too worried.
I think you should have let him keep the Zidane. Honestly, it's
Yeah.
a dead card at that point, pretty much.
Yeah.
But
He's
now,
he's now got the Amat
yeah,
for the next time that
and he's staring down another Warrior of Light. I mean, what do you search here? Do you go for your Elvis, secure your fire CP, probably kill the Zidane?
I think you can go for the.
Because
So it depends on. I think you can go for the Elvis because if you draw a Brunhilde or a Lulu, because I think Brunhilde's in break,
Mhm.
Brunhilde or Lulu, you can combo that off. Although the Elvis isn't enough to kill most things by itself right now, you can combo that with either of those or with another Warrior of Light.
or is he maybe just securing it for the CP
Yeah.
to be able to play that Amaterasu we saw him draw?
Yeah, and that's going to be a nice thing for next turn. And here we go. And that's the thing. We've now got that Warrior of Light that can combo. And what this means is, it means that Simon can keep hold of the Amaterasu to, rather than having to use it to kill the Zidane next time it attacks, because you can Amaterasu the Zidane next time it attacks, right? But you've now got an answer to kill it, and now it means you can hold the Amaterasu if he tries to play it anymore.
Okay, so he's just going to play the Elvis.
Yeah, so I think you play this. I think you do the 2K. I think you then go to that. You attack the Warrior of Light, and then you do the 5K. Yeah, exactly. So this is what I was about to say. I think this is the right play, because what it means
and
is
he hits another Thor
but
down.
that's fine, because he searches whatever he wants. Zidane, no. So
This is very true.
So now, if you're James, what do? Like, do you grab a card you want?
Oh.
See, I don't think you grab a card you want. You grab a card that is like, you want to grab a card that's going to make him think.
Yeah.
Am I bothered about? You want Simon to be thinking hard. Am I bothered about him having this card or not? I think he's realizing now. He was like, actually.
See, I think going for the Warrior Light is a mistake, because the Warrior Light gets him back in this game.
Yeah.
And he's immediately going.
And you've got no answer. You've got no answer for Zidane, right? Because you're tapped down. You got one card in hand. Zidane's gonna be like, yoink.
Yep. He should have just taken a backup. I think.
Yeah.
Take something useless out.
Well, the thing about taking it back a bit is Simon just leaves it in your hand, right? He just lets you keep it.
But that's CP.
Oh, Madame Adele into damage. You know what, actually, I don't think that's not much of an issue, because we haven't seen that much Soiree.
And the Meld is on the field.
We've got Merrill on the field. We've got Erwin and Merrill removed from game, I believe, and Merrill in damage. There's no more Merrills. There's no. Your only Soirees in break right now are backups, and he's got all his backups out. So I think Simon looking strong here.
Yeah,
he's got me damage 5. James needs an answer, because
it feels like Simon's made a great comeback here. It felt like he was on the ropes early, but right now he's in very much control.
Yeah, I think now's a good time to. The thing is, now, if you top deck the Une, what do you bounce back to hand? Because let's think about this. You can't. You have to bounce the. If you bounce the Philo, he has water CP off Shantoto.
You can't bounce the Shantato, because obviously Shantato.
And if you bounce the Shantoto, he's still got all the things to play for Warrior of Light.
Yeah.
And if you bounce the Warrior of Light, he just plays it up again. If he bounces down, he just plays it back again. Okay, rolling the dice.
Oof,
okay.
Gets the draw.
And then gets the search off the bash.
So is he
what are we looking for here? Now is he going to get the Une, or is he going to get the last Warrior of Light? He can not play the Warrior of Light, because he's had to use the Shantoto for 5 CP. He bounced the Une. Oh, my God.
We still know that Simon has the Amaterasu in hand as well, so James is going to walk straight into it. I think
So you have to play the Une, and the issue that James faces now is that I don't think you want to bounce either of the 2 forwards, because they both have sick entry effects.
Yeah.
And they both have haste. So I think if you play the Une, I think you just bounce a backup. So it's removing the summons, reducing the cost of Une. You're in a bit of a grindy game. I wonder if he bounces his own backup here to play an Elvis. Wait, has he just removed 2 summons and then paid 6?
No, he paid 4, I believe.
But he just guarded the Tyro.
Oh, want to go double check that?
Let me just go double check.
Let's get a judge call. I'm joking. Let's have a look at Une while we're.
Cool. No, it was my mistake. So it was my mistake. It was the Tyro was discarded for the bash. So that was my mistake on that one. So I think you bounce a. Can you bounce one of your own? You get in the Une app. Can you bounce one of your own backups? Because it's field. Choose on forward your opponent. No, it does specify panic controls. Otherwise, that'd be nice. Bounce a backup. Play the Elvis. Lets you deal with one of these threats.
None of those choices feel great, and this is where I felt that Une was weakest. Is that in the late game, you're in the later stages where you're struggling. None of the options feel good. He's even removing the Zidane as well.
What? So I think that's a mistake, because he's got 2 cards in hand. He's just bounced Shantoto and Zidane. Surely you just cast. I mean, that's game, right? The Zidane can just attack. He's got nothing to block it. So that's game. Yeah, but even if that wasn't game, if you've had something to block the Zidane, why bounce Shantoto? Because he has enough cards now. He can play Shantoto, wipe your board, and then play Zidane afterwards. So, yeah, a bit of a rough one for James there. So, Simon taking the win.
Again, felt like Simon was on the ropes earlier. It felt like James was very, owning the game, and it slipped past him. It did slip past him.
And is this what we're seeing with the with Simon's deck and the Brainwave? Like, has he like he's just playing the good stuff? Because I think that's the opening was good from James. The issue with James is the Meralds. He didn't really see that many Madame Adels. Didn't really see. He saw no Besviers by the EX burst at the end. He saw the Meralds, but they got removed. Only one of them ended up entering the field. He had to work hard to get it. He had to Kusit it back.
Yeah, it also felt like the pretty much only forwards that Simon played were the Zidanes and the Warrior of Lights off of the Cess or the first option. But it felt like he still had a lot more fuel in the tank to go.
Okay, so James obviously gets to go first, not having lost the first game.
Thinking very hard over that starting hand there.
I think I can see an Une in that starting hand. I think he's drawn an Amber as well.
I thought I saw an Amber to begin with. Oh, he's going straight into a third hand. So no Amber, or at least not the CP
now
to
the
play
Amber,
it.
yeah. So I guess he's loaded a Merald in break zone.
The one thing I will say about the Soiree list that run Thordan, it does feel nice hitting those as the X bursts like they did in game 1.
Yeah.
The ability to search any card is just very powerful.
Yeah. And I think what we're seeing here with these two decks going toe to toe is the power that these decks, and this is why I've kind of struggled with these decks, is that it's the power of the experts. Like, these cards are all generically strong, and you can play well against this deck, and you can tech to play well against this deck, and then they can just hit the experts and tear you apart. And so from my experience, the times I've done well against this deck is you've got to be really sure you're ahead. Because if the game's a 50-50 and you're attacking it in the experts, the game can just end there and then. So you need to be pretty far ahead to feel comfortable attacking.
I must say, though, the experts that usually go into the Soiree deck are never anything that's going to affect your board right off the bat, but it's going to put them in strong stead going into their next turn.
Yeah. I know before Soiree got a relic this set, a lot of us were saying that kind of Taro was starting to see less and less play, but you can't deny the power of that card right now.
Earth doing Earth things and colour fixing.
And as if by magic, Simon
discarding one, playing
the
the
Tyrant. There it is.
What does he go for here, though? It's unfortunate we can't see their hand.
Yeah, they're both being a bit shy with their hands. I think Zidane, because he can play the Zidane now, right?
Early hand knowledge is powerful, but he's only got one left in hand though.
And James is only at 2 backups, right? So James, I didn't see what he searched of the Amber. I assume it's Shinju. Yeah, I assume it'd be Shinju at this stage. If it's not in your hand, you search the Shinju because you need it to get everything online.
It feels like a slow start for James here because
Because now the problem with an Elvis is you can't play it for any value. So if you leave it in your hand, Zidane comes down and gets rid of it.
Yeah.
So
straight into Lexa though.
Lexa's nice. So you're now 1 CP away from Warrior of Light.
Yeah.
You just need that
his fire.
Fire, sorry, which either in the form of Tyro or in the form of Elvis.
I think knowing how wide each can go, the Shantoto might be a complete necessity.
I think Ark's a good shout here.
Yeah.
Because if he plays the Ark, it'll let him dig towards that fire CP.
Yeah. I suppose he's probably going to take it.
And you can take the Ark now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mist Dragon's again not too useful right now.
That's a nice hit in the Une. I think we haven't seen any yet. I think Une could be quite critical in this matchup because both decks are multicolored backups, lots of multicolored things. The ability to bounce backups can be devastating.
I think the person to abuse this the most would be Simon, based off his deck list, the whole choke.
And he's hit another Arc. Ooh, and he doesn't get the fire CP. He doesn't get the Elvis. That would have been an amazing thing to hit that Elvis.
Can he take the Shantato though?
But then Zidane takes it.
He's got what, 3 in hand?
I think the Madame Adela's, because I can't remember what there's a Merald. We know there's a Merald.
Yes.
He discarded at the start. So I think we take the Madame Adele.
Yeah.
Adele.
Oh, he's just
and he's got the Elvis in hand, so that's
okay,
fine.
it's fine.
And that's nice because now you're Adele and Merald is locked and loaded for whatever Simon tries to respond with.
But this is where Simon top decks as a Dane, perhaps.
I mean,
No,
that would
does,
be
doesn't look like it.
that'd be serious main character energy. If you did that. Serious main character
Putting
energy.
peasants in their place,
Yeah,
one draw at a
absolutely.
time.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing the God's work, humbling Soiree members.
Yeah, he's only having to use half of the Soiree members just to do it, though.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
saying.
exactly. So I think long and hard here. I can't quite see what we got. I think the first card maybe is a Warrior of Light.
To fall out potentially, yeah.
Yeah. We're tapping 3. I wonder if there's a Cecil maybe coming down here. I'd be surprised if it's a Shantota just on the arc. I think
Yeah.
it looks like it's 5. I think we probably got the Cecil Warrior of Light
Yeah,
coming
there
down.
we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Oh, and he hits the elbow.
Wow. That is
That's-
a lot of damage.
So yeah.
Yeah,
of
I
course
think
you
you kill the Cecil here, right? Because the Warrior of Light is going to die to Madame Madame Merald.
Yeah.
So you kill the Cecil because they can't do the tanks.
Yeah, you don't want to be paying 2 when you don't have to pay the 2. Let's be fair.
Exactly.
No one wants to pay for anything.
Really nice answer from James there. Is that the experts that gets him back in this game and gets him back in this top 8 game, top 8 match?
Yeah, I think this is going to be the man
This-
of the belt.
yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Into the Merald. Have we
Yeah.
got a Mist Dragon? I think,
He's,
or an
he's
Amaterasu.
got something, it looks like.
He's targeting the Merald. I think we've probably got an Amat. I think we know Amat's in hand. So I think we've probably got an Amat here. He's thinking on the hard because it's
Yeah.
going to cost him everything.
Yeah, there we go. Oh,
And
and
he's
he's
got the
got
Mist
the Mist
Dragon.
Dragon.
Yeah.
Oh, we knew he had the Mist Dragon from the Zidane earlier.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Who's he going to... Well, he has
Right,
to
so
be
on,
up
on the stack, you do the 5k to the
Yeah.
arc because if you hit the Brynhilde, you can't hit. He's got Alexa, he can't hit Madame Adele.
Oh, and there goes his other...
And there's an
Amaterasu.
Amber.
Does he...
What do you grab here? Do you grab an Amber? Because he only has the backups, right?
I think... Oh, okay. Unless he's thinking he can go into another Warrior of Light right away. I know he has no hand right now.
I wonder if he plays this so that his Warrior of Light becomes online.
Yeah, that's... Because otherwise you could go into the...
I think he just hits it down as well.
Because you could have gone into the Amber, into the Elvis to make sure you killed something.
So I think he's gonna play the Elvis so he can get some stuff online.
I think that's very peculiar.
See, it depends on the other cards in hand. From what I saw, one of them's Zidane.
Yeah.
Promise if you play Zidane, either way you take 3 damage. If you play Zidane, you're taking 3 because you're probably going to be attacking with it.
Yeah.
At least with the Elvis, if you miraculously hit Elvis, and then
Oof.
wow, really good hits there from James. Getting rid of that Warrior of Light, getting rid of that Amaterasu.
So that's
Very strong
it.
position.
No
for him.
Amaterasu left
I
at all
think,
for
I
Simon.
think we need to be seeing a Shantota here from Simon. I can't see it in hand. I think I can see Fenrir, and I think I can see
It's a Warrior
Zidane.
Light first.
Oh, drew the Warrior of Light. Have we got any sort of answer here? He's thinking, so I feel like there's something.
I think James has another
I
Mist
think he's
Dragon.
got. I think he's got a Titan here.
Oh, he does.
5 CP Titan.
Yeah.
Yeah. All his backups live. Does he tap them all?
No, he had. Oh, discarding the Tyro. Off the Merald. It doesn't matter, I think, who he picks here. I think he's got Fenrir.
It's interesting that he's chosen to tap 5. I assume he's wanted to leave the Lexa up for the buff.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the buff is irrelevant because most of Simon's damage numbers are 5Ks. So you'll make it 10. The damage overall is 10K. Because if he 5K,
Well, that's it, because he can only target the Arc as well, because
yeah.
any follow-up summon-wise...
Because Arc isn't buffing right now, right? If I
Yeah.
remember correctly, it has to be 4 different coloured forwards, doesn't it? We'll get that Arc up just to clarify.
And again, he can't target... Like, he could deal 5k to Madame Adele, but with no summon follow-up because she's protected by Lexa, it would be pointless.
Yeah. So it's interesting that he's chosen to... Yeah, okay. Free casting the Kefka. Nice to have that blocker. Because then, that's a trade you've got there. Yeah, so 4 more damage among forwards. Yeah, everything gains 2k. So at the moment, Kefka would be trading with the Adele and Merald with the Lexa buff.
But what summon do you cast for free if you take the block and let it die?
Well, it depends, because if you've got a Brynhilda in hand, you can just cast Brynhilda for free and then play another Brynhilda. Or you can Q Sith to try and get sent to play
I
that.
think Kefka plays it from Break Zone, though, doesn't it?
He does, yeah. That's what I mean. You've got it in hand.
Yeah, so
What you can
yeah,
do is
follow it up,
you can
yeah.
tap to Brynhilda,
Mm-hmm.
goes to the break zone, then Kafka dies, play it again,
Yes.
double draw. Alrighty, where are we? I think we're checking. I assume he's trying to decide if he plays as Zidane or not.
I think at this point,
so
so
I
he's
think he's
got
got-
Fenrir and
So he can free cast the Fenrir, but there's nothing to kill because it's light or it's multi-element, right?
mhm. And the thing is if you're playing the Zidane, you're pretty much wanting to attack with the Zidane, but you're on damage 5. He's got 3. You need a blocker here, I think.
And this goes back to what I was saying earlier: is that it's so risky playing this matchup when you're behind. If he plays as Zidane and tries to attack, and you hit an EX burst, James just wins.
Mhm.
So is it Une? Yeah, Une
Yeah,
is coming down.
Okay. So what do you return? It's probably
I mean, you're not. Let's be sure. You're not returning the Merald.
no, of course not.
You're not returning the. You're probably returning either the Lex or the Shinju.
I think you probably take away the Lexa at this point. The Shinju color fixing when you've got water.
You take the
and
Lex
fire.
because it takes away the buff,
Yeah.
right? If you take away the Shinju, they just play it again
Mhm.
to get the effect again. If they take away the Lexa, they can't do the buff.
Yeah, and he's got Vesper and Break, so he's going after the
Yeah,
Arc.
I
Okay.
think you.
Oh, and he's going for the Shinju. I think that's a mistake. Because
Yeah.
now he still trades with everything that's on the field.
Maybe he wants the Kefka to trade, right? Maybe he wants the Kefka to die so we can start getting value out of that.
Hmm.
Because
So we know he's got the Fenrir and an Amaterasu in Break.
I love how he's left the Fenrir on top as a statement of intent. He goes, you play a multi-element, you play a Warrior of Light, I will block the Kefka and I will kill your Warrior of
Yeah.
Light with this Fenrir. The ballons on that man.
Yeah.
I would have hidden it in the break zone.
The
Like,
cojones.
yeah, I would have slipped it right down in the pack.
Yeah.
Morning in the chat, someone just joining us. Let us know where you're joining us from. It's just past morning. You're 2 minutes past midday here
Oh.
in sunny Wales. Here's Zidane. There's Zidane. Bye, Zidane.
Now your issue is obviously it's all well and good to have your intent to kill with the Fenrir.
And I think what you do now is you just you've got to leave him with the Pinello.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. You take damage.
No EX burst.
RCLR.
So if Simon doesn't find an answer in his next draw to that Zidane,
Yeah, you pass it, right? You pass it because the last thing you want is Kafka dying to play Fenrir.
yeah,
You pass it, you basically write, balls in your court, Simon. I know you haven't got an answer for my Zidane. Can you draw one? If not, Zidane will kill you next turn.
yeah. Oh. Well, now we at least know though that Une is live. He can get back that Fenrir.
Very good point, Fish. Very good point.
Is like in response to a block as well. Like obviously Zidane's going to be
But
attacking
Zidane
first,
is the first thing
yeah.
to attack. So you do lose Une as the blocker because Zidane is always going to be the first thing that attacks. I think in that situation.
So the question.
So Simon's got an answer here. He's not. He's you
yeah,
know.
he doesn't seem too despondent yet.
Yeah, I think he's. You know, this isn't. He's not dead.
No.
He's not dead yet.
So yeah, he's going. Oh, and there's the
Mist
Mist Dragon.
Dragon.
Oh, say goodbye to that break zone.
Has he got a Mist Dragon of his own to cancel the summon?
But then is he gonna have the CP to play whatever he digs out? Do we know that he targeted that hacker?
Well, yeah, he picked out the hacker, I think, and then
So if he's got the Mist Dragon, he still can play the hacker, but the Merald will live.
he's got something. Has he?
Kuseth, okay.
Yeah, Kuseth, get a Zidane. Zidane can block Zidane.
Yeah.
Has he got Zidane in there? I think you can see one there.
Yeah.
So you basically get the entrance effect of Zidane. So if you worry that James might have something in his hand, you play the Zidane, take out whatever he might have, and then you let your Zidanes bash heads.
Yeah. It's the only way. It is unfortunate you couldn't keep the tire up just to keep that.
Yeah,
Little buff
just
there, but-
just so you can buff it and.
So what's he got? An arc, the
So he's got fire. He's got I think he's got to get rid of the arc. Yeah, get rid of the arc because at the moment he's got fire, wind, lightning, earth. So the Arc would get the buff. In that case, when your Zidane's crashed, your Zidane is bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Bloodfist, lots of mono element stuff in Top Cut. So yeah, in our top 4, we have got obviously 2 multicolour elements here. Simon being a bit of a multicolour Soiree and Sky Pirates backup engine. No Soiree forwards. Lots of just good, generic, good stuff in his forwards. James on quite a standard Soiree list. Otherwise, in Top Gun, we have got some mono. We've got a mono wind and we've got a mono water. We've also got a Cat 6 in there. And we have got another Soiree. I think is that Scoot?
Completely missed whatever happened there. Apologies,
I think
guys.
he's Scoot. I think he didn't. I think he didn't have an answer because I think Lex is there.
Don't we all? Bloodfist.
Yeah, I think Lex is there because you attack with Zidane, they crash and die. You attack with one of Merrill, Merrill or Madame Adele. He has to block with and you've got no summons to play up Kefka.
Yeah,
and then the last one hits some damage. So James has won that. So we're now going into a deciding game. That's player 2. Going into a deciding game 2. Game 3. Game 3. So 1-1 there.
So no XOs anymore.
So James was the XO from yesterday, and he won his top 16-2-0. But Simon did take game 1. I think you're okay with this because Simon's now got the driver's seat in the decider. I always find this with Top Cuts is, especially in games like matchups like this where they're similar-ish decks, right? They're similar-ish decks. The power of going first.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, thanks, chat. So Thordan searching the uni.
Was it? Oh, yeah. Fine. So the power of going first in these almost mirrors. They're not quite mirrors because Simon's got quite an interesting list here, but the power of going first on these is that you can you go first, you win game 1. You go second, game 2, say you lose. You're now going first in that. Oh, rough opening for Simon though. I didn't see if he mulliganed. The fact that he's had to just go straight for Elvis. The whole point of Simon's deck is he's running 2 backup searching engines. And
another turn 1 Thordan on James's path.
He's running Amber and he's running Pinello, and to see neither of them in the top 10 cards.
Yeah. Again, though, this is a one perk to having the Thordan as your first thing. Get a card, any card, pick one from your deck, go crazy.
Yeah. And look, this is the thing. So you now can play the Amber. You can search the Shinju. Yeah.
Play the Shinju straight away, perhaps.
Well, I'll play it next turn. You're 2 cards in hand. Yeah. You don't want to. You don't need to do too much, right? You can. It's quite. Simon's not good opening because he's played Elvis and passed.
Yeah.
So you don't need to rush anything. You can just do Shinju and pass back on next turn.
Yeah. Curve nicely into it, and hope you don't hit some 2 double Tyro and.
Yeah. Alrighty, so let's see what Simon can do. Has he got a Tyro? I think a Tyro would be a nice thing to play. I think Tyro is the only odd costed backup off Simon, so I think if he wants to utilise that opening 1 backup turn, I think he kind of needs to hit a thing. Okay, so at least he's got access to wind and water now, so he's getting his colours online. Yeah, bit rough here from Simon. An Elvis pass and a Philo pass. He needs to top deck a Pinello or an Amber next turn that you can play off curve. And yeah, as we said, it's just the Shinju pass. Yeah, and this is kind of what Bloodfist saying is crazy how much decks you can give heavy rainbow now, and that's kind of what Simon's utilised with this forward line with no soirees is that you can, and you're not really punished.
Well, it's because if you're playing that Warrior of Light, if you can get it online and get in the draws from it, you can't be punished.
Yeah.
You're finding your colours regardless. Ark is obviously helping James out in that same sense. The game is in kind of a crazy state at the moment where rainbow is so prevalent and things where backups don't even need to be played almost. So
and I think the thing that's really helped the rainbow decks is that you can counter them. There's an easy counter for them in that you can play heavy backup removal, but that deck just dies to Cat 13.
Yeah.
There is no point having backup removal against Cat 13. You just die.
Yeah.
And so as we were saying, so for those that have tuned in since at the start of the day, we had a brief catch up. We haven't got the full breakdown of the 123 players from yesterday, but there was a decent amount of Cat 13. It did get sifted down towards the bottom. Decent amount of Rainbow that moved its way towards the top. and then a lot of other random stuff in there that was doing well. Some mono decks, mono water.
So saw a lot of earth water throughout the day as well. Varyings on just summon heavy or into summoners themselves.
Yeah.
All interesting takes. Again, kind of slipping towards the bottom here, but it seems to be the staples at the moment. Taking top cuts. So,
and I think a lot of people knew rainbow builds were going to be big this weekend. It's interesting that a rainbow build of all the big tournaments that happened so far, they've been won by what? Cat 6, Earth, Ice, and what else has won since it started? I can't remember. But so it hasn't actually won anything. But I think everyone knew, and there were a few players in the room running 11 CP Dark Chaos yesterday.
Had it used against me to steal my Yuffie, didn't feel good.
No, exactly. So nice tech. I know Alex Hancock was on that with the free casting the Arc, the 9 CP Dark. Yeah, Soiree did. Okay, so Soiree did win Oz. Okay, so it has topped somewhere, which isn't surprising. I think we knew we've got quite big locals. We get around 28 people every week at our locals, and we were pretty confident against weekends. Gonna be a lot of Soiree.
Yeah.
One of our guys, Alex, he's in top 8 as well with Soiree. There's outside of this matchup, there's another Soiree list in top 8.
So it looks like Australia's having the Soiree real hard. Like So, going early, Miss Dragon. Yeah.
So it looks like Simon's struggling this game, and I wonder if he's misdragoning just to see if he can go digging.
Well, you say that James did just draw and pass for turn.
Did he?
Yeah. So
Well,
it looks like both of them had to have slowed a little bit.
bit of nerves. James proactively doing the Q-Sith so he can get something back before things start going down. Great, so we just got our first result in. So first player to make it into the top 4. It was actually a Cardiff mirror. Go on, Chris, tell us.
So in our first mirror, we the Cardiff bouts, we had Paul versus Paul. Fallon going on to top 8. But he's just come up against another local, James Kiddie. Sadly, it looks like James Kiddie's going on to top 4.
Well, not sadly for James Kiddie.
Well, not for him, no, but for Paul.
So,
Paul
big shout out to
Fallon.
Paul. Shame to see him go down, but shout out to him. Did really well.
Yeah.
And shout out to Kiddie. He won that game 2-0. So Cat 6 in top 4. He's taken that. James such injury really stunts his momentum. Yeah.
Yeah, as much as I think he probably had that, the Elvis for a little bit. Just felt like maybe James didn't want to play it to for no value.
We got a James Kiddie fan in the chat. Someone asked if he made top 8. He did make top 8.
Yeah.
He went 5-2 with Cat 6 yesterday. Played Soiree round 1 from the YOT guys. Made it in. Right, so let's get. But yeah, so shout out to him. Let's get. Been distracted by that result that's just been handed in. Let's get back onto the game. So, Simon has played the Lulu to get a summon back, and then James has responded with an Elvis. So obviously James has kept the Elvis in hand, and Simon's been playing around it. So I think that's probably why James just drew him past. He's trying to get Simon to bait out, and it's nice from Simon because you bait out, you play the Lulu. You're not that bothered if Lulu gets Elvis, right? There's so many other things you worry about getting hit by Elvis.
I think sometimes you just have to play the Elvis for no value because, much like Chat is saying, it does just stunt your progression a little bit. And I think he could have put on a lot more pressure had he just played it without killing the Lulu,
And looks like he's probably getting an arc back. I think he wants to start digging for pieces now because his break zone.
Oh, did he change his mind to the Zidane in the end? So here, do you just strip the forwards and let him keep the Toto? Like if you lose one Zidane, it's...
I'm not sure what's happened there. So he's paid 3 CP, but Zidane's on the board, but Q-Sith is gone.
Yeah.
That happened quite quickly, chat. I don't know if you picked up on that. I think he's...
How to discard Arc to play Zidane. Oh, so he overpaid for the Zidane.
So Zidane was in break zone, right?
Yes.
So did he Q-Sith the Zidane and then played it?
Yeah. I think that's what we got there.
Yeah, okay.
So we lost the Warrior Light.
Because Arc's in break zone now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, it looks like he did strip the Warrior Light Zidane. I think probably going back to the first couple of games, I think James is thinking he played those an awful lot. Let's keep him off the field.
Zidane in hand, Q-Sith Arc for win CP.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm with you now.
Good thing Chat's with us.
Yeah. we'll blame Fab. He distracted us by flashing this result from top 8 in front of us. So distracted us for a moment, but thanks, chat, for having our back on that one. Yeah, so I think Zidane is nice now, and I think Simon kind of ideally needs to have one of his own response because the game is stagnated. There's not much damage on board. Both players are at 4 backups. You want to start knowing. I was just saying earlier, information is power. Like, you want to start knowing what's in your opponent's hand.
Yeah. Oh, he's going with the bash. So he's gotten rid of the Toto.
Yeah. So I wonder if he's going searching for his own Zidane here. Okay, that's his only copy of Kefka Go. I don't think it's that worried because James is running Mist Dragon. So as we learned in game 2, the Kefka loses its power once your opponent's Mist Dragon.
And he's going straight for his second
Warrior Light comes down.
Yep.
I wonder if he's got either a Zidane of his own to follow up, or what would be really nice here is a Brynhilde. So he can Brynhilde the Zidane, attack the Warrior Light on the stack, deal the 5k. No, just free cast the Fenrir.
Bloodthirst makes a good point. Sometimes the Zidane first does absolutely make the win.
Yeah.
But honestly, I genuinely think it boils down to who hits the right EX burst.
Yeah, and we saw that again, Oh, speaking of hitting the Egbers, I like that Zidane you've got. Let's get rid of it. Oh, wait, let's just get rid of another Zidane.
And goodbye, Zidane.
Yo!
It was
Big
nice knowing
hit
you.
from Simon.
I mean, at least one's still in break. He's got options to bring it back later, but...
He's got options to bring it back, but... Let's have a look how many Q-Sif he's running. I think he's running... Okay, he's running 3 Q-Sif. We've got 1 removed from game.
Oh, there's a big Merald.
Merald.
Yeah, deal the 5.
Deal the 5 because he's... So for those that are tuning in, Simon does run Brynhilde in this deck. So you hit it for 5. Now you've got to think twice. You've got to think carefully about the Merald, because if you attack with the Merald and hit the Brynhilde...
To be honest, I think he should have
exactly. And he's scared. Well, it depends on what he's got, right? Because if he's got a Madame Adele that he can get the Merald back, the game is in a really tough place. I think it is the right thing to not done it, because as we were saying this earlier, and the issue that I have with these decks is in a game where it's like 50-50, any experts can decide the game.
Yes.
So you need to be pretty confident that you're ahead. No fear, only attack. Respect to you, my friend. Respect to you. I think it looks like he would have been fine as well. I think he drew Pinelli or something.
No wonder he's got the blood
See,
fist when he's
Master Flex agrees. Yeah. I think it's the right thing, because if you hit the Brynhilde, you lose on the spot. It dies. Your opponent gets the draw.
The thing is, though, is that losing a Merald and having it for replay later isn't a bad thing.
So, and we're going digging for... We've got a nice hit on the Warrior of Light here, which I think we probably take.
Yeah, he's got it.
I think he left the left the Tyro and Elbus up. I think it's probably ideally actually hoping to hit a Zidane there, to play the Zidane on curve as his next thing.
Does he have a Cecil in hand?
Yeah, and I think the other thing is, right, going back to the Merald, the only reason why you don't attack is it makes bash damage 3. Gives it break, gives it a 1k buff. So I think it's not just the fact that the fear of the X burst. I think it's smart play from James, because bash, you don't want to be getting any of his damage effects. Okay, let's see what. So yeah, getting some more to see. Be getting for the draw 2.
Yep.
Yeah. See, Tiltmaster saying about the bash becoming correct. Yeah, I wonder. There's probably a bit of a delay in chat with the Wi-Fi stuff, but yeah, as we were saying, you don't want that bash getting its effects. So we've got the Vesvia coming down. He's drawn 2 for Une. This is nice because he's got Warrior of Light. He's got Warrior of Light, and so by bouncing the backup, he now can't play that Warrior of Light. And you bounce the Elbus because you're like, fine, you got Elbus, you've got no Soirees. Like, your Elbus gonna hit me for what, 3k?
Yeah.
Like,
and he's probably gonna have to use the bash or take away his Tyro and other color options in order to get the Elbus out in the first place.
It advances your board state. You've now got 3 forwards, and you're 2 damage ahead.
Yeah.
James looking in a good position here. I think Simon, if he can, I think maybe if we've got it, maybe we see Shantoto here.
Well, we know he discarded 1. We know he plays 2, but did he draw it?
Because I don't know what summons James is got in break. How worried you are about Une. Okay, let's see what you've got.
So
show me what you got.
Probably here.
There's no Soirees.
I think you probably take the Madame Adele, right?
Or do you take the Tyro? Because he can play the Tyro and grab whatever forward he wants, and then he grabs his own. If you don't grab the Tyro, he can grab his own Zidane if he's got any left, and then play the Zidane.
Mm. No,
Okay,
he is
he
going
is
after
getting rid
the
of the
Madame.
Merald.
Okay.
I guess he has got a second attack with the Zidane, so if he wants to, he can take the. If he's worried about him playing Tyro,
Yeah, because you would think at this point as well, knowing that he's seen one Zidane go to break, one that's now been removed, and one that is in damage.
yeah.
You know, the Tyro might be the good pick there.
Yeah, backup. So what's the backup engine for Rainbow? So I think the power of Nostalin has tailed off slightly because the thing that's made the other engine stronger is that yes, there's lots of good targets for Nostalin to search. It hasn't got good targets in absolutely every element, and the thing that we've seen in increasing play now, that increasing print now in more recent sets, is backups that can tap for other elements, which Nostalin doesn't let you search. Sarah can search that because you can get the obviously the 1 CP Princess Sarah that can tap for whatever you want. Buddy again is good because you get the Riku, but then you're committed to playing into a 10 engine. And as Simon has shown with his deck, that's obviously done well getting top 8, is sometimes you just want an engine that's playing generically good stuff across all categories, across all elements. So Buddy is strong. And actually, when the set first released, there was a very strong mono win deck running the Buddy and the Yuna. Interesting how quickly that tailed off in response to the.
I think when you've
he's got Madame Adele. So you remove Adele
Yeah.
from the game. He's drawn a card. He's drawn Madame Adele. I think Soiree is a good shout, and I think Simon's.
oh, he's hit the Leviathan. But who do you take out here?
Yikes, okay. Has he got a Warrior of Light and Breaks? And if so, that is he does. Wow.
Yeah, I
he's
think-
going to be getting Warrior of Light
And
back.
push his Warrior Light back to hand, I think.
Buddy going Kamari is interesting, but especially it depends how confident you are in the mirror match, right? There was a decent amount of mono decks around the top tables. There was mono water, there was mono ice, there was mono wind. So although Kamari is a good shout, you got to be confident you're seeing the mirror.
I think James may have he chose the Cecil there with the experts, but I think he probably should have chosen the Warrior Light there. With only 3 backups out, you're not seeing that for at least another couple turns.
I think Cecil's okay because it depends. Because now if Simon wants to replay the Cecil, he has to ditch his whole hand to do it, and then he can't play a card off the Cecil. So now if James has got responses to deal with Simon's board, he's not costing him to do it.
This is true.
So I think it is the right call.
Well, going back to the color fixing thing, if they ever bring out a Type 0 cadet that color fixes like
that deck needs that, man.
I'd be so
That
happy.
needs that.
I would bring that back in a heartbeat.
Yeah, and I agree, Bloodfist. The Soiree, the power of that EX, we've touched upon it so many times today. And right on cue, James hits an EX.
Going after the
Looking in a strong position here. Looking in a strong position to. We'll see what Simon can do here. Still in his turn, he's passing. So he's got 4 in hand, but he's tapped out. The arc is buffing everything, so you've got your Warrior Lights at a cool 12k first strike,
Yummy.
which is tasty.
It's going to be a tough one to get through. So
Okay, so it's Q setting.
before end of turn. So what do you go for here? Oh,
Zidane.
Yep.
What? Yeah, you can start. Zidane is quite crucial now because you can start. I think Simon might have a Mist Dragon in hand because he's letting him think about it. He's letting him take it.
I think that would have been fine because I think James is also sat on a Mist Dragon.
Yeah, but James wouldn't have been able to. He's tapped out. His endless
Yeah.
Summons go, so James wouldn't have been able to do the Mist Dragon in response.
But Simon would also be losing the same amount of cards.
Yeah,
So
true. But I guess he gets the draw. Yeah, I think it's probably okay to let it go. Zidane is quite crucial now because you can now just try start poking him to death with Zidane. If you think he's holding responses, so I wonder if he's got something to respond now to the Zidane. I wonder if he's got a Fenrir or something in
yeah,
hand.
it looks like he's.
He's thinking about it, but if you Fenrir, it's going to cost you 3 cards.
Well, we know the 2 cards are in his hand are Bash and Cecil, so it's whatever that 3rd card is, or 4th even. Sorry.
Brynhilde, I'm assuming. We've got Brynhilde and then Warrior of Light can let. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Brynhilde here. He's now got the option that Warrior of Light can. Yeah. Okay. Take Cecil. I think you still attack with the Zidane because the Zidane will die later anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. He obviously.
Oh, there we
So
go.
Simon obviously likes what he's drawn, right? He likes what he's drawn because he doesn't want Zidane attacking.
Yeah. So can we?
I wonder if it's a
see?
Shantoto or something.
It could be. It looks very similar.
Has he drawn off the Brynhilde?
No. I
I'll
don't
just
think so.
check.
Yeah, no, he
I don't think.
he didn't, because he drew off of he should be on 3 cards.
Yeah.
Sorry. Jacko's gone or running. No judge calls, please. Oh, I think, yeah.
As
yeah,
I walked in,
sure.
Simon realised.
Yeah. Okay.
Gave me the wink and the thumbs up. He realised as he
Cool,
saw my
cool.
face appear in the door.
So he drew a Philo off of that. Can't quite see
Okay,
what
so
else he's
party's
got.
coming in here.
So,
I can't remember how many Merrills we've seen, so it's probably what Simon's checking now. There's none
Nothing.
there, and
What's
there's
in the
2
removed?
Madams removed from game. So we've seen no Merrills, and even if he kills a Merrill, there's a chance he can still draw that final Madame Adele.
I think if because Ark is buffed at this point, correct? So I think you leave the Meld on the field. If you're going to take the block,
I think you take damage.
yeah, I think
I
so.
think you take damage. You know you've stacked the X-Plus in your deck.
Yeah.
Okay.
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 That's an unfortunate.
Fine.
But like if you're gonna have to block that party at some point, I think you just go for the Vestia.
Yeah.
You leave the option of not being able to replay another Meld could be crucial.
And also, he's not going to be able to party attack much longer. He only got the party attack in because the Warrior of Light was
Yes.
tapped on the Zidane.
Exactly.
Which you assuming Simon won't be doing again. I think he has got the Shantoto as one of his cards. But the board say it's kind of in a bit of a funny place right now that, like, it's
think
relatively even.
Yeah,
right?
I
It's
think
pretty even on board. And if any, Simon's probably, his board I would say is probably ahead of James's because he's got that Zidane.
Yeah, and I don't think that James has anything that Simon has to be worried about getting back with the Une.
And you know what? I think Bash is such a nice play here because it gets him at damage. I know it takes damage, but it gets him at damage 5 and turns the Bash
Yeah.
online. So we'll see because you can if I'm right in thinking, I think Bash, and correct me if I'm wrong, chat. We can try and get it up. I think it's any fire or earth card.
Character.
Okay, it's
Yeah.
character, fine. Because if it was card, you play Bash, get Brynhilde, you're
Oh
laughing.
god, that'd be great.
Oh
God, that'd be busted.
Regardless, Zidane's going to be attacking anyway. You want to be seeing what he's got. Looks like he's got maybe a.
There's the Mist Dragon. Yeah. I honestly, I'm quite disappointed so far for Simon that we haven't seen the Barrett being able to put.
Yeah, it is
in.
character. Yeah, thanks for checking, Jack. I did think it was, but it would be pretty busted if you could get that Brynhilde. So, he's got Thornton on board, I believe. Yeah, he can cast the Titan, so I think
Yeah.
you remove the Titan because
I'm
the Titan
surprised-
can deal with your Warrior of Light.
I'm surprised he didn't cast the Titan, to be honest. If you sat on 2
Boom.
backups,
Boom, boom, boom. Third Madame Adele gone.
oh, James is in trouble now.
Big hit on damage there.
So see, this is so we know that Warrior of Light's on 12k currently. Okay, Alexa,
No
that's not a
EX.
problem. That's
No EX.
That's been devastating for a soiree list.
Okay.
So how are you following this up, Simon?
So I
Yeah,
wonder.
I
Yeah,
think
I
he's
think
going for the
I think
bash,
he's going
yeah.
for the bash. But
It's
I
a
think it's
good-
the right play.
I think it's a good shout.
It's a blocker. It puts your damage 5. Getting
Oh,
okay.
is he
He's
doing-
choosing not to do it.
Okay.
He's obviously worried, which I
About
think is fair
Zidane?
enough. It's fair enough because if he hasn't got a blocker for Zidane,
Yeah.
if James gets any sort of removal on Zidane,
Yeah.
James has enough cards, and we know he runs one off Shantoto. That James has enough cards that he's got. Okay, he hasn't got win CP. I was going to say, could he Shantoto? There's a world in which James could have Shantoto'd and played Zidane. Because you can tap 3, leave the fire CP up, discard 2, play Shantoto. I don't think we've seen James runs a 1 of Shantoto. You leave your fire CP up, tap 1, discard a win, play Zidane, and you can get in. You play Zidane, you put him at 6, and you rip his answer to Zidane out of his hand.
I think from Simon's perspective, knowing that at least 2 of those 5 cards in his hand are backups, you're probably sitting kind of pretty.
Yeah. And James has got a similar position here, right? That he's got a bash in hand, and it's like, I'm now at 5. It's a risky game. Do I play bash to get my last copy? Well, I think it's his last copy of Zidane.
Oh, he's attacking.
I
with the
think
Vesphere.
this screams Titan, right? He's okay.
No,
He's partying.
This is a mistake though, right? Because you just block with the Warrior of Light.
So if you block with Warrior of Light, if he Titans and buffs 1 and kills the Arc.
Or again, he's got the bash now. He's attacking next turn. Does he just let it through?
I think you let this through. The risk with taking it is that you, the risk with taking it is less because you know you won't die this turn because he hasn't played Zidane.
Yeah.
So you're not going to die this turn. You could hit a nice EX burst.
Trying to sneak in damage from total play from Bloodfist.
Or okay,
He's
nibbled.
taking the block. Okay.
He's nibbled. Let's see
I
that
think
Titan come down.
I think it's a fine block anyway because the first strike is
Because you can do the 5k.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, because you're gonna even if he Titans, you're still
Bigger with Arc. So
Yeah.
I think he has to Titan and kill Arc.
I think so in order for it to.
So here's
to
the
crash.
Titan. Let's see how he does this. I think you Titan to kill the Arc. Yeah.
But he still gets first strike though, right? So you take out the 10k, only take the 8k damage. Is that?
Yeah.
That's.
We need to pick up Misty to respond to an Amat. Yeah. But who are we more worried about having in Amat here? I don't think James. I don't think James is worried about having Simon having Amat. I think we can see and we know that Simon has Shantoto in hand. So if it hits the fan, he has got that Shantoto there.
And I
I
think.
wonder if Simon's got a Mist Dragon here that he can respond to this with.
And I think the whole Amaterasu. I think Simon's might be out. I think we've seen at least 2 go.
So the Titan, we had it up earlier. I don't know if we've still got it on the card thing. Let's get that card up again because this is an Opus 6 card. It's been a while since we had this up. So let's just.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, shoot some wood you control. So it's a 2k buff, right? And it makes them fight. And Arc is.
But it's
9k.
It's only one-way damage as well, so it looks like they're getting qualification for the judge on this. But yeah, so first strike is still going to win out here.
This really seems really strange with no Lex. Yeah. So I think he did. He was Alexa bounced earlier in this game with Une. I can't remember.
I think that might.
Yeah,
have
no
been
fight, just punch. It is one way. Okay.
Yeah. So that kills that.
So
But
the Arc dies. So your Warrior of Light is now smaller, but it's still 10k first strike.
yeah, so you take out the
So
10k.
so whatever he's buffed with Titan, which I think is Merald, you kill that, and then Warrior of Light takes 8k from the Vesvia.
Yes.
So
Oh,
okay, so it's
okay.
Uneing, and he's going to cast it again. So the thing with this is Uneing casts it again. He's now going to have to lose 2 cards from hand. The Titan's just got back and 1 to pay for it. Tapping 3 backups. That's going to leave him with 2 cards in hand tapped out and everything untapped.
Yeah, and I think if Simon's got that Shantato, it's the time.
Yeah, well, that doesn't matter. He's tapped out and he needs to play it forward because then you just attack with Zidane, attack with Bash, and you win.
Very true.
And if you don't win, you play Shantoto.
Yeah, I think honestly at this point the damage would have been fine for the bash to go live anyway.
Yeah, so coming down to crunch time here, I think we're probably going to have a winner in the next turn or 2.
Because I think if he'd have let Bash take the damage, he goes to his combat step in the next round.
So yeah, Zidane probably
Yeah.
dies here. You buff the Vesvia and kills the Zidane, and then the Warrior of Light dies. But even so this dies. Warrior of Light deals 10k first strike to Merald, and then takes 10k from Vesvia.
Yeah.
So everything dies.
The other, yeah. So the Warrior of Light's going to die regardless. Yeah, I think he's right to take out the Vesphere here rather than the Merald. And yep,
Yeah,
Warrior of Light
and these
goes-
guys trade.
Yep.
But
Now Bash can attack
how is
and
the Merald on the field still?
because it was 10k too. He's basically buffed them both,
the Titan is he's killed the Vesvia, not the Merald.
Yeah.
With the
I think which is the right choice. You don't want him
Yeah.
playing another one.
So I think you attack with the Bash.
Yeah. Do you take out the Merald though, or do you just try and weaken the Une?
He's got 2 cards in hand. I think you take out the Bash and then you play Shantoto and pass. Is that because have you got Zidane in hand? 20k party of 2 tankers. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he's doing the math. He has got the Brynhilde there. Is that a Brynhilde as well?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Toto here.
So it is unfortunate he's going to have to lose the bash, but
the Toto hit on damage is fine if you're James, because at the moment you're dying to haste, right?
Yeah.
So the Shantoto doesn't make a difference to that.
and we know Warrior of Light isn't coming out because he doesn't have the right color backups unless he's playing Cecil.
Yeah, James can't play the Warrior of Light, whereas Simon can because he's got
Yeah.
the Taro and the Shantoto.
Yeah, and there's no Cecil in James's list, so
And I think he's got Merald in hand as well. I think he's drawn a Merald, but the problem is there's nothing to hit.
No.
And Simon is probably going to play either a Zidane or a Warrior of Light. So I think Simon's looking in a strong position. It's been a hell of a game from both players, man. What a matchup.
Very close one, this one.
Two outstanding players. James at XO from yesterday. Simon one of our X1s. Probably going toe to toe here. Real nail biter, but I think we're gonna have a winner probably sometime in the next turn or so. And he's got a bash in hand, so you can play the bash and not trigger effect in the hope that it's online next turn. But it probably dies as a blocker.
He's also potentially going after the Zidane here.
I don't know if James got a better memory than me, but if I'm James, I'm checking to see how many Zidane we've seen, because you need to know if I need to be putting down a 2 CP Zidane of my own as a blocker. Okay, so we've got the bash, no value, no effect. He's got a Q, but this is the thing, he's got the Q Sith. So if I'm James, you're checking to see if he's got Zidane's left.
Yeah.
Because if he's got a Zidane's left, I think you Q Sith, get back Zidane, play Zidane, rip out whatever good thing he's got in his hand, and leave it up as a blocker. Otherwise, you're dead.
So decider. Didn't see what he drew there.
Okay, so Simon, what have you got? Have you got the Zidane or the Warrior of Light?
Oh, there's the rat.
He's got the Q Sith. Okay, so he's got
he's got both.
He's got the Zidane.
Yep.
James, have you got Mist Dragon?
He does not have Mist Dragon.
If it's not Mist Dragon, it's game, right?
It's gotta be right.
He did already look. Okay, thanks for picking up on that chat. So he did joke. So he did know, and I guess he also knows that there's a Zidane's in break zone. And Q Siths, I think both players running at 3. No, interesting. Wow, Simon runs Q Sith at 1. That's his only copy of Q Sith.
Could Amat the Zidane trigger?
He could, except for James does not run Amats. So he runs 3 Q Sith, 2 Mist Dragon, 3 Titan, and 3 Leviathan. So no Amats in James's deck.
Yeah. Oof. Tense moment here.
It is tense. Thinking long and I feel like he's surely got something. He's thinking long and hard about this.
Well, we know he's got Kusith in hand, but we don't know his second card on James's side. So I feel
like he hasn't got Mist Dragon.
No,
right?
if
you
it
got
was,
Mist
you'd have
Dragon,
just
you
done
slap
it.
it down.
Yeah.
You slap it down.
and then we
there.
would have screamed and yeah.
Yeah. I might scream anyway.
Oh, he's counting. Wait, he's going back through. Unless he's got another Titan. And you just do it in response. Maybe that's what he's thinking.
If he's got another Titan, he could do it in response. Titan is at 3.
Yeah.
Another filthy EX burst to add into that deck. Didn't need any more, but there it is.
I think I agree with Tiltmaster here. He's looking for a path that he just can't find.
Yeah. It's a long time to think about this. I feel like we're probably going to see the end of the game here.
Spinning wheels.
I will just check the timer. Yeah, so we have got 5 minutes left on the round. So I don't think this is going to time.
Yeah,
but
we don't want to see a judge call for wasting time either.
And I don't think there will be. I think the game ends before.
Yeah.
I think he lets it. I think this is probably the end. Cool. So it's probably the end here. Here comes Zidane. Let's see what you've got. Have you got the answer? It wasn't us. It was Merald. That's game. So yeah.
So
Zidane.
that's why he couldn't get his own Zidane back, because he
Yeah.
didn't have the CP to play it. And I think
Wow,
that's it.
what
Yeah,
a game. What a performance from both players. Simon taking that one 2-1. amazing. And as that was finishing, another result for you guys. Another one top 4. Sadly, our Cardiff boy Alex Walker running Soiree went down. It was 14 damage to 7 against Tush's mono wind. I don't know if that was 2-0 or 2-1, but fair play to Tush. Brave man taking mono win to a weekend where there's lots of Cat 13, but he dodged it all and he advances to Euros. So Tush is in Euros, James Kidd in Euros, and now Simon Drake is our third Euros player. We'll get the last top 8 result for you in a second. We'll go to break briefly so we can try and grab Simon to do an interview and give you that last result from top 8. So be back with you in a second, Jack.
Catch you soon, guys.
Alrighty, guys, we're back. I got Simon with us, the winner of that. Congrats,
Thanks,
top
man.
4.
Thanks,
You've
that's
made it
great.
to London, got the Continental Cup. Yeah, tell us a bit about how you're feeling, thoughts on the games.
My throat is so dry from the tenseness of that match. It was just every time we swung, it was so scary because we know there's so many EX bursts. It was like, and you only need that little bit more advantage either way. And yeah, that was tense. That was tense.
Yeah, and talk a bit about the games. 'Cause obviously, it's very similar matchups, and one of the reasons we wanted you guys on stream is I absolutely love your deck. You've gone for just the good stuff. You're playing the Soiree backup package.
Yeah.
but you've binned up all the Soiree forwards. It's interesting, actually. Was that the right call? Have you made the right call? You want to slide out? We'll let Fish join us in again. Fish is
Come join us.
So what? Talk us a bit about the thought process of the deck building, like why you thought the best thing was to bin off those Soiree forwards.
Sure. So mainly the theory of the deck is it's just the really good cards, right? So this set we got Warrior Light, Zidane, and Une, which I think they all work against each other and really well together.
Yeah.
So it was just to create a backup line that gets to the colors easily. The Soiree stuff is great, and I think I love Soiree. I played Soiree for like the last format and stuff, but I just didn't feel like I had enough space, and it was easier to put in just more like useful summons and removal than it was to try and fit in the whole Soiree package.
Sure. Yeah, and I think one of the things we've seen, I think, and Fish has played a lot of Soiree this set as well, is that the problem with Soiree this set isn't the Soiree stuff; it's the stuff it enables. That's been the bigger thing. So to fully embrace that and go all in was obviously has been the right call for you. Talk us a bit about kind of some of the thought processes. I mean, we've touched about it a bit briefly off stream, but there was, especially that deciding game, you got a few critical moments. One being like that party attack, and he did the big Titan stack. Like, what was going through you? Were you expecting the
really
double
good.
Titan?
I saw obviously the Zidane previously. I saw the Titan,
Yeah.
and he has Une on board, so it can happen. But he was really ahead on cards to me at that point, and I did want to kind of like cut down the advantage. The thing that worked in my favor was I already had the Shantoto in hand, because the previous turn when he swung with, well, he played the Zidane and then went to go swing with it. I drew the Shantoto off the Zidane, which is why I immediately dulled the Warrior of Light.
We said that as well in commentary, because when you
because normally you would defend yourself,
because you hit it obviously, I think with the Brynhild or whatever, and then rather than letting him get through straight away, you get rid of the Warrior Light as a blocker to hit him, and straight away we're like, he's drawn something good. He's got something good.
So then I was like, I can use the Shantoto if my Warrior Light double Titan works out against me. So yeah, he did it really well, and he managed to get to the 10k on Elvis and on Merald and Vespi, trade with one kill warrior, and they were all dulled, and I had the Shantoto, so I was like, well, I can just, it puts me in a really good spot now, right? I can swing with the bash, and then he's on 6. There's lots of cards in my deck. I just need a way to get Warrior or Zidane and wipe the board.
Yeah, I think that's what we were saying as well, is that although it was a good play, it cost James a lot to do that.
Yeah.
It cost him most of his hand, and I think it put you in a position that like it wasn't that bad if he didn't, and he had to tap the Une, so he's now lost all his blockers. So your bash can swing through, and
I think he has an easier game if he has the Lexa, because that 1k buff really matters against the Warrior of Light. Soiree's being 8k, it's so hard for them to push past your 10k first strike, right?
There was a period, I think, in game 1 where you bounced back Shinju instead of Lexa. Yes. And we thought the buff might have been important. Was there a reason you didn't go after the Lexa at the time?
It was just to make it harder to play the Soirees, to be honest. You are totally right. Like the Lexa made them all 9, which was matching my entire board, and I was kind of in a tough spot at that point anyway. But when he misdragon my whole break zone and I had Kefka, I was like, I'm not gonna win this one. Right?
Well, I was gutted because I've seen a lot of Kefka recently, and I would like to have seen how that would have played out. So it was a bit unfortunate for that one. Yeah,
especially when you had the Kefka down, and we were saying this as well. You looked, he had the Zidane, or the Zidane was coming, and you put the Fenrir on top. And I think it was like statement of the day. Like, there it is. If my Kefka dies, your Zidane dies. I was like, if it was me, I'd have hidden that. Somewhere in the middle. So yeah, fine. Going into top 4 now. Obviously, the spot is secured. Bit of a weight off your shoulders.
Yeah, to be honest, like I haven't done a lot of testing against some of the decks that have been in the room and made the top cut. So I'm really happy that what I've made has worked. Sure. And yeah, it's kind of unbelievable that I've done it, so it's not real in my head.
Oh, nice.
Which is nice to have no pressure, because I don't feel like I'm here.
Oh, amazing.
Just play for fun.
Yeah.
Okay. Before we wrap up, then, anything you're worried about seeing top 4? What are you looking? What's the matchup you're looking for? Another Soiree one?
I feel the deck is weak against like 13 haste, which is a bit of a problem, but there's none of that here. The things that would bother me would be like combo wind dice, because it just has too much advantage versus my normal play style.
Okay, cool. Right, well, best of luck in the top 4.
Thanks, guys.
I don't know if everyone's stream, but maybe we'll see you for the final. We'll see.
That'd be nice.
Right.
Nice,
Cheers,
guys.
Cool, and just briefly before we run off, I have got that final result for you guys from the top 8. So that was Stephen Brocky versus Joshua Freeman Birch. Josh on Mono Water, Stephen Brocky on Soiree. And looks like they've gone to time and gone to deck out, and Stephen Brocky has won that 2 games to 1, 12 damage to 10 overall. So really tight one there. So we've got top 4 going to Euros. We've got Stephen Brocky, we've got homeboy James Kiddie repping the Cardiff guys. We've got Simon Drake, and we've got Tush from London running Mono Wind. So we'll be back with you shortly for the semi-finals. Stay tuned. Cool, chat. One last thing for us. So we are going to lunch break now. Just got it confirmed from the team. So we got a break now to about past, so about 40 minutes. So take your time. We'll be back with you shortly. Okay, so we are back. We have semi-finals coming up. So I think we've got James Kiddie, who's going to be playing Fire Ice Cat 6 on the left. Homeboy from Cardiff repping the home turf, and then we've got from London we have got Tush on the right. He's running Mono Wind. So we're just talking about this deck because it's a kind of an interesting list in that it's I'm sure right top. It's kind of an interesting list in that he's running no Evray, no Althea, so two of the staples from Wind.
Yeah, bringing back Bismarck as well, which could be an interesting combination with the Yuffie triggers, but we shall see.
Yeah, we seen a lot of Wind decks cut Bismarck recently. So Tush is running Bismarck at 2. He's running 5 Yuffies, so 3 of that legend from Opus 18, the big payload, and 2 1CP Opus 1 Yuffies to help get that Doom of the Living online. Outside of that, I think the only real noticeable omission is that Althea backup thing. He doesn't need it. He's got the Chocobo Sam, the Fat Chocobo, and the Chocolate, 3 Norsh, and his Norsh targets, he's got a Stiltskin, he's got a Pavlov. And then he's opted to run 3 main elves. He's hoping for the EX burst. Just leaning hard on the Yuffies for this matchup. So we'll see how that plays out for him.
Yeah, the noticeable one of Diablos from Opus 12 is also pretty interesting.
Yeah, let's get that card up for you. So this is a Opus 12 summon Diabolos TCP that you can break a forward if its power's been increased or decreased. So get that card for now. So we were having a bit of a chat about this before we came on stream. We wondered if this was probably something done in anticipation of the Cat 13 matchup. We think Monowind hasn't done particularly well this room because a lot of Cat 13, I think Tush has just done well to dodge it. I haven't had a chat with him. I don't know how the Cat 13 matchup has been with him. I think that's probably why he's lent hard on the Yuffies. So that's kind of things from Tush's side. But from James, it's a pretty standard Cat 6 list. I think it's almost identical to the list we saw top the previous Materia Cup in Europe, I believe.
Yeah, it's going to be heavy forwards, no summons. Typical, try and get the General Leo out at the right time.
Yeah, so we're having to think about this as well. I think General Leo is going to be important in this matchup, but not early. I think it can do a lot of work mid-game.
I think especially to try and stop the cast count to get to that Luso board wipe, that's going to be so critical.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think he's really got much answer for the Doom of the Livings if they start coming down. There's only so many times you can sab and buff, but that 24k is such a lot of damage. Yeah, interesting how it goes. I think Tush is going to want to set up, so James's line probably may be something along the lines of... So James is running 3 of the Opus 15 lock. This is the engine card for this deck. On the top. So this is the Opus 15 one that whenever you cast a Cat 6, you flip over the top card, and if it's a Cat 6, you draw it, and everything is Cat 6. But I think probably, if I'm honest, I think James's line of play is he's running one of the 4 Opus 4 3CP lock that discards an entry if you've got Cat 6 and can't be blocked on his S. And I think that's I think he needs to try and rush Tush down. I think if you can get a Celes, search that lock and maybe play a backup. If you can play that lock early, start doing some party attacks with lock and Celes to get some discard, get some damage in, get some freezing in. I think that's probably one of his best lines, but we'll see how things pan out.
I still think the way that I've seen the deck play previously, he's probably still going to go with that Opus 15 lock to build his backups first. And it could put him in a perilous position of being a bit too slow. If he can apply that pressure, like you said early, take away from the hand, Wind could have a problem.
Yeah, so we'll see how things pan out. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, we're gonna try and remain unbiased for this. We're absolutely stoked to see one of the boys top 4 though. We are stoked to see James top 4. What a guy.
But remember guys, all these guys have now got their tickets to Euros, or the Continental. Their place is set. This is all for pride at this point.
Yeah, this is all gravy.
For pride
this
and
is
swag.
all gravy from this point, and we do like gravy. So we got Tush on the right, James on the left, and let's get things underway. I'm gonna get a timer going as well.
So it looked, just as a first glance at Kitty's hand there, it looked like heavy fire to start. Can't decide on the handshake, very awkward.
I missed that. I was eyes on the timer. So timer has started, so we are away.
Yeah.
Tush is drawing, and he's gone straight in for drawing that Yiffy. So he's got
Looks
looks like
like
he's got two in
double
hand.
Yuffie, yeah.
Okay, so he's already got Doom of the Living live and ready to go. So okay, he's got the stilt skin. I think it's because he doesn't run the Everest. It's the thing for Tush. He doesn't run the Everest, so I'm pretty sure this Yuffie is his only target. It's the only one CP. This and Luso are the only one CPs actually. So he has got the Luso as the other option.
Double Yuffie trigger. Like, I'm guessing he's seen, obviously looking at the deck list, he knows Kitty's going to go wide. He wants that ammunition.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. Tush is just absolutely stacked with movement in his hand right now. He's got a 3 Yuffies and he's got a Dryad. The Dryad is pretty dead right now until he starts establishing his board. Nice little open from James there, double backup, colour fixed.
And getting that Umaru in break zone for later plays. He knows he's got no risk of Mist Dragon or any break zone interaction.
Bang, there it is, Tush. Straight in with that Yuffie.
And you know he's got the ammo to back it up. Kitty's going to find this hard to remove.
Lets it resolve. Oh,
good
ouch.
first hit. Ouch. Ouch
Big
down
yikes.
population, you, bruh.
Yeah, man. Woo! Big yikes. Okay. Let's see how James backs this up. I wonder if he's got a lock. I'm assuming he's got. Okay, back up and pass.
I'm wondering if at this point this might be a bit too slow on Kitty's side of things.
I mean, so Tush is still not really drawing any backups. I actually think this could be okay for James. I don't think it's the end of the world if he attacks again, because it looks like Tush maybe have no backup. He may have to do like a Lulu or something here as his second. Oh no, I missed that. Okay,
yeah,
got the notch. Okay. Probably searches Pavlov here.
I think if you're sitting in James's seat, how are you dealing with this Yuffie? You know, Umaru's not going to kill it. I guess he's going to have to wait for the go-go and try and double hit it before she can get that attack trigger off. And that could be a long ways off still.
And if you're James, you got to be sat there thinking, I've seen no Yuffies in break zone yet.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost more worrying when you see Yuffie hit the break zone, because that's like guarantees in your head.
Yeah.
Okay, he's just got Yuffie. He's got Yuffie in hand.
Yeah. We did have an interesting rulings discussion. It'd be great to see what you guys think in chat. Where when Gogo copies Umaru, is it replacing Umaru's name with its own, so it only deals its own power, or is it still dealing Umaru's?
So
8K?
yeah, so if you've got Gogo on field and you do Umaru, Umaru does the 8k, but Gogo will do 7k.
Is that how it
That
goes?
is how
Okay.
it goes. Yeah.
Right.
Let us know if it's different in the chat, but I'm 90% sure that's how it goes.
I just thought because the name of the card says obviously Umaru's power.
Yeah.
You know, I wasn't sure if it would replace that. You know.
Yeah.
But there was something that was brought up in locals, and people were needed to be fully prepared.
Yeah.
To use it. Right,
Okay.
Cool.
So it's not too bad for James here.
Yeah. Banana said, "Oh, he's fully
Okay.
set."
I think this is okay, right? Nice hit, James. Getting that Sabin. This is okay. I definitely think you need to follow up the lock with. I was worried he's going to play the lock and pass. I definitely think you need to follow up the lock with some. You got to get some value, because if it gets answered,
Yeah.
you've done it for no value.
I think at this point though, you know, Tush is not going to be wasting an S effect on one single.
Can you just play something to Tush? Can you just... No, James being smart here. Doesn't want to go in. Nice hit on the EX. Probably, I guess, grab another Sabin. Start loading up those aura cannons.
Yeah.
Um,
Firepower with firepower.
So yeah, he doesn't want to.
I think Kitty is in, as much as he's obviously at 3 damage already, he's still in a great position now where he's got all the CP he needs.
Nice. Love getting damage 3. Mog is online. Let's start taxing your backups.
Can go.
And it's a good point from Swan Cobra. I think you now. Okay, so Doom of the Living comes
There
down.
it is. Well, we've still got the
Go
lock
on,
trigger on the stack anyway, so
Yeah.
if he,
Is the lock compulsory? Has he?
yeah, well,
Yeah, and then is he drawn?
Yeah,
off
he
the
just
Mog?
did. He just got the.
No, he drew off the lot. Did you draw off the Mog?
I don't know. I think he may have missed a trigger there.
Did we see if he drew off the Mog?
Maybe get your skates on.
I don't think it was skates on.
Because I think.
I'll just double check.
Yeah,
with you.
because I think lock triggers.
We've got judges watching the table actually, so I don't think.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's.
He missed the draw.
it. Yeah,
Okay.
maybe quick because he's just about to play something.
I think you missed the draw. Trigger on the Mog. No, you did the lock. Flipping draw. We didn't do the Mog draw. You get both.
Yeah,
I
thank
think
you, Jack.
there was confusion. So the judge was there, but the judge saw the flip and
Yeah.
got confused by the flip and the draw.
Yeah, so Tush just reading the card now, just a double
What
check.
kind of draw if he has a target? Yeah, he did have a target. He done it for his backup. Yeah,
Yeah.
so yeah,
He got the Nush Darling down. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
We did think that was the case. So is it still on? So what's happened since then? They had.
So
I assume Kitty's just drawn next to. the
yeah,
card.
so yeah, he's drawn his extra card. Didn't play anything extra beyond that yet, and Jack always saving the day.
Those trainers, man.
Yeah.
I told you earlier. I'm quick, man.
Yeah, wearing them thin though.
Wearing
wearing
the
them
thin, yeah, no. I should cover a pop a hip doing this.
Yeah. Oh, and there we go. There's the next Mog. Double tax those backups in a single turn. That's gonna be hard to take.
I think you're feeling alright here. I think you're feeling alright if you're Kitty. You've been doing the living once.
Yeah, you've eaten it once. You know you're in a good position.
I think.
The thing is now with the Sabin on field, he knows he's got with the Edgar the ammunition to try and take the Yuffie before the attack trigger. So
Yeah.
I think that's what
I
Kitty's
think
hoping
you
for.
probably just get Doom of the Living again here, but it won't kill all three of them because the Mog is at 9, so it does 24k, so it can do. Oh no, it will because the Edgar will be 7 actually, so it will do exactly 24k. But you can Sabin S, and this is the thing. Tush got to think hard about this, about how he's happy with that, because if you're right, if he chakras, Doom of the Living will not kill everything.
Yeah.
As it stands, Doom of the Living only just kills everything.
And you know the tough thing for Tush to decide on now: does he try and attack, get the trigger reactivate, and then S effect, or does he do the S effect right away?
So I think, Kitty needs to be careful because what Tush can do is he can attack and reactivate and try and bait out the chakra on the block to hope to try and kill the Yuffie. So James needs to not get distracted and try and kill the Yuffie on the block with chakra, because Tush then just stacks on it Doom of the Living.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Smudge Club has picked up on that in the chat as well. Chakra, he needs to do that. He needs to save that for Doom of the Living. So when Yuffie attacks it, he needs to be careful. Unless James is holding double Sabin. So what he needs to do is James can take this damage and he can proactively do the chakra blocks on Tush's turn because he's got the free use off Edgar.
Here comes waiting on the decision from Kitty, thinking hard about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's doing it now.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Ammunition.
Double
Wow.
shooting it. 8k on the stag.
Well,
punishing Tush for being. But the thing is, so Tush has got Asura here. So I think he taps one for Asura, activates Yuffie, and then Doom of the Livings, and now kills everything.
Yeah.
And then if James flips a third Sabin hand, I'm gonna lose my nut.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, we knew that he at least had one 7, which he pulled back earlier.
Yeah.
That second one,
We
great
didn't know
surprise.
about.
Yeah.
The thing is, he has left it a little bit open because if Tush just Azura, activate Yuffie, Doom of the Living, it will wipe the whole board now unless James has a third Sabin in hand. Third Sabin for the beat. I would love to see third Sabin. I would. He is running 9, I believe.
Well, I mean, Yuffie's still gonna die regardless. You know, because he's activating it off of the Asura, the activation effect is still on the stack.
Yeah.
You know, so he's getting rid of the Yuffie, but Kitty's gonna lose the majority of his board here, I think.
Yeah, chat, you're right. He's running 9, and actually, I don't think it's not the end of the world if you get wiped here.
No, as quickly as this can come back.
You are. It's leaving him with 3 cards. Yeah, so he hasn't.
Yeah, there we go. But we now know that's 3 Yuffies gone.
Yeah.
Kitty is probably pretty happy about that.
Yeah, exactly. And James is sat at 5 backups now.
And Tush, unfortunately, only at 3. This could hamper him. Real big.
Do you know what would be big for James right now? If he's got 3 CP lock, give it haste, take those last 2 cards at Tush's hand. That could end.
Oh, he's
Okay,
going with-
he's gone for the
oh,
other lock.
okay.
That's okay.
Go
3
Go
mod.
straight back.
Punish
after the
him.
backup. Yes.
Punish him.
Oh, feels gross to watch.
Yeah.
Gets a spare lock. Okay.
He did draw before he did the lock then. That happened quite quickly, but he did draw then.
And there's the
Celeste.
Celeste. It can obviously
Discard.
go.
I think you go the discard.
Yeah.
Because you've just drawn your other copy of lock, so you
Yeah.
go for discard. And you get Sabin.
Oh,
Okay, James is in a nice spot now. Tush is in a little bit of trouble. He's got 1 card in hand and only 2 backups available to him on this turn. He's got time.
So it was
bad draw. there.
Bismarck and Chocobo.
He's got no
with Lulu.
real nice lines here.
Yeah, scoops that one.
Yeah.
Well, and there we go. So Kitty taking
Wow.
round 1.
Wow. Oh. That's just, interesting that he's scooped. I guess it is kind of over.
Yeah,
guess it
I
is kind of
don't.
over.
How do you come back in
Yeah.
that situation? You know you've got the lockers back up to go wide again.
Yeah.
He's got 3 forwards facing him down. He's taxed out.
Yeah. And you know he can play cat 6 and give him haste every turn now. So
Exactly.
you, like that. What a dead draw. And this goes back to what I was saying about Bismarck. I think it's too much of a win more card. I don't think you. I think it makes you win games you're already winning. I don't think it gets you ahead in games where you're behind.
No, and if you end up playing that and you start returning stuff to your hand, it's just backups that you're already losing out on.
Yeah.
Yes, you could replay like say a Nostalin and potentially go to 4 or 5, but
Yeah, good point, Jack. The Celeste as well. Every turn you're gonna party attack. You're gonna free, like Trish has got no resources, right? Because even if he plays something out and passes, Kitty just every turn you party attack, you're freezing everything. You've got nothing to play with. So yeah, big opener from James. So let's see how things pan out now. Tush going first again. Okay, looks like he's got double Norsh, which is yeah. As soon as you party attack, the game is over. Yeah, chat that Celeste is busted. I played against Cat 13 with it yesterday, and I was playing mono ice, and party attack with Celeste for Salis every turn, freezing 3 of their forwards. They just couldn't do anything. People always forget about that party trigger, but it's one of the best things about that card.
yeah, and again, it's the Cat 6 ability to recoup. No matter how many times it seems to get board wiped, it's always got that presence to at least be 3-4 forwards deep.
Yeah.
And again, if you can keep getting that Mog out and against a win deck, keep taxing those backups.
Exactly. And you know what, James, when Tush played early Yuffie, James just doesn't mind that. He's like, okay, fine, you want to play Yuffie? You want to hit me for 3 damage? Fine. Mog, and that's the time, hit some 3 damage, Mog comes online, let's go, playing for free, I'm getting double freezes, I'm getting draws, you're getting so much value.
Yeah. Tush just couldn't see the answer.
Okay. So we know he's got Stiltskin, so probably see Stiltskin come down off
again,
the Norse.
You only get in the Yuffie.
Yeah, I don't know if he's got another backup to play off the back. I think he's got Rosa, Dryad, Alexander, Lulu. So he's not really got another good play this turn. So it's just going to be another pass, I think, here from Tush. 5 in hand.
Yeah, and guys in the chat, yeah, Yuffie would reactivate, but because he basically did the salmon triggers on the stack.
So he double stacked Sabin, yeah.
Yeah, so it was going to die before it could reactivate and get that untaggable.
Which is why he had to do the Azura on top of the whole stack to activate it, so he could do Doom of the Living before the Sabins went through. I think James probably we need to see some ice for James in his backline.
I think he got kind of lucky early in the first game.
Yeah, I was about to say Sid is Banana Sid is prime right
because when you looked at his stat in hand, it seemed 4 cards fire, and I think the one was Banana Sid. So, it looks like he may have just gotten a little bit lucky here again, just drawing into his ICP. Again, setting up the Omaro for later.
Yeah, he's probably happy with what he's got. He probably has Lock already in hand, maybe has Edgar already in hand. So he's drawing Omaro just as discardable CP so he can load it up into that break zone.
Yeah.
It probably goes down. Ideally, I think 2 cards down in Setzer. Okay, 2 cards down Lock.
Yeah.
Free Mog.
Oh, double draw, reveal, and a freeze.
No draw, because
Oh,
he's not at damage 3.
Sure.
But Yeah.
Yeah,
Which
so
I think what James expected. I think Tush was
Yeah.
Tush would be like, "Do I get a little freeze? You gonna bend me
Yeah,
over again?"
yeah.
No, not this time. Okay, so let's see what Tush can do. I think Tush.
I feel like Tush might be in a slightly better position this time. He's getting backups earlier.
You said that, but he's again drawn no backups.
Yeah.
So how many? He's running. I mean, he's only running 13 backups, but he's got 2 backup engines in Jacobo Sam as a 3 of, and
And he's not seen
he's
it.
not seen it in either game.
So-
None of game 1. He's about what 20 cards deep in game 2. Still no Fat Jacobo. That would have been Jacobo Sam would have been a nice little card short then.
And you got to be thinking from his perspective. Yes, I could play this Yuffie I now have, but if I put him back on damage 3 and I start getting taxed, earlier than I want to be.
Yeah, chat. Yeah, he didn't chakra. He double aura cannoned with the double Sabin. Okay, so Yuffie's coming down.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be thinking about Doom of the Living straight off the bat, but there's no Sabin on board, so he doesn't have to be worried about Doom of the Living straight off the bat. I think he can attack and do the trigger, which is what he's going to do.
And then he's just going to.
And then he's going to Doom of the
So
Living.
he's going to get rid of one of the Dryads there.
So you take damage. Oh,
Ooh,
yikes!
Sabin.
Yikes!
It's fine. He plays 9. There's a
He
reason.
plays 9, but he does play 9 Sabin, but that's the big Sabin you want to be seeing. He's the Sabin you're comboing off. There was that sets we were talking about. This is fine. He's out resourcing him. He's getting his backups, and it's a bit like game 1. I don't mind that Yuffie. You want to slap me up to damage 3? Please, mate, be my guest.
Exactly. Use all your ammunition early. Use those SFX he can tank easy enough, and he can just come back from it.
Yeah.
He's probably eyeing up this lock again here.
I think you take the lock because you can play the lock on curve.
Yeah.
We've seen no Edgar yet, I believe. So I think a lock on curve, and then if you can follow up that with an Edgar or something. Let's see what.
Oh, he's going for the Mog. Unless he has a lock in hand, perhaps.
He may have lock in hand. I'm not too sure about this. So Trish has got a dead Dryad in hand and a Lulu.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Atomos for a bit of
Atomos and
acceleration.
still no Fat Jacobo or Jacobo Sam for Tush. I think if he just swings in here,
Yeah.
and I think you probably play Atomos and pass. He's eyeing this up because he's got the Lulu, but the Lulu doesn't feel nice to play because you're having to discard from hand to play it. I think Tush, while things are relatively stable, I think Tush needs to try and keep up with Kitty's backup count.
I think the play might be here just continued pressure with Yuffie, sit on that Chocobo, wait for him to try and answer the Yuffie and maybe use it, and to wait on his backups.
Yeah.
Potentially using that draw.
Yeah, we do not mind seeing 7 CP Amaru there. It's not particularly strong card in this matchup. The only time it's good is if you can ever get a Yuffie that is targetable, but it happens so rarely. It's just a one-off, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. I think so. Tush contemplating.
I think Tush is Atomos and pass.
Yeah.
You don't need to rush this stage. You're not threatened on board. He's got a. What is it? So we know he's got Lulu, Dryad as his other, and Chocobo, I think, as his other cards.
That's right.
So I think you just Atomos. It's your most efficient play, and just give it another turn to see if you can draw that Jacobo Sam or Fat Jacobo.
Yeah, chat thinking also that Kitty might have the spare lock here.
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to see what was really in his hand.
So going for the Mog, interesting choice. Even better if he already does have the lock in hand.
Alright, he's saying one thing about this. I think he's probably just a bit nervous. I think game 1 did not go how Tush was hoping or planned it to go.
I feel like this isn't also going for. I mean, was that necessary?
Okay.
So he's prepping for a Dryad. 1k per character?
2k per wind character. So he's starting to kill whatever kid he plays. But the thing is, I don't know if he needed to do that. I don't know if he was under threat enough to need to do that. He's taken no damage. Right, I think we just do. So Tush is saving this, right? Play 3 super lot. Yeah, exactly. I think discard here. You don't search. Yeah. I was about to say lock or. Ooh. Okay. Unless you grab 3 CP lock and you play 3 CP lock.
No.
Okay.
So
I don't know if that's what I would have done. I think I would have tried to go for the discard. You force Tush into that top deck. You play on curve to.
is he gonna get? He's gonna at least get a trigger, but
Yeah, you play on curve. I think if you play the Celes, make him discard.
that's what I mean.
And I think
You're on 2. You can take a bit more damage.
this is why I think he didn't need to grab that Mog. I think he grabs the lock from Breaks, and if he grabs it, he doesn't need to search lock off Celes.
Yeah.
Plays Celes for the discard, then because he's okay, because that's what I was about to say. He doesn't need to grab the Mog because he'll grab it when he hits his Edgar, and as if he's read in my mind. There he is, my boy Edgar,
Yeah.
the king that he
And,
is.
Well, I mean, we're gonna see. The thing is, I suppose him having the Edgar now makes the Dryad feel bad.
I think you. So what do you do if you Tush? Do you Dryad the Celes to stop the parties, or you Dryad the lock for value?
No, I think you stop the lock for value now. If you know you're going to just what you're drawing on top deck, and I think no option feels good here.
Yeah.
It looks like he drew a backup there.
Yeah, he drew a mainer, so we can search a Yuffie bit because and this is the thing. Tush is only on 2 backups, so he can't even play the mainer and get enough to Doom of the Living because you have to discard the card from hand.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, yeah. If you try and swarm the board, force Doom of the Living, and then play the Edgar and just rebuild your board straight up again.
It'd be nice if somehow we were able to manage to get that 3 CP lock right now. That would be, I think, almost backbreaking for Tush.
Yeah.
Because you can play the Edgar, use the S effect ability,
Yeah, I think, and this is why it kind of hurts seeing that Sabin damage one, because I think we haven't seen any of that Sabin yet for James outside of that one, and that is what you're looking for. That is what the deck is kind of mainly built around to try and that's your payload. We saw how strong that was game 1, double aura canning that Yuffie on the stack.
Yeah. I suppose keeping the 5 CP lock off of the field is stopping a lot of James's ability to get that value, to dig deeper to where he needs to get those Sabins. But
Tush's thing about this, I think he was right. I think he needs to go. He doesn't need to be in a rush here. I still don't think. I know we've got Edgar in hand. I know we've got 2 forwards on board. I still don't think we need to be in a rush here. I think you can just play the. Okay, he thought about playing the Azana first. I think this is a mistake because you're leaving yourself open to discard.
yeah, absolutely. Like if you play the Azana, you've got the additional blocker. Just take your next backup line.
You leave yourself open to discard, especially like he runs 3 CP lock, and you've now got rid of his lock, so he can play it.
Yeah.
I don't know if we've seen it already. If we've seen it already, Kitty's laughing because he plays Edgar, grabs the lock back, and plays it, and then you can't.
Okay, so there's another Celeste.
Right.
But the thing is, you can.
Kitty, show me the 3 CP lock.
You don't.
Show me the money.
Even if you don't, even if you play the Edgar, get back the 5 CP one, you still party attack. You still, at least. Well, I suppose you could party attack, get back the lock that way. Because Sellers only discards on entry, if I'm right.
Yeah, only on entry.
So the 3 CP lock, I think, would be backbreaking here.
Come on, man. Show me the money.
Tense
Show
moment.
me the money.
Okay, it's 3 CP.
Well, it's probably going to be Edgar, right?
Yeah,
probably gonna be
I suppose.
You're okay for Doom of the Living right now but it's probably coming next turn.
Okay.
Here's Edgar, right? What are our targets? What have we got?
I think so. This is 2, if I'm correct in thinking that he gets.
Yeah,
back.
two cat 6 forwards. We're gonna get the Edgar up on the screen. Hopefully, a lot of you will be aware of this card already. We'll get it up anyway so you can see. Yeah, so he's getting Sabins back. Nice. I like this call on the Sabin because if you party attack with the Celeste Mog, boom. Okay, here we go. He's now got the chakras if he needs them.
Yeah.
And so when Doom of the Living comes down next turn, he's got the chakra in hand to combat that. Now you party attack and you freeze his 2 backups. You just starve him out. You don't need to be pushing for too much damage.
No, you're probably going to have to eat that UFS effect next turn anyway.
I think he's not drawn that Sabin. What a draw, man! What a top deck. That is hot on the cards. Hot on the cards.
You believe.
Believe. If you wish it hard enough,
Yeah,
dreams
there's-
come true.
And there's the party attack.
Yeah.
So what's Kitty choosing?
And this is the amazing thing with the Mog party attack. This party attack is first strike. 16k first strike. Please blow with the Yuffie. Be mad gets.
I genuinely think Kitty's thinking of pulling back the lock, though. I don't think he's going to tax those backups, and I think that could be a mistake.
I think tax the backs up here because now if he dooms the living, he has to discard a card from
Exactly.
his hand to do it.
Yeah.
You've got to tax him.
I suppose he could also be thinking, though, if he somehow plays with, because he might have
What-
4 cards
yeah.
and gets the reactivation.
What
of
he's
the
what he's
actions.
thinking of. To be fair, I don't. Let us know in the chat what you think because I think you can justify both decisions here. Because one is you tax him for Doom of the Living, and make him have not much left after it. Or the second is you go fine, Doom of the Living, whatever. I'm now going to play this lock while I rebuild my board.
I think. Oh, and he's pulled the Yuffie.
Well, the Yuffie we knew he had. That's the one he searched off the
So
main there.
Chocobo.
Chocobo summon, and is that a Rosa? I feel like it's a Rosa, which is pretty dead right now. I'm not worried about that.
Honestly, if he.
I like James's position here. I like it. I think you don't mind the Doom of the Living because what's he going to kill, right? He has to do 8k to Sabin.
Yep.
So that leaves him 16k. So he has to go try and kill definitely the Celeste. And I think he needs to go 9k Celeste and then something on it because you don't want this party attacks going off anymore. So you need to guarantee kill the Sabin, which is 8k. You need to guarantee kill the Celeste, which has to be 9k because you know he's got Chakra.
Yeah.
So and that only leaves you with 7k.
Yeah.
And that's not gonna is that leave you 7k? That's
Asking to do
maths.
math on a Sunday,
No.
like. So let's see. So
yeah, it leaves you with 7k, but the
Yeah.
7k won't kill Edgar because Edgar will be 9k from the Chakra.
yeah, this is. I think Kitty should have. I know. I guess he again went for the lock to rebuild after eating the Yuffie, but I still think forcing that additional discard would have been better here.
Yeah. I think the delay on the chat's coming through. People talking about whether he should get the egg or should get this
Ooh,
or
hits
get
the-
the freeze.
Hits the X up for the other lock,
Nice.
but we know he has one of those in hand as well. So
Yeah, I did see. I think he drew a Cyan,
yeah,
which is nice because you have not seen Cyan yet. He can give everything brave, and he can brave party with that Mog Celes. Giving it first strike. I wonder if he's hoping to maybe try and do some sort of exchange in the blocks.
yeah. Bloodfist calling for the double cannon on the stack.
Yeah,
But,
he doesn't have it. But this is the thing: if Tush doesn't nibble next turn on the attacks, it just gives James the opportunity to draw a Sabin to do the double aura cannon again on the stack.
It feels like Tush has to take out the Edgar here.
Yeah.
If he lets that live into his opponent's turn.
Yeah, he's doing it now.
Yeah.
He has to. And it leaves him with 2 cards in hand, and he can't really 3 cards.
Two,
Chocobo and Rosa, right?
yeah.
So you can't really do much. So you have to shoot Sabin for 8k.
Mhm.
You definitely do not want to be killing the Edgar because if he then draws Edgar, and we haven't seen, that's the first Edgar we've seen.
Mhm.
So you definitely shoot that for 8k. The Celeste, I think, is doing more work than Tush realizes, or at least could do more work than he realizes. So he has to shoot the Celeste for 9k. The scary
Yeah.
thing now is, and the worrying thing for Tush is if he forgets about the Chakra and if he tries to do 7/7 and tries to kill too many things. And then James just chakras and protects them.
It looks like he's at least trying to target Edgar, Celes, and the Sabin here.
So I think you do 8 for Sabin, 9 for Celes, 7 to Edgar.
Looks like a judge is just getting some clarification.
So he's. Maybe they're just clarifying the numbers. I think James, maybe Tush wasn't clear with the numbers. He may have picked 3 things, and he hasn't been clear on exactly the numbers that he's done.
Yes, effect.
So there's the 2k in the buff. So I assume that he's done what I said, and he's done the 9k to Celeste, the 8k to that, and the Sabin, and the Edgar survived.
Sure.
Yeah, which is the right thing, because the Celeste is going way too much work.
Yeah, exactly. But if he draws another one, forcing that discard.
Do you play Rosa? Yeah, I think you
Yeah.
play. Thing is, this is now also this is an unprotected Rosa, right? If Kitty can somehow get that Savin back, and he can just kill this Rosa for free, because Tush cannot afford to pay the protection.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I think we'll probably see Lock, I imagine.
Yeah.
And I think we'll probably see Lock, and we'll probably see Cyan.
Just to get him the trigger.
Yeah.
Get a bit of value.
Get him the draws, getting some buffed attackers going in. We've seen 3 Yuffie, I believe.
Believe that could have been the third, yeah.
And this is the thing, if you play the Lock, you've got 2 9Ks and a 7K, so even if you Doom of the Livings again, he can't kill all 3.
Yes.
Oh, it's tense.
Yeah.
It is tense.
I ain't even playing and I'm
Yeah,
nervous.
yeah. Which about heart rate monitors? But chat, let us know. That's what feedback for Square Enix. Can we get heart rate monitors on the overlay? See the heart rate of players.
Yeah.
Get some inside knowledge about how they're feeling. I can imagine they're pretty high right now.
And one additional one for Jacko every time he runs out.
Oh yeah, through the roof.
Yeah, we're gonna get him
Cardiac arrest.
entrance music next time. I
Yeah,
promise.
yeah.
Okay, so he's not playing the Cyan. It's an interesting choice.
I assume he's got a nice, maybe a Go-Go, is this? Or is this a Vargas or something if he's playing 3CP? His 3CP options are Go-Go and Vargas. I don't know. Yeah,
It's the
so it is
Go-Go,
Go-Go.
okay.
He's just going to go digging. I actually quite...
He's gonna get the Amaru
He's
back.
playing Amaru, yeah, that's what he did.
Because
Because now we can Amaru Go-Go in response to the Yuffie next turn when it tries to attack.
Because he
That's
doesn't.
nice.
He
yeah.
doesn't have to worry about the Rosa protecting herself when she's only 7k.
Yeah, it's not worth it. Yeah, chat talking about shadowing on the Rosa, not worth it. We're not... Rosa, keep it. Don't
Yeah.
care.
Like at this point, with Tush only having 3 backups, yes, he might get the reactivation from the Atomos, but he's not likely to get past third cast.
So the question is, you've seen a Maina. If you're James, do you attack? Because Mog is bigger than Rosa. You could attack with Mog and Edgar here. Because Mog gives first strike, deals damage. Edgar would be a first strike over Rosa, but you put Atomos at damage 3 trigger. And if you hit Maina...
I don't think Kitty should take it to 3.
Yeah, you can't shoot the Yuffie now. Yuffie is protected. The reason why it's dull is because he's Doom of the Living.
Yeah.
Nice. EX. Burst for Tush. That's a good draw.
Singular card.
Okay.
Is it a good card though?
Is it a good card? Tush only plays good cards, I heard.
I definitely like Kitty's idea
I
here.
think it might be Pavlov that you drew.
Yeah, I like what Kitty's done. You don't take him to 3. You don't let him have that Atomos until you're ready to let him.
I think maybe
have it.
Azana, maybe Pavlov was the draw.
That looked like a
Diabolos and Lulu.
yeah.
So Diabolos suddenly becomes an interesting card here because if he chakras is now online to kill anything.
Oh yeah.
But Kitty is empty-handed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Kitty is empty-handed.
But he's still got the kill with Umaru.
He's in a nice spot right now
Yeah.
because Yuffie will just die.
Mhm.
If you're Kitty now, if you're Tush, you can't attack with Yuffie because you need to have drawn the Yuffie, which he hasn't done. So I think what he has to do, and what he's looking at, is I think he's got Lulu. So whether he's got 3 cards in hand. So if he plays the Lulu, he'll go down to 2. Because he'll get a summon back. And I think he's thinking about getting back Azura. If he then taps when he can cast Azura, get back Yuffie, Tomos will trigger. He will get enough to Doom of the Living. And I think Tush needs to do that before Umaru and Go-Go can kill the Yuffie.
Yeah. The thing is, there's not going to be any way that Kitty lets that happen, I don't think. I think that the Yuffie's going to die.
Yeah. So this is the thing. I think Kitty's in a really good place because if he swings with the Yuffie, you Go-Go Umaru, kill the Yuffie on the stack.
Mm-hmm.
If he tries to do any sort of shenanigans to get out a Yuffie from break zone, you stack on him targeting the Yuffie in break zone to then kill it then.
I don't. I think you have to do it now.
But there's no window now because Tush hasn't done anything.
No, I mean when he goes for the Lulu, once he plays our Lulu, if he casts the Asura, he's gonna reduce the power of Amaro.
Yeah. That's what I agree. He needs to do it at the first opportunity.
Yeah. If he lets the Azura get cast, Amaro, it will still be enough, but I would rather not risk it if I'm in that position.
Chat's right. And Chat's saying you just respond to Azura with Umaru, right? You don't. You respond to the Lulu with Umaru.
Yeah. You've got
Yeah.
Oh,
So he's attacking with the I'm not sure if Tush realised that the Go-Go was going to copy that.
Yeah.
He looks a bit.
Yeah.
He looks a bit stunned.
This is where he realised he messed up.
Yeah. Yeah. Because this is the thing. He's got nowhere protecting it. That just dies now.
Yeah.
That just dies.
The thing is, it was going to die anyway.
Yeah, you can respond with the Lulu trigger. I guess you can respond with the Lulu trigger too. Yeah, it's before the 5k reduction goes on the stat. You can respond. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it makes a difference either way. But regardless, bit of a misplay. I think. Well, is it a misplay? I don't think Tush had a choice.
No.
I think his hand was forced either way.
Yeah, no matter which line of play he took, that Yuffie was not surviving this turn.
Yeah.
There was no way he was getting the attack trigger off.
There was no good line for Tush there, and I think the only good line is to attack with the Yuffie and hope James misses the window, which my boy James not gonna do. Clued in, locked in.
Yeah, no, he.
We'll brush over the fact he rocked up still drunk this morning or hungover.
Well, you know, he
Repping.
could barely speak for 2 hours last night, but seems perfectly fine today.
No, I'm all there for it. Don't need a brain to play when I play Cat 6. Cat 6 plays itself.
Is Tush attacking with Rosa?
It looks like it. I wonder if this is so he...
Wow, taking the block with the Edgar. Is Kitty getting a bit greedy here?
Well, he hasn't seen any of the Edgars yet. So he actually doesn't mind Edgar being dead. He doesn't mind Edgar being dead because if he top decks one now, James has gone full heart of the cards mode now. It's already been good to him once. He's going for it again.
As much as Azana is, a bit of a chump blocker, is it too late in the day to be playing this to try and get your backups?
Yeah, exactly. Wind being at 5 backups is rough, and I think this has been the key thing for Tush in both games. Is this a little too late now? Or we'll see.
So
Tush is still ahead on damage, I guess. He's still ahead on damage.
he is, and
And Kitty will be reluctant to get him to 3 beyond.
the problem is if you don't poke and threaten lethal, I think Tush is just going to keep ramping and keep getting the backups, and that'll put him in a stronger position. So I think Kitty needs to keep the pressure up here, and has probably got to poke a couple times.
That's nice that he's been able to get the Dryad, and he's getting the Dryad. Probably going to kill the lock.
Oh,
Okay,
going
kill
after
the
the
Go-Go.
Go-Go. Yeah.
Actually, yeah, Go-Go's a good shout because it stops him doing shenanigans, constantly playing Umaru back and doing big attacks, and you can get this draw, which I think is going to be crucial.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bloodhood. I agree. I think 13 backups quite low to the ground for Tush and want to win there. And I think it's coming back to bite him a bit now here in Top Cut. So we're still on game 2. We're about to hit half hour left for the round.
Could be getting real close if it goes
So
to
we've
around
got our
3.
Fat Chocobo in hand, and we've got whatever we've drawn off the top. It's going to be passing to Kitty. I think it's a Chocobo. So actually, I think it's a Zura. I think he's just drawn the 1 CP Azura, so he's just having a look. I don't think he's got any. I think he's kept one Yuffie in there, so he has got a target. Right, Kitty. Have you not drawn the Edgar? He's got 3. He's got 3 backup stacked. Okay, so he's paying 4. So
Possibly a Celeste?
yeah, I think if you play Celeste,
You've got to force the discard. right?
yeah, and that's. I think maybe General Leo here. You know he's got Dryad. Boom.
Yes, okay,
As if on
yes.
command.
Boom. And
Actually, you know he hasn't got Dryad because he's just got Uru, but he's got Azura. It's really, and this is what we're saying. We kind of alluded to this a bit before in the preamble to this game, was how important General Leo would be, but in the mid game, not to get bogged down playing it too early.
Yeah.
We're saying you got to play it at the right time, and I think that was exactly the right time for James to be playing that card.
Now we know James has also got Amaro in the break zone and an Amaro in hand. Does he just put it out there for that additional bit of damage just in case? Or is it worth keeping hand strength?
I think you can afford to maybe.
Because the blockers at the moment aren't too bad. He's not going to be casting.
Yeah, and James has been really wary here because he doesn't want to be hitting. He doesn't want to be hitting any EX burst, but more importantly, an EX burst mainer to get Tush back in the game. But more importantly, he does not want to be hitting damage 3 for Thomas Trigger, and I feel like that is about to be snorted away with the big old Typhon. That generally,
Oh. Yeah, it's gonna have to be, right.
well, Tush has got two options here because he can tell James is being cautious. So does he go, okay, do I just go to 5 and see what happens? And no, I got 2 blockers. But then that's so risky against Cat 6 because he can just slap down an Edgar, Sabin, remove your forwards, and then give something haste with Interceptor, and then you're dead, and you've taken too long to set up.
Yeah. See, so he's just playing another slow.
Yeah,
sort
he
of
needs a backup,
Yeah.
which is fine. I think Bachko now doesn't come down. You play the Typhon.
It's got to be. He's got to clear the general.
Generally, yeah. Because he needs to be able to switch on.
Oh, he's tagged in the lock.
Okay.
That's interesting. Honestly, if this turns out now that he can play that 3 CP lock,
Yeah.
it could be the death now.
So do you party knowing he has to block, but then you probably throw Mog under the bus?
You do,
Because
yeah.
then that natural of Edgar was busted if he does it.
I think Kitty should have still put on a bit of pressure for maybe one attack. Like, he doesn't need to go full out, but I think he needs to apply a bit of pressure.
This has become a waiting game. James is waiting to draw Edgar. Tush is waiting to draw his last 5 CP Yuffie. Yeah, we don't think he has the Edgar already because if he did, he would have played it last turn, and we know one of the cards is the Umaru, the force one that he drew.
So, did he get
Okay.
it this time?
Come on, show me the money. Shout out the RBA guys, loving the returners showing up here. 3 CP is left tap.
Come on, discard 2 CP.
I smell royalty.
Come on. No, the lock perhaps.
Maybe lock would be nice. Yeah,
there it is. Okay. 3 CP lock. Discard.
Yeah, I mean, dead card in my hand right now. Doesn't mind discarding that.
With the Typhon being live though and having to block. Yeah, this is where he gets the Umaru.
Naughty kitty. We know he's got a foil Umaru in his hand, and he's been naughty because he's thrown away the non-foil to play non-foil. We don't like that. We do not approve of that play. Chat, don't do what Kitty does.
Yeah, you've got to play the more powerful versions of cards, and clearly the shiny ones are always
Yeah.
more powerful.
Are we having stern words with that man?
Get a judge in here.
Get the judge.
Sort of this out.
All right. So I'm gonna get on my skates. Call the judge. Not playing foil cards. Not allowed in here.
So, yeah, Tush is thinking he's
Yeah.
got.
Thing is, he has to block.
Yeah, and he has
So
to do this in
and he has to do
response.
that. Yeah.
Because Kitty needs to keep.
Tush
Generally,
plays
though.
Tush plays 2 Typhon as well, and here we go. And then about to see the next one slap down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and
And
now
there goes
Generalio goes.
Generalio.
I feel like the General Leo was going to go no matter what, right? Because you either block the Typhon with the General Leo, and then they both die anyway. At least doing this, he has baited the last Typhon out, and we know he hasn't outside of Chocobo summons, which he's already seen 2 go.
So we know. I believe it's no Stalin in hand for Tush right now. So dead cards, just get an additional blocker. You can be a bit tricky even at 3 CP, but not 3 CP, 3k power. And we know he's probably verging on the next lock for the S effect.
Yeah, Tush has got himself back into this game nicely. I think James has been hurt by not seeing that Edgar. He's only seen the 1 copy of it. Let's see if he can get it now.
Again, I'm sure he would have played it right away if he did. It feels...
Yeah. Shout out Bloodfist in the chat. He's been with us from the start. Man of culture, swapping out his event tyros.
More money than sense.
Yeah, hey, I'm all there for this. Yeah, lots of love in the chat, guys. Thanks for tuning. We've got 70 of you here. It's great to have you with us. Apologies again, we didn't have any commentators yesterday. People wanted to play, understandably. But thanks for tuning in today.
Ooh.
Okay, yeah, you got to get that last card.
Yep.
I think we've seen all locks as well. He only runs one of the 3 CP lock, and I think we've seen the other ones. So it's a dead card that he's lost.
Yeah, because we know with it being top under the top 4 from the first Typhon, he's going to be drawing that soon, so that S effect could be pretty big.
Yeah,
But Tush is actually applying a lot of pressure here.
he is. And actually, you put yourself in a good position by getting the one super Yuffie on board. Because if you can use Dole Freeze effects to keep that Yuffie off frozen, so he can't play a new one, it forces Tush to have to use any sort of Chocobo bounce on the Yuffie to play a new Yuffie rather than having to do it proactively on the Typhon.
Yeah. I think Tush at this point is just, he'll try and poke with a Typhon. Kitty will just let it go. He's probably quite happy to go to 6 in order to punish with the Dull Freezes in the next. But he needs to also make sure he gets the board presence. Because if we see the last Bismarck,
big some big moments I think to come in this. We've got 25 minutes left and we're still only on game 2. I think we've got a Zidane Astral. It would be downright rude for Tush to play that Zidane now. Okay, so there was one more lock. There it is. Okay, we've loaded a Sabin into the armory. Swing with the Typhon. We've got to start thinking about. Are you happy getting to 6? Dryads are gone. Kitty is now wondering if he's dead. If he has to block, but he can take the damage. Okay, generally,
we knew that was coming.
This is okay. This is okay because you're. Now, don't you dare rip an Edgar. Don't you dare rip an Edgar.
Oh, it's a Sabin.
Okay, it's fine. It's the 3 CP Sabin that doesn't really do much.
Yeah, it deals yourself damage, right?
Yeah, the deal yourself damage one. I wonder if Tush plays it to get himself damage 3 turns of Tomos on.
That would be funny.
That would be. I wonder if he does that. He needs to read that card.
He's doing it. Yeah,
he's doing it. And next turn he can get himself to damage 3.
Yeah.
Using that Sabin. Okay. So have we got Edgar yet? We're still waiting on this Edgar to pop.
Generally feels like that might not be the case again.
Yeah, well, that is tasty.
Ooh,
Okay,
3.
tap in
Come
3.
on.
Every time he taps through, my heart rate goes up a little bit. A little bit excited.
Just move forward in our
Little
seats
bit
ever so
excited.
slightly.
One going straight to
3,
field.
so
Go.
Okay.
So okay.
So you just.
I think this is 3 again for Vargas. And then he's got 2 left in hand. So what you can do, Vargas, I think if he's got 2 left in hand, you can discard 2 for Umaru. Let's get this Vargas up. Because what you can do with this Vargas is you can buff it to 10k when a forward leaves the field. You can force a forward to leave the field by basically sacking an Umaru. So what Kitty has opened himself up to is he's got an 8k, 7k ping that will turn one of his forwards into a 10k forward. And if Tush can't do anything about that, he can do it. Kitty can do it again on his turn, and Vargas can force things to block it and start getting rid of some of these threats. Okay, so yeah, he's now realised that he can do the Sabin to get to damage 3, which I think is what he's doing now. I think James is thinking, do I stack Umaru? So
he's got to kill this because it's unblockable, basically.
Yeah.
And then Gogo's going to deal 7.
Yeah,
Kill the Zidane.
Kill the Zidane. Yeah, you're sorry, chat. I think we did miss that. There should have been an untap on the Atomos on the Sabin, which was second cast. Nothing in hand, so not relevant in the grand scheme of things. But that was a missed play on all fronts.
And we now know obviously Vargas being bigger thanks to the Amaro effect. So
Vargas is now 10k. We've got 3 7ks on the board. We haven't used the Sabin ability yet, and Kitty needs to block because he's a damage 6, right? So everything needs to be blocked.
Brocky bet Simon Drake 2-1-17-50.
Lovely, thanks. So we just got the result in from the other semi-final. And man, Simon, who was on stream earlier, just went down to Stephen Brocky. So he had the same matchup, played against Soiree again, but unfortunately couldn't get a W on this occasion. So Stephen Brocky, congrats to him. He's through to the final with Soiree, won that matchup 2-1, 17-14, I think he said was the damage. So
Yeah, and now we just need to see who's going to be facing him in that
So
round.
who's going to be joining them? Will it be Cat 6 or will it be Mono Wind? We're getting dangerously close to getting time. We've got 20 minutes left, but we're still on game 2. So if this goes to time, we're going to get a bit of a rush game, and you feel like that's got to favour the Cat 6 deck.
And there's the Sabin effect that we were talking about earlier. Taking touch
which
to
I
damage
think, which I think he's done in response to the block, and he's now going to be making. He's got a triple party coming in. I feel like your 3 CP lock isn't really doing too much right now. So I feel like that's the one you throw under the bus, because what it gives you is it gives you the chance to have, you want Celeste, Gogo, Vargas on board for when you can play Amaru again onto the field. You'll get the Vargas buff, you get other things.
Yeah, Kitty's on you. I think he's got to take out the Atmos, definitely.
Yeah. And what this opens Kitty up to is that he can now party attack with the Gogo Celeste to freeze those other two things.
Yeah.
So just confirming that result, we've got the slip in now. So it was 17-15 on the damage. So looks like Stephen took the game 1, then Simon game 2, and then Stephen got the decider. So it's 7-3, 7-3, 7-5. So yeah, congrats to Stephen. I believe he's one of the YYT guys. So great to see the YYT guys.
So just another Sedan played with the Ash, and it looks like another Sabin has been stripped.
Oh, and he's picked the one that we needed.
Yeah, that's pretty devastating. Our only hope now, I think, for Kitty is if he finally pulls this Edgar.
Yeah, especially as we know that he's got a Sabin in hand. He's got the one from Opus 19 in hand. This is Edgar. It's got to be.
Yes.
Now we got to see. We'll probably see Mog and Sabin get pulled here. You can get the dull freeze. Yeah. Or do you go double Sabin? Maybe you go double Sabin because you can party attack, knowing that you'll get the ability to reactivate them. So you can party attack and get a couple of freezes in. So you get and knowing that you don't mind.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right here.
Okay, he's gonna try and do an 8k ping here. I feel like you kill the Zidane because Zidane's being annoying. Vargas can now go 10k and can make Sabin die in the block. So what he's done there is he's done his free cast to kill the Zidane, and because that's now left the field, the Vargas has become 10k, and he's made the Sabin. And the Go-Go. Sorry, no, the Go-Go trigger. That's what I'm saying. So the Go-Go trigger as well. So he killed Zidane and Sabin with the 2 pings from the Go-Go and the Edgar, and now he's getting the free kill on the block. With the Vargas, who's a 10k, choose something it has to block now. You've got Sabins in hand. You party attack here. You can freeze the Typhon and none of the backups are doing anything. You can freeze the Typhon and one of the backups. No, you get that reactivation. I think chat is right. There is a world that maybe you just get back another Sabin.
Oh, just freezing the
and actually,
backups.
Just no cards in hand, so it's okay. But I think you get back another Sabin. I think you get another Sabin.
Yeah, I think so too. Because although keeping that Typhon down might be also a nice little
right.
Stops at that little bit of
getting close here. Tush, let's see what you've got. The Typhon is active. He's got a Mana which is dead, and he's got a Lulu which he can play the Lulu, but it's going to cost him the Mana, so he's going to be left with 1 CP. So he has to grab a 1 CP summon. He's probably a Zero, but even then, what would you do with it, right?
Yeah,
that is a spicy meatball.
Not even close to Italian.
No, it's for the mask, isn't it? I'll just get back in my crease.
That's why we only use him as a runner, folks.
Josh, you're pointing to Sabin. Oh, can I read the Sabin? You don't need to read the Sabin, mate. You got one on your board. It's right next to you then.
Yeah.
Which is probably what he's thinking about playing. A spicy monk.
Yeah, bring on the monks, baby.
Bring on the monks. you're feeling pretty good if you're James here. You're feeling pretty good because you've got the chakra in hand. Regardless of what happens next turn, you can kill 4 things easy peasy because you got 2 pings with Edgar. You can play Umaru, get a kill with that, and then you can do the Vargas and force a block. You can wipe his board here, no matter what he plays.
Yeah, and obviously I don't think the Ash is going to be able to get us a trigger this turn for the additional draw. So I think the only thing Tush is hoping on is maybe get the Asura, at least set something to 5k.
So you have to get the Azura to activate your backups and just play Sabin. You got to get as many forwards on board. He's got I don't know if I'm missing something, but he's got no other line of play here, right?
So I think the issue you're going to have though is that you're immediately going to lose that Sabin you play, to obviously the S effect. Vargas is going to take something else out. It's just going to clear the board, and it's gonna. I think the sort of tides have turned.
Yeah. I think we're probably going to see an end of game coming up. Yeah, you attack with the Typhon. You force the you force the 2k buff. You need to be worried that obviously you're going to get the shrink on Lulu. So you block with the least important thing, which is the Celeste, because that's the only thing the Dull Freeze is now irrelevant because the next turn you need all the removal you can get, and your removal is your other 4 forwards.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think we're probably going to get Azura and a shrink. So Azura to activate backups and a shrink on the Lulu on the Celeste. They will. So the Celeste will go down to 5k, so it will be a 7k because it still gets a 2k from Chakra, which is too small. The Typhon is 8k.
But that's one blocker out of the way is what is it that's.
Yeah, so he's blocked with the.
Yeah, but there we go. Yeah,
and now he's back.
Backups.
Yeah, he's back with backups. And then he's tapping 4, play the Sabin and pass.
So that is 3. So he is going to get the draw off of the Ash at end of turn.
Yeah. What was his? Because he played the Lulu. Was it?
Lulu, Asura, and now the Sabin.
Is it compulsory? Is the Ash compulsory?
Not sure. Chat, obviously, let us know if you can get to us. But
I think it's going to be irrelevant, but.
Just trying to find out as quickly as we can. Maybe worth just giving them a shout anyway, just in case. Possibly a yes. Thank you, guys. So it looks like we've already seen one S effect go through here. Oh, and playing a Terror to remove the Typhon off the board.
Yeah. So he did miss it, but Joshua looked at me and went, "It's irrelevant." I think he knows the writing's on the wall. Yeah. It's his game.
Get a Go-Go special ability, I believe, allows to copy special abilities.
So Go-Go's auto ability copies action abilities. Go-Go has a special ability of its own, which does copy other special abilities. It costs S and tap.
And that's it. And Kitty goes.
Boys, that is it. Oh. My boy Kitty getting into the final with Cat 6. What a set of games.
A lot,
getting put to 6, but coming back through.
A lot closer in that second one. But managed to hold off with a lot of removal. Yeah,
and you know what? We've got a YYT Kumri Cactuar's final.
Oh,
that is a tasty prospect.
Not that I'm biased or anything, but come on, Kumri.
Yeah. Also, can we shout out Tush? Everyone that's been calling him out in the comments, every one of your thing gets flagged as a potentially a rude thing to say because Twitch thinks Tush is a bad word.
Yeah.
Tush is not a bad word. Tush is just a great guy.
Now I'm going to get off my Tush and go get Kitty.
Yeah, we're going to go quick to break. Let's see if we can get Kitty and see if we can do an interview for you guys.
If you could get us a meme-worthy image as well, that'd be great.
Okay. So, guys, we are back. We have James Kinney with us, fresh off his semi-final win, into the final. Mate, how's it feel?
Oh god, I'm too hungover, but I am absolutely buzzing. It's good to have an amazing turnout, and because our locals are so great, it's good to rep for the boys.
Hey, at least you can speak English today as well.
That's true.
Yeah. I need to ask, because there's rumours coming from the stands. Top 16, in between game 1 and 2, did you or did you not go to the toilet to throw up? You don't have to answer that on screen.
I can neither confirm nor deny. Is my lawyer present?
Alrighty.
It sounds like he's
And
taking
we
the
will move on from that. Tell us about the semi-final then.
Tush is a really, really great player, and he knows wind inside and out. The first game, he just didn't draw the backups, and I was able to generate so much advantage off of lock. And then the big mistake I think he made was put me on damage 3 because then Mog kept slamming down and slamming down and slamming down.
And we were saying this. We said, actually, slap down Yuffie early. We don't mind. You want to keep hitting me damage 3?
Yeah.
You want to keep getting me damage 3? That's absolutely fine. I think you're right there. We again said this in chat. The backups really hurt Tush. Game 1 never got beyond 2 backups. Game 2 never got beyond 3 backups. And to out resource wind in the way you did, the discards and the dull freeze.
That second game scared me. I thought he was genuinely coming back, and then all of a sudden he drops such a go wide board, and it was very difficult for me because I couldn't put him on damage 3 because of the Atomos. So I
said that.
I had to just chill and just continue playing the resource game, continue doing what I did,
and he has the cheek to steal your Sabin to put himself a damage 3.
that was funny. That was funny. The God draw Edgar, which came in absolutely clutch.
We were calling for that for about 4 turns.
I was calling for that before turn.
And actually, that's what game 2 felt like a bit. It felt a bit stagnant because you'd both kind of set up. He had one more copy of 5 CP Yuffie, I believe. Yeah. He was waiting to draw that. You had 2 copies of Edgar, I think, at that stage. You were waiting, and it became a game of who's going to draw it first. You were both waiting on those cards. And yeah, eventually, obviously, the Edgar did finally come. The one I wanted to ask you about. There was one point where you had the I think you had the Celeste, and you had one card in hand. You knew it was the Dryad, and you played the Celeste, and you chose to get the lock. What was your thought process behind doing that, rather than just trying to get that last card out of his hand?
It was because I was thinking turns ahead to make sure that I had the CP for the Umaro discards that may potentially come up. I knew a Go-Go was coming up as well. I think in that play, it was very much. Again, I'm still chilling at this age. I'm just setting myself up for the next few turns. Yes, I could rinse one card, but in wind, that's probably not going to do much.
Sure.
But me getting that extra card is allowing me to keep ahead, and if I can stay ahead, and I'm just golden.
Yeah.
The one thing I think that popped up for us quite a lot as well is that Amaro you see quite frequently. That seems to do a lot of work for you.
That did a lot there because I was trying to get set up for the golden board of whether it's Edgar, Sabin, Go-Go, or Umaro, Go-Go.
Sure.
But it does help that he didn't. The only Rosa he saw, which is the painful to deal with, I managed to get a good trade in.
Yeah, and
He rammed it in.
There was one point where he played it and he had no cards now, so he couldn't even play for the protection. He had the opportunity to kill it then, but yeah. Even when he played the Rosa, I said, I think it's dead right now. I don't think it needs it. It's not a proactive. He's too far behind. Like, Rosa doesn't do enough for him. He's not 5 backups. He's not going to get a combo turn. Yeah. It
was definitely a help, and that last game felt very much like a chess game because you probably saw the Vargas math getting involved. Vargas single-handedly won games this time. That card is insane because of the Umaro interaction. You're able to kill 2 forwards with the Go-Go and then get it was a 9k buff, so he ends up being a 16k blocker, which is why you saw him triple party just to.
And I think as well, like, that's the thing. You've now, and they have to block it, and so you get a kill on the Vargas. You've got to kill off the Go-Go. You've got to kill off the Umaru, and obviously we piped in for the not drawing the Ash. Irrelevant. You had you passed in it. You've got 4 or 5 bits of removal on board.
That's just the hangover kicking in. Don't drink and play card games. It's a bad idea.
Right.
That's another meme right
Before we let you shoot off, final round, Soiree. How are you feeling for it? The finals?
Very 50-50.
Sure.
Because he could open amazing and can be nothing I can do about it. If I can get ahead, I think I can stay ahead. But it's whether he has he has the Merald and the Albus to answer the lock straight away, for example. But if he doesn't, and we see a turn 1 Elvis, then I'm like, golden.
Yeah, cool.
So it's down to a bit of luck, but we made it. That's
Well,
what
you
matters.
smashed it. We're stoked to see you there. We're stoked to watch you. Best of luck in the
Yeah,
final
best of
round.
luck.
Take it home
Cheers,
for Cardiff,
guys.
Yeah,
guys.
hopefully see
Bring
you.
it up for the boys.
And we'll chat to you in a bit.
Nice one, guys.
Alrighty, let's get the table cam back up. So we are here for the final. I'll let you change the names in the final on the top. So we have got James Kiddie on the left, representing the Cymru Cactuars from Wales, in Cardiff, running the Cat 6, just saw it on stream, and his opponent, Stephen Brocky, all the way up from Glasgow, the YYT lot, running Soiree by the looks of it. I'll just give it Stephen, yeah. And then round number final. We're in the final. Cardiff versus Glasgow. Who did it better? Winner gets to keep the Winter Cup. No, I'm joking.
No, it should definitely be us.
It's going to be us. Highly biased. Highly biased. Cool. I'm excited. You excited?
Mate, this winner's taking it all. Like,
Everything.
all the swag, all the booty.
We're talking signature clouds. We're talking special foiling clouds. We're talking
Mats.
day 2, straight to day 2 in Euros. I'm buzzed. Can you tell?
I am speechless.
I can tell. I can tell. Alrighty, so have a look at each other's deck lists. I don't think there's much really special going on either list. I think the only noticeable difference on the Soiree list run by Steven is he is running 2 Kirin, and he's running the new Sophie Hero, the one that you can warp in for 1 CP. Let's get those cards up for you. So Kirin, that was an Opus 16 legend, so going hard on those cost 4. So let's get the Sophie up first. So this was the hero from this set, so you can warp it. I think basically fitting with the Kirin, wanting to go wide. When it enters, based on number 4s, other than Sophie you control, you get to stack abilities. Choose a monster, break it, irrelevant. No monsters in Kiddie's front. Activate all backups and give Sophie 2k haste. So only really 2 effects online, not the full because the no monsters on Kiddie's side of things. So and then the Kirin, go on, talk us through.
Honestly, a personal favourite for me in Earth.
Yeah.
Big, brave, 9k blocker. But flip 5, get a 4-drop, play it onto the field.
Yeah, not being too greedy. I know some people in the past have run Kirin with Renoa, just trying to go hard on just flipping.
Guilty.
Yeah. You know what? I'm there for that. I'm there for the high rolls. But not today. So players are drawing. Looks like Kiddie is on the play, or is he just drawing up to? Yeah, so Kiddie's on the play. Let's get things underway. So we're front and center on the mats.
Round 1, fight.
Okay, so we're probably getting a Setzer, get back Umaru.
Really? Okay.
I imagine that's because of the CP he's got in hand. Double Kusith, and Steven feels bad this early, but he's got the Shinjin and he's got the Lexa, so relatively clean opening. I mean, it opens him up to being able to do an Amber into Elbis and kill whatever James. So if James tries to be too greedy and getting on a lock early, speaking of getting too greedy, straight in with the Edgar. Okay, I want.
Gotta be said, the shock of the Soiree list. No Mist Dragon this time.
No, 2 Mist Dragon right at the bottom.
Sorry,
So he is
missed
running
one.
2 Mist Dragon. I wonder, yeah, and there it is.
Yeah.
There it is, straight off the bat.
I'm wondering if that's why Kiddie took back the Umaru, just to protect her that little bit.
Yeah, and you know what? As trades go, you don't mind too much with that. There wasn't really much too exciting. You're trying to get Umaru, which doesn't really want to be hard casting, and Sabins, but not the Sabin that he's after. Ooh, drawn parts, and this is the advantage. Yes, it's like, did he need to Mist Dragon that? Let us know, chat. Did he need to Mist Dragon that? Because it's now setting back because he's now ruined whatever plan he had for his turn.
Yeah.
And now he's had to just draw and pass, and he's just going to start advancing that board state. Now, and this is the thing, you can now comfortably attack with that Edgar, and now's the time. I want to see Elbis. The one time you're like, show me Elbis, show me EX Elbis.
And it will feel so good to just rain it off. Let's go.
Is it there? Come on.
It is!
Oh
Oh my god!
Call it, baby.
That is unfortunate.
See, and that's the thing. You love to see moments like that, only in the finals.
I know we should probably be less on James Kiddie's side, but exactly.
Yeah.
Check call indeed.
Yeah. Highly unbiased of me, of course. Okay, so a bit of retribution for Stephen there. He's
Kirin into
played
the Warrior
the
Light.
Kirin into
Yep.
the Warrior of Light, hitting the Warrior of Light.
Oh,
Vargas actually is at 2, so that's fine.
And at this point, like, I think it would be too early for the Vargas anyway.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, so what have we got? I feel like we probably just get lockdown now.
and hope that you can follow up with some great value.
Ideally, we want a lock and then one of the 2 CP backups,
Preferably fire, maybe.
Yeah, interceptor would be an ideal one to
Yeah.
have now. So let's see what Kitty's going to open with here. Problem is, you're facing down a couple of beat sticks.
I'm not gonna lie. I think I would love to see Celis here as well. Force the discard, and then potentially party attacking to freeze his backups. It looks like Stephen might be struggling there.
I think what Kitty's looking for now is we don't mind the double brave attack next turn. Get me to damage 3, gobble that up.
Yeah.
Mog is online. I can now keep that Warrior of Light down. Okay, Umaru is a nice one here because now you've got the option to potentially trade up that Kirin. The Kirin's a bit of a problem. You can't get it dull and frozen.
The thing is if you're Kitty, do you care if you're gonna you don't want to miss going to damage 3? I think you want that Mog to be live in this match.
Exactly. So, I don't know if you necessarily needed to. I don't think you necessarily needed to do like the Umaru. I don't know if he just hasn't got that great draws. He's hoping to get something good off the lock.
Again, looks like Stephen not hitting his backups here. Okay. An off
That's
brand
fine. We don't mind taking this. Ouch.
That
okay,
hurts, though.
That does hurt. We would have liked to have seen that, especially with Edgar already on board.
But if we can see that Mog now.
Okay, let's see what happens. Can he play something? Stephen's crying for an amber here, right? 3 CP, 5 CP. Okay,
Thornton. Okay, so he's got to get the amber here, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'll go straight for Elvis.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
He's got the Shinji, so he can play. And the amber you don't need, because if you go amber, you then have to play Elvis as your 5th backup, and it locks you out of Shantoto. Which
still play
which is running. Well, no, you can't, because if you play the amber and then the Elvis, you're at 5 backups. That's what I mean. So that's why you just go straight for the Elvis. Get rid of that value engine on the lock. Okay, Kitty's a bit of a rough spot here.
I think he could be screaming for a go-go here, just to use the Amaro to great effect.
I think go-go. Okay, Vargas. Vargas is nice because you can Umaru effect.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate you couldn't get a couple of those backups out earlier with the lock still on board, but
you can Umaru effect to make the Vargas big. You can't really trade with the Warrior of Light, but you can make it kill the Kirin. Do we see a Merald coming down? This would be pretty devastating if we do. Okay, so there it is.
So he's probably tagged in the.
Yeah, nice clean play there from Stephen. I believe, was he no cards in hand? Draws that Merald.
I mean, do you just take the block here?
Yeah, rough opening from Kitty. Stephen, very strong position. He is just going to take the block. The problem is, Meryl's not off the field. He can just play a new Merald. There goes an Edgar. Cyan, fine, dead card. This could well be curtains for James already.
He needs an answer to that Warrior Light.
Strong. Yeah, no, he's scooping already.
Wow.
Okay. Just like that, game 1 goes to YYT. Stephen, lovely. And just to show off, showing that he had sick draws to come. Just to add salt in the wounds. Okay. So despite the hype of the no value Elvis on EX, Stephen still comes through with the win.
Yeah.
So game 1, and we're straight to game 2 with not much time down on the clock. We have got a round timer for the finals.
I mean, in our post-game interview, Kitty said this could be kind of 50-50 for
Yeah,
him, so.
exactly. If they draw the nuts, which he did, he's gone Kirin Warrior of Light. It's a lot of value to try and come up against. Yeah. Let's see what we can do backups wise for the start, because that is the line. You can't invest too much on forwards, because you'll just get removed as they establish their backup line with the Elvis.
Yeah. I mean, we still got obviously not seeing the Shantoto yet, and that's
not seeing the Shantoto. He's running a second. So Shantoto is running as a one-of. He's running one-of Susano, which not many Soiree lists are running. I do see the value of it, because how often have we seen it? We've seen it in the top 4. How often have we seen Soiree decks get their backup lines filled and then start drawing backups and they kind of want to be playing down? Sasano that's able to board wipe, get rid of an Elvis to replay a new one.
Yeah. I mean, it's risky because obviously you could be effectively taking away your Warrior of Light plays, but
Yeah.
if you can always play another one off it, oh, it looks like he's got that Shantata in hand actually. So
Okay, clean open to get double backups from Kitty, fixing both colours. That Sabin is dangling a bit in the wind. It's screaming to be Mist Dragon. You've got to assume he's got no other fire card in his hand, because you don't want to be leaving that at the beck and mercy of a Mist Dragon. So to respond to chat, it's best of 3, not best of 5. So Stephen is one step away already from getting that coveted day 2. And that's, I think neither of these players have won a major tournament before, so great to see someone new on the pedestal.
still a lot of game left, hopefully, and
we won't count Kitty out just yet. There's still a lot of game left. You're right.
especially when your first turn as a Soiree player is having to play the Thordan to so you've overpaid already in order to get to the Amber.
Yeah.
Your second turn's another 4 CP.
And you're feeling strong now if you're Kitty.
Yeah.
You're in a really good place game 2 now. You've got your 3 backups, you've got your lock, and he's opened only Thordan. He's got the Amber, but if he does do an Amber turn, he has to play 2 Soirees before he can play the Elvis as the third to kill that lock.
Yeah, so he's probably hoping he's drawn out either Shinju or Elvis here.
Yeah. And the worrying thing, I think, for Steven is, if I'm right, looking at his hand, he's got the Amber, but I think his only RCP is that Shantoto. So if he wants to play the Amber, I think he's going to have to discard it. So he's going to play the Lexa, which is it's not a bad play, because what it allows him to do is he's got that first Soiree. So when Amber goes and searches Elvis, the risk of that again is if he goes Amber Elvis, he's at 4 backups, but none of them are Shinju, right? So he hasn't got access to that multicolor.
Yeah, could lock himself out of that, and that's shame we don't get to see the mod going off quite yet. But Sellers,
that's okay. He needs to be careful he doesn't walk into a Shantoto, although it would cost Steven a lot of cards in hand to do this, to do it.
And including the Amber, which again sets him back for that colour fixing.
Yeah, I think it's the right thing to pass here. Let's see. Has Steven drawn the Earth now? Can he go Amber into Elvis? I think Amber into Elvis is fine. I don't think it matters getting locked out of Shinju, because I don't think it matters too much, because if you've then got the Shanto to follow up, that is your multicolour fixer.
Yeah, it just means though you have to be more careful about your plays for your Soirees. But it looks like we're just going to get the Amber.
So there's the Amber. So I assume we see Elvis here.
No, he's
Shinju. Okay, so he's committing to the Shinju.
I think this is fine. Like, no damage on the board yet.
Yeah. We know he's got access to fire CP in hand, but I think his only fire CP is Zidane. Because he hasn't got the Shinju, he can't play the Elvis without discarding.
And there goes that Shantoto.
So now he's committed to being like, fine, I'm not going to play Shantoto.
Yeah.
He knows he's got a board wipe in Sasano. He's committing into getting this down. So yes, he's had to get rid of the Zidane, but he's got the Shinju, he's got the Elvis. He can now play Warrior of Light, he can play Zidane.
Feels like Kitty hoping to see the egg here. Mist Dragon's on this, yeah.
That's nice. Okay, let's see. He's got a 5 CP. I'm assuming we're going to see Edgar. You can safely Edgar here because he's got 1 card in hand. If it's a Mist Dragon, he can't cast it. You're definitely feeling good having just seen a Mist Dragon go down. I wonder if he's got another lock. Does he play lock into Edgar and try and just get? Because he's running 1 Shantoto and he's just discarded it. He's locked out.
Yeah, I think you're right here.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Here we go.
So you probably get the go-go back,
so,
right?
Yeah, so because the Edgar you have to target on the stack when it goes off. So annoyingly you can't flip the top card and see what it is and change what you draw based on what you flip.
But he can get a Sabin out here. But
I don't think you do, because to get the Sabin out you have to discard the Sabin you just drawn.
Yeah.
You want to be holding that ammunition. Right, Stephen, what have you got? You've kept 1 in hand, which I assume is some gas. Maybe something like a Warrior of Light would be really nice for Stephen right about now.
Yeah, it would feel pretty bad on Kitty's behalf having to use his only Sabins on taking out a Warrior Light.
Yeah, but I think that's okay. Because Warrior of Light is a big problem. It's the first strike. The first strike is one of the most dangerous bits of text on that card. Okay, so Stephen taking his time here. You know, he doesn't want to get too ahead of himself having won that first game. James has done well to set up. He's got a good board state. He knows he's safe from Shantoto as it stands. He knows he's safe from any further Elvises entering the field.
It's going to be devastating when he hits that EX.
I think a Zidane or a Merald or Warrior of Light. Yeah, Zidane is what Stephen needs right now. Any of those would be good.
Yeah,
you rip the Sabin. That Sabin is going.
You just keep taking the Sabins away.
Yeah, and I guess that's the only plus of playing the Sabin is if you think he's got Zidane, you have to. Okay, have we got a Merald? I think we do.
Going after the lock again.
Yeah. So having just built himself back up into the game, really crippling turn there. Oh wow, we've killed the lock and we're about to lose the other lock. Remove from game. Yeah, remove from game. Draw a card. Okay. And then the Sabin gains damage. Wow. So yeah. So and that's the problem is with the Sabin, it feels bad having to discard the Sabin to play Sabin onto the field and you lose that ammunition. But you know you're running 9 Sabin and you know your opponent's running Zidane. I feel like actually, hindsight, at the time I thought it was the right call, but actually maybe you should have just played the Sabin and just hope, because you would have still got S effects off through Edgar.
Yeah, it does feel like unless Kitty can get a board state to counteract, these hasty guys at the moment, especially before they're dealing him too much damage, like losing those Sabins this early on could be devastating.
So he's checking for locks to see which ones have gone.
So we know he's still got 1 5 CP and 1 3 CP, right?
Yeah. I think what Kitty's starting to think now is that his opponent's got no cards in hand, but now he's lost Sabin as his S effect payload to Edgar, right? Mm-hmm. Until he draws a new one, having that lock as an S effect payload is like, oh, you've got a Zidane that can't be blocked? Fine. I've got a lock that can't be blocked.
Yeah.
You're going to make me lose a card from hand? I'm going to make you lose a card from hand.
Yeah, I think Kitty's way back from this is he needs to try and start getting maybe Gogo and Umaro to start looping that.
Yeah. So Chat's saying 2 locks down, 1 to go. Yeah. So he runs 3 of the 5 CP, but as you just saw off the draw, he does play 1 of that 3 CP lock. Okay, looks like 4 coming down here. So I wonder if he has got.
Okay.
General Leo coming down. 1, and he's got rid of the lock. I wonder if he has got no ice CP. Yeah, I think James has mistapped his backups, maybe, or maybe it's intentional. Maybe he wanted to play the General Leo. The problem with this is there's a Lexer on board, so the Merald attacks. He has to block. You block with the 9K Mog, and he gets buffed. Your Mog dies, which I guess is okay, but then Merald dies, and they could just play a whole new Merald down on you. Mm-hmm. Which is probably what's going to happen now. And the problem is the Mog blocks. You Lexa buff.
There you go. Meryl's
but then you attack with Madame Adele. You have to block again, and then you either Celeste or Edgar either die or General Leo dies. And now Stephen not only can top deck any Merald, he can have top deck any Merald or Madame Adele to get that effect off again.
Yeah, and when he had no cards in hand, no summons really coming to the forefront. General Leo seems like a bad play here.
Yeah. I don't think you need to play General Leo. I think it would have been better to tap differently and to have played that lock. Have it of a bit of an S payload you can have off the. Yeah. And this is the thing, the Mog's now died, and that Mog is just going to get removed from game because you're going to get damage 3. Yeah, I think that General Leo has done more harm than good. Wow. Yikes. Big yikes.
Stephen feels like
Stephen is.
And there's the Merald. Wow. Yeah. He is fully in control here.
I don't think you. I guess you do kill the General Leo. I was like, do you not just kill the Edgar? Then I guess you can play a new one. The general Leo's been doing more good for Steve than it is for Kitty right now. So I was
Exactly.
like, part of me is like, leave it on the board.
Yeah.
Um,
Because at that point, you know, what summons are you that scared of that you know from this list? You know.
yeah. So
I mean,
Umaru comes down. We're not getting too much value out of this. I feel like you probably have to throw it under the bus to kill the Sedan. The Sedan is just taxing you hard.
yeah, I completely agree here.
5 CP. We're going to go Cecil into Wall
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, here we go.
Or yeah.
Oh no! Oh, it's
Tidus.
Gets
Boys
the
running
Elvis,
Tidus. Yeah. Bounce Elvis. Kitty, wow. He is. Yeah. Not in a good way in this final. Stephen really putting the pressure on here.
yeah.
Bouncing that Amari back to hand. Oh, you want to do the Amari effect? Pay 2. I've got Cecil on the board now. Whoa.
Oh, I guess he couldn't even.
And
pay
here
for
comes Elvis. There that goes.
it. Yeah, and
Yeah, Stephen just
taking him,
turning that dagger.
yeah, taking him to damage 6 here, unless we get no real AX bursts to speak of.
Get rid of that Edgar you've
Yeah.
drawn.
Yeah,
No, sir.
and I think
And this is all we wrote, ladies and
Yeah,
gentlemen.
there
There
we
it
go.
is.
Wow.
Wow. Stephen Brocky, you are our champion. Congratulations, man. What a clean final.
Yeah.
So easy from him there.
dominating
Drew everything
almost.
you need. Yeah. Bless him. You know what? I don't think there was much more Kitty could have done differently. Maybe the general leader didn't come at the right time, but outside of that, sometimes the stars align. And Stephen Brocky, congrats to you, man. What a final. GG's. Wow, to you guys. You guys
Yeah.
smashed it. Good effort.
Obviously, we'll get him in here for a bit of a post-game interview as well. Again,
Yeah, sounds
So-
good. So stay tuned. Obviously, I think I want a little moment to gather those thoughts. So give us a few minutes and we'll try and get him in here to do the interview before we finally sign off. Okay, guys, we are back. We've got our winner with us, Stephen. Shake my hand. Congratulations. What a performance. What a dominant final.
It's not bad, man. Not bad.
Yeah.
Fire Ice dodged all day, dodged all yesterday,
Sure.
and it was one matchup that in practice yesterday I was struggling.
Had you played it much then? Had you tested against it?
I personally haven't, but we had a few people, including Chris the YYT, who was contemplating whether to play or
Sure.
not. So we're testing the night before, like the Friday night, and I got smashed every game. I'm like,
Really?
oh Jesus, I don't want to play this. But he was playing like 3 of the 3-cost lock, I think.
Okay.
And every time I've seen that, it's just like Soiree do not want to lose cards in hand. That's why
Yeah,
Zidane is
yeah.
so powerful.
Yeah.
But like them being able to go Edgar on the lock, can't be blocked, attack, and then just
Yeah,
just-
it's interesting you say that because there was that moment in game 2 where Kitty searched the lock. They ended up discarding it for General Leo, and I think we called in chat probably the wrong call on that front because General Leo did more harm than good for him because you had to block. And I think the problem was I think he searched it, but then only had fire CP left. I didn't think he realised and left himself locked out of it. But
Well, the thing is, I had no cards in hand, so I was in top deck mode, but I was already ahead on board. So the lock didn't mean anything. It was just because he had none of the 5 costs left.
yeah,
So he was just trying to pressure, get a board up, and then he was trying to get some form of out. But funnily enough, the 2 cards that I drew was my 4-cost Cactar, my one-off Summon, which would have been an out, and the Merald. And I was like, yeah, that's fine. Like, I'll just go kill the Merald and replay it,
yeah.
or get rid of both of them and then play the Cactar and just
Yeah.
win from there.
And that's the thing, and like that's the problem I thought with the General Leo was it put him in such a difficult position, right? Because he has to block you. If you trade it with the Mog, you're just like, okay, cool, my Merald dies, just play a new one, and then on cue, as you slap it down.
As much as I despise the cards, the Fire Winds Zidane is easily the most oppressive card in the game. I
Yeah.
absolutely despise it. I even dislike playing with it. But it's game winning. Like when I played against Simon in top 4, he played Warrior Light, stand all the backups, play the Zidane, and did that to me like 3 times in one game.
Yeah.
Somehow I won, don't know how, but he kept getting rid of like Shanto, Elvis, and just
All
any
your
form of
answers.
like
All your
removal.
answers.
He's just like, no. And then I was drawing my EXs like Thordan and stuff, and I'm just like, nah, this is a great game.
Yeah. Sometimes it's not meant to be. Like
Ah,
that, but
it's yeah,
But
but
still came through it.
don't know how. Made
Yeah.
1 or 2 major mistakes in like top 4 and top 8, but just got by in no more.
Sure.
And not punished.
Well, thankfully not. Thankfully not. The
Well-
main difference in my deck is I have an unreal amount of like haste and quite a good amount of like removal.
Sure.
So like one of my favorite things is like the Gilgamesh. So it's like remove X amount of
Nice. I did
colours, kill
notice
something,
that,
then double
yeah.
attack. So you could go from you're on 3 damage, cool. Play Warrior Light, play that, kill something, play Merald, and then you've got 4 attacks from nothing, and you've killed 2
and
bodies.
You've killed everything. Wow, yeah, devastating. And it was nice to see some older cards. I think a lot of the Soiree players have kind of started to move away, but you'd obviously stuck with like the Tidus and the Elvis bounce. Had obviously come in.
The
and did
Tidus
good work
is
for you.
absolutely standard. A lot of people are playing 2, but it's one of those weird things. It's like if you get the 5 backups, you play the Tidus, you bounce the Elvis, you can even bounce the Tidus. And that's what I said to Simon there was. It just means you've got an infinite loop of cheap removal. So you always replay it and you're shooting for like 9-12k and you've got it and you can do it again next time if you want. Or you can like get rid of, bounce one of their cards, kill something, and then push. The other thing is like if you're kind of screwed for CP, you can bounce like say the Amber and then
Yeah.
replay the Amber and get stuff and then just win from
I
that.
think it's nice that you have that as a fixing because we kind of spoke out a bit in chat. Like at the start of that second game, obviously you played the Thord and you searched the Ember. But I think you couldn't play the Ember right because Shantoto was your only Earth CP, was that right? And you were kind of thinking about holding on to the Shantoto. And eventually you made the call that, you know what, I don't need this anymore. I've got other ways. It's better to get this
The
Elvis
thing
down.
is-
What was your thought process?
So
there?
I knew he was going to go wide, and if he was only going to play 1 card a turn and then start ramping up hand, I needed to outpace him. So the thing is, he's got easy board, like 3-4 bodies, can just start chipping, keep drawing, and not really waste any cards. Whereas like everything I'm doing is costing me hand size. So if I rocket to 5 backups and set up, so everything that I top deck, whether it's a Warrior Light, a Kieran, a Madame Edel, even a Vesphia, just means I just replenish or I get bodies for free, and that's all real matters. You need to get to at least the 4 colours as your backups.
Yeah.
I didn't even see the wall that game, but like I knew that if I had the 5, then anything I top deck realistically
Yeah.
outside of
You're on guard.
duplicates is absolutely fine.
Yeah, exactly. And then you chopped it with Zidane and it was like just exactly what
The
you needed.
Zidane just changed the total flow of the game because it meant like his locks were dead, his Mog was dead, and ultimately his Edgar for like his only chance of bring back was just game over.
Yeah.
And he can't do anything to block it. The only thing he could do is like shoot it with the Umaro, which when
Sure.
I bounced his Umaro, I expected him to shoot the the
Zidane or
Zidane,
something, yeah.
but it didn't. And I was like, well, that's game then.
I think you realised it was. To be fair, I think you probably realised at that point it was game. I think you
Yeah,
started
pretty
by
much,
it,
like-
but yeah,
2-minute bodies.
yeah, tough one. But that is it. You looking forward to the future now? So that's straight to day 2 at Euros. Got to feel good having that, that weight off your shoulders that you don't have to go to that first day. You don't have to. You got all the stress. You can go along. You can kind of get a feel for the day. Let other people battle it out, and then you can go straight into day 2 at Euros. Not thinking about that yet. Just gonna enjoy it for us.
Yeah, pretty much, man. Like, depending on how the format plays out, probably will still play some form of Soiree.
Yeah.
Like, it's ultimately the strongest deck. I was originally going to play, like, heavy monster base, mono water, just, like, control all the good stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, quite a few players were playing that, like JFB, like, I beat
Yeah,
him in
two of the
Top Cup.
London guys were, yeah.
He was doing really well with it. Outside of Mist Drag in the bin, there's nothing else you can really do against it.
Yeah.
But then I looked at Soiree, and especially with, like, Warrior Light into them, I'm just like, it's just disgusting. It's a
Yeah.
great matchup against everything. It's good even against, like, super aggro, like 13. Because they hit you and you're just like, cool, like, third and
Yeah.
Tyro, I'm
Yeah.
just going to get my out.
All of my answers.
Bold wipe you and then stabilise you, and you're just going to be
Yeah.
like, my cards don't have text
Yeah,
anymore.
we've talked about it a lot in chat, and Fish has played a lot of Soiree as well. It's the rainbow is in such a good place. It's got as much support as it needs to. Like it runs so smoothly with all the different colours at the moment, and it just opens you up to being able to play all these just generically really good, really strong cards.
Mhm.
You probably saw a bit in your semi-final against Simon, who's just using it just to play all those good cards, and it's just
Well, that's
some
what
of them
I'm
are
saying, like,
bonkers.
it was basically, it was just stealing backup engines to get there faster than Suarez, and then playing the same sort of things that Suarez do in general, but just better.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's weird to say, like, once you're set for Suarez, everything's good whenever you draw it, whenever you want to do anything, but he was just playing all the good things in between, and it just worked really, really well. Like, I think I got quite lucky, and having so many hasty boys is essentially the reason that I won at the end up,
Yeah.
because it attacked with his day, and all he had was a Warrior Light, and he was on like 4 damage, and then I just like threw down loads of haste guys and killed his Warrior Light, and I was
Sure.
like, don't have army, don't have army. I was just like,
So, what would you say was your one MVP card for the tournament? What are you glad that you had in there? What's done the most work for you?
it's hard to say. Like, everything's just generally good all the time. Like, Cecil is super, super oppressive.
Mhm.
Like, Wind can't do much against it because it costs him too much. And the fact he can cheat out any colour. Like,
Yeah.
there was a couple of games where I played, say, turn 1 Shinju, and then turn 2, discard a Zidane, a card, play the Cecil, and then play the Amber, and then I'm on curve
Yeah,
to
and
get
it's
to the
set up.
Elvis or Alexa, and it just felt
Yeah.
so good.
And also, like you said, when he brushed on a bit when he sacked the Amaru and didn't kill the Zidane, but you literally just played the Cecil before, so he has to pay the 2 on top, and it just taxes you.
Yeah, well, I suppose at that point it was the Edgar he had in hand, so
Yeah.
yeah, that was his potential only out.
Yeah,
But nah, it's fair. Like,
cool.
I totally forgot about that. But
Nah,
nah,
that's
it was dead either way.
It's probably all a bit of a blur right now.
Yeah,
you
it
probably
was-
want to go enjoy with the boys.
Oh,
so-
the pub is beckoning.
Yeah, well, we won't keep you too long. It's been great interview, mate. Congratulations
buddy.
again. What a
Congratulations,
performance.
man.
And yeah, we look forward to seeing you at Euros. Cool. We're going to sign off for a little bit. We will do a final sign off.
Do be right back. We have got one more announcement, and then we'll be back with you guys.
Amazing. Stay tuned. Okay, so we're already back. So just had a ask from the judges. Pauper's been outside of it. So
Bonus for you guys. We're going to stream the final of the Pauper event. No idea who the players or the decks are yet. We'll get that information as soon as we can. Once we're all set up, we'll be back with you, I guess.
and it'll all be fresh for us as well. So yeah, stay tuned. Bonus action. Okay,
Alright.
so guys, we are back. Let's get the table cam up because what we've got for you is we're going to be streaming the Pauper. So you need to press the line.
Yeah. There we go.
So we will be streaming the final of Pauper as a bit of bonus content for all you. I see a few people in here who tuned in late. Actually, we can leave that because it's
Yeah.
well, we can't actually. 'Cause it's Connor James. rather
Connor's
than-
that side though, so that's fine.
Is it? No, I think no. Connor's on the left.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, because Jonathan is sat down
Oh, okay.
on the right.
They've got the same mats.
They have the same map.
Uh,
But Jonathan's flexing because he's got the one with the stitching around the outside. So for all you guys that have
no,
that's-
wrong one. Still.
So for all you guys who've tuned in late, bonus action, we've got the final of Pauper coming up now. So we're just getting the players set up. So this was a side event for today. So really cool. Not really seen a big Pauper event. I think some title side events, some other kind of drafts and things like TH. Oh, yeah. So final of Pauper. We're going to put Pauper on the round number two. So people don't tune in for the final and think, oh my goodness, what are these random cards that are being played? Yeah, chat already knows. Connor's here running an EX Burst deck. We've got the deck list.
A whole
40
40 of them.
40 EX Burst.
Madness.
He's running Soirees. He's running a whole heap of random stuff. Jonathan is gone for more of a mannequins type build, but he's got Rampare in there. Really
And
cool to
looks-
see.
I think that Connor might be going first here.
Cool. I might get them to move the maps ever so slightly.
Yeah, just up slightly. And Jack goes off. Diddle, 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 diddle.
Perfect.
There we go, guys. So we're just tuning in for the Pauper now. Turns out we were muted that entire time, so it's fine.
Oh, were we muted? Oh,
I'm not sure. We'll find out.
that's muted.
Yeah, that was muted then. So we were muted that
We
entire
were
time.
muted. Oh, fine. We were muted. So, guys, bonus content.
Here we
We
go.
have the final of the Pauper side event.
Long day.
That is my long day. Final of the Pauper side event. So we've got. So the final's been and gone. For those of you
Yeah.
tuning in late, you have missed it. Stephen Brocky has already won using Soiree.
Oh, we weren't muted. Okay. Just
Oh,
picking the background noise. Thank you,
oh,
Jack.
fine.
There we go. As you can tell. Again,
Fine.
long day.
Few tech issues. Okay, so you can hear us. I won't do the spiel again.
Yeah.
Connor on the left, so she's just gone Lexa and pass. Jonathan hit the nice. He's hitting his color fixes on the mannequins. So let's see what Connor's got to follow. There's probably an Amber, and then I guess he wants his Shinju down. Yeah, there's the Shinju.
Let's just see. It's going to be interesting to see how these mannequins hold up against 40 EX.
Yeah,
bursts.
we're gonna get rid of this Kieran. Kieran, not allowed today.
It
Not
is
in this
outta
event.
here.
Not in this event. You've already done your damage.
I hope you guys know what your commons and rares are, because that's all we'll be seeing.
Yeah, so let's see. So I think Connor, is he going to play the Shinju as well, or is he passed? I think he's passed. Here we go. So Jonathan is just paying for the Delusionary Knight. This is Concertio mannequin of a color that isn't water, if I believe.
This is
So
right.
yeah, get some backup fixing. So he's probably just going to play this.
This will get you anything other than the light one.
So do you get a final backup here? Okay, no. Okay, that's quite nice. That's one that lets you get other ones back from your breaks. And 4 CP. I think it lets you get and then a Shuzu. So this is the one that auto abilities you can
Yeah,
crack
put,
it. and
yeah,
drop
put
it.
them into the break zone, get some cards. Always a fun one.
Nice clean turn there from Jonathan, utilizing all his CP, getting that max value out of all of his cards. What's kind of got here then?
It's going to be weird to see Soirees not playing things like Miss Dragon.
Okay, so using the package just to get rid of that Shuju, I think he just would rather see it gone, but so that he can then Vesvia get the draw. Interesting that he's got rid of the O in there. I guess it's because he hasn't got his Shinju. I guess he's gone digging for Earth CP. O would have been a nice follow-up to the Shuju. Oh, you want to draw 2 cards? Draw 2 cards. And now I'm going to pick the best one you drew.
Yep, great fun.
But not today. He hasn't hit the Shinju. Oh, I think he's misplayed that. I think he because he had the Shinju.
I thought he had the
So
Shinju.
he's had to get the oven back to hand. So it's now locked and loaded, ready to go.
Judge.
It'll be on, Judge. Get my trainers back on. Speeding over there.
This is more important than the round
This
we
is
just
way
saw.
more important than the finals. Okay, so that's that Imitation Emperor coming down, getting a mannequin back from break zone. He's getting the Delusionary Knight again, gets him value. Really clean here from Jonathan, utilising all that CP.
And it's very peculiar to see, obviously, mannequins obviously going pretty consistent straight off the bat anyway, but to see the Soiree struggle with their backups again, there seems to be a pattern.
And you look at Connor's list, and his backup line is almost identical to what we've just seen in the final. The only admission being really that Shantoto, running 2 Lexa, 3 Elvis, 3 Amber, 3 Tyro, 3 Shinju, 3 Thornton. So he's just played the Knight and passed, and Shinju's finally online. I feel like we're probably gonna get the Irwin down now to have a nosy, see what the good stuff you've been hiding in your hand is. I think he's just checking.
Good stuff, doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence as well. So all commons and rares.
All comes to rares. So takes the trade. Both happy losing those cards because both are value cards for them, so I don't mind that trade. Alright, show me what you got.
Show us what
Exeth's
you
gotta
got.
go.
Oof.
Exeth's got to go. That's the card. That's the payload. Especially at 4 backups, you're going to play that on curve and get some good stuff done. So nice little play from Connor there, getting rid of that troublesome card.
Thought that was a giant hand he was holding there, but there we go.
Nope, that's just his break zone. So
It's Pauper, not breaking rules. That's all
yeah,
I'm
I
saying.
think he's got about 4 cards to play with, so still no mean feat. Okay, counterfeit Wraith, get rid of them.
Yeah.
So the Peculiar probably because it's the cleaner thing to play off your backups. I think if you're at 4 backups, you probably get rid of the Irwin so you can play a new one. Although this is the thing, you got to be a bit more wary about what you get rid of because you Madam Adele isn't playing the back.
Exactly.
And Madam.
And it looks like Connor had a Kraken and a Leviathan in hand. So a bit of a chaos action, and there's the Albus.
There's the Albus, killing one of the 8Ks, attacking with the Irwin. I think he's probably fine taking the damage. Looks like a Nacht. That's the Nacht that lets things fight.
Yep.
So Jonathan could have just blocked and had the same outcome there, but no, takes damage and still the same thing dies. So yeah, I guess.
Oh,
Boom,
there's the
there
Amber.
it is. And this is Connor playing 40 EX burst.
Yeah.
Hit me, baby.
Yeah.
Hit me. I
I'll
don't care.
Rope-a-dope.
Yeah.
Ever hear of that?
Boom, Merrill. Now we're cooking on gas. Connor's got some. Jonathan's got to think carefully about what he does now because now you've got to be wary about slapping down an X-Death.
Oh, he's just.
Okay, get some value,
Yep.
Shinji.
Let's draw some more cards.
Is he discarded for that?
We do at least know that one of Connor's potential plays here is he is playing the Earth Irwin, I believe, as well. That allows you to put it back
Did he
on
discard
deck.
to play that? Did he just pay 2 for that?
Well, for the
Unless he. Well, I guess he's grabbed back whatever he's discarded, I assume. So I think he's just showing and he's grabbed back whatever he's discarded. So, that's. So this case, it's the thing. You pop at all these cards. I'm like, what on earth does that do? That Kate's stiff forward. 1 CP. I think it's like a small thing that lets you flip and then you can grab.
take a forward, I believe.
Or something.
Yeah.
Looks like we're thinking of grabbing that dual colour Van. 4 CP. I think you get to activate backup so you can do a bit of damage across the board. Elvis dead. Card in hand. 5 CP.
Yeah. Here comes the Merrill taste.
Oh, coming in. Tyro,
Tyro.
baby.
Now does he go for
Must
the
do.
X-Death? He's got
Yeah,
to.
you got to. Now the Merrill's hit the board and he's, you can comfortably get the X-Death knowing it's a bit safe because removal wise, I think Connor's main removal piece really is that Merrill. It is the first one we've seen. That's a lie. Connor is running 3 of the Opus 15 Titan, which I guess he can use as semi-removal for buffing.
And Leviathan too. It may only be a temporary state, but
Big shock. Hit me for damage. What am I going to do? Thornton, baby!
like we're going to be on a roller coaster of emotions just seeing every EX burst known to man.
We are
come
4
through.
from 4 on EX burst. Let's go the full distance. Nothing but EX burst on damage.
Oof. If that happens, I'm buying a lottery ticket tonight.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you can give me the winnings when you do. So let's see. So I think we're gonna play the X-Death. Yeah, let's play the X-Death now. I think get down the Delusionary Knight. Yeah,
Yeah.
there it is.
Search another one.
I think
We haven't seen any of the...
I think Counterfeit Wraith maybe is removal, or
Isn't there one that's unblockable as well, though? Or is he not playing that
there
one?
is. I'm not sure if he's running it. He's grabbing the Fleeting Flash. This is the lightning-based one that has haste and does get a buff, I believe, if you have mannequins. So what are we coming down with? Paid 2 from hand for playing another night. Probably gonna get another Fleeting Flash, maybe just to threaten the I got 2 hastes in my hand. What's he gonna get? Okay, and it gets Counterfeit Wraith. He's got some removal. So yeah, I don't think he is running any of the other hasting ones. This won't be best of 3. So the way the Pauper Run event has been run is we've got I don't know how many rounds they've got. I don't know how many players. They didn't give us the numbers on that, but just Swiss, just best of 1. These are the only 2 exos going to the final round, hence why it's the final. Because our real final was done so quickly, we had enough time, we thought we'd sit the Pauper on.
Yeah, just a little bit bonus for you guys, I hope.
Yeah, it's good to see.
And for those that apparently missed the final as well. Sorry you missed that.
Okay, so big board state from Jonathan here. Xeth is buffing everything, I believe, by Kane is getting a big buff himself. He's sat at a nice cool, what is he, 8k at base, 4 backup, 4 forwards. He's a nice cool 16k. I'm going to swing a Merrill because, let's leave. No EX burst. I'm done.
Yeah, game over, guys.
Rubbish.
Someone failed.
Yeah. Worst day ever.
The irony is going to be when he's running 40 and Connor doesn't hit any X burst. It's going to make me
sad. I will laugh. I will laugh. Okay. Connor's being like, okay, you want to go wide? I'm going to go wide. Connor probably just digging for removal for that X-Death. The issue is, when you attack with the Merrill, I think if you've got Merrill in hand and you want to play it, you don't attack with the Merrill, you block, because that's the more guaranteed way of it dying.
Yeah, I fully agree there. But we're going to
go
go
what
Spy
you
again.
got.
Oof.
We got 2 Counterfeit Wraiths, 2 Hasty Boys, and a Durando.
The thing is if you're Connor in this point and you want your Mel to die, why are you getting rid of a Counterfeit Wraith?
Well, you stop him playing 2 of them, right? You play one of them. Okay, play 1. I lose the Merrill.
Yeah.
So I feel like, Jonathan, do you just start shooting face here? Start attacking. So he's not playing with his Hasty Boys. He's choosing to... Big shock. EX bust.
I mean, at this point, it's almost mathematically impossible for him to miss.
Yeah. Because what are his non-EX bursts? Merrill, one of them's gone. What are his non-EX? Shinju, one of them's gone. Lexa, one of them's gone.
Yeah.
So
Irwin,
Owen, yeah, I think 2 of those are gone.
The Krakens are EX bursts, I believe, as
we
well.
think he's probably got Merrill in hand because he was. I think I can see one. I think he was blasé about it swinging in.
I'm not sure. I don't think he does. I think it was maybe a bit of a bluff.
Yeah. Well, he's got the Q-Sith, right? I think he had definitely got the Q-Sith in hand, so he's probably threatening that.
So yeah.
He's playing this Sophie. That's the Sophie he's playing. So this is the 2 CP one. When he costs a character, costs 5 or more, Sophie gets to fight. So he's doing the Nact to get the X-Death, which is massive, to fight the Owen, and getting the Sophie to fight. I think it was what was it? I missed that. The other forward he got rid of.
So Irwin and Kraken.
Yeah, maybe Kraken.
Yeah, that Sophie was an interesting play. If I wasn't commentating today, that would have been in my Pauper deck. So
yeah, good card that. I remember it was printed. I tried running a bit of a Earthwind list with it. I think it never really took off, but I think Pauper's got the space to shine. It's really nice form of removal. Advance your board state and remove things. Get it off the Nact, get it off the X-Death, get it off the Tyro.
I legitimately thought that Arc was a hero.
No, Arcs are rare, so he's got the Arc down. I think we're at Lightning, Earth, Wind, and Water, so we have got the 2k buff. Trying to mitigate that X-Death buff that's on the other side of the board.
I think at this point, though, he has just taken the Earth Irwin, so it's almost like pretty much like infinite protection to your top deck.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So that could be interesting. And
Still going in with that Merald. No EX burst. Jonathan, man, what are you doing to me?
letting us down.
Show me the EX bursts. Show me the money.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, and
So-
that Owen, as you said, coming out now.
Just take the block, put it on the top of your deck, draw it again, keep it going.
Yeah, and then is it a kill? Is that right? Does the Owen get a kill?
When it hits EX, I believe so.
Let's get it up. We're gonna get the first. Gonna get the first one up. It is Ewan.
Ewan, not Owen. Yeah,
Ewan.
sorry guys.
Get out of the way as well. 'Cause I guess and Jonathan, exactly, just reading that, just appreciating that, is Jonathan's like, oh, I do not think I want that on top of the deck. Extra, in trouble.
What are you now? Are you
I
Borat over here, is it?
probably. But at this stage, my mind is just mush.
So what we got? Yeah, so when he's put into the break zone, you may
Choose
put
on
him on
forward.
the top of the deck. And when you're on damage 3, which Connor obviously
She's on
is.
forward, break it.
Yeah.
So Jonathan being very careful, looking, he wants to try and protect that X death that is the crux of his deck, really. Got a Durando down as well, nice. Durando's got a lot of text, but I think when he deals damage,
Oh, here comes the Merald again, and
yeah,
he's finally
finally nibbling. So have we got the Merald, or are we planning on just Kusithing? But yeah, that Durando Jonathan's got is now starting to be a bit of a threat. When it deals damage, get forward and back from your break zone, getting serious value.
Oh,
There's the
Merald.
Merald.
Yep, gets
Die
rid
X
of the...
death. See ya. Okay,
And
and
there we
then
go.
Ewan,
Ewan
he's
again.
back. He's back. Big thumbs up from Jonathan there.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I
This
didn't see
card is
that
back.
coming.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Connor. Have we got anything else for this turn? Or are we just passing here? He's got a Kusith. Okay, he's got a. Has he got a? Looks like he's got 2 6CP Leviathans,
And
a
a Kusith.
Kusith, and his final card I think is either a Kraken or a Tiamat. So Connor opting to run a few of these Opus 1, not Opus 1, but Cat 1. I think they were the 4 bosses, Tiamat, Kraken, Marilith, and whatever the last one is.
Just pure chaos, and I don't know the name.
Yeah, and Pure Chaos, and I don't know the name. Very memorable boss fight, as you can tell from my time playing that game. Cool, yeah, Kusith, yummy, thank you. I will take that X-Death right back into my hand.
Yummy, yummy, yummy.
Get it down on the board.
Oof.
Sophie now going to be triggering. Sophie's going to be killing stuff. X-Death's going to be playing me some more mannequins.
Yep.
Ooh,
Remove
in
this. I don't think that matters because it'll still do last known power and doubled.
No, so Sophie, it does last known power, but doesn't double because Sophie
Really?
isn't on board to see it double, so it would
Oh.
just do 5k.
That is pretty devastating.
So
I
it
think.
looks like it was Kraken, was that one card I was talking about as the last one, or is that and Connor's going to be grabbing that back with the Leviathan because he gets a water forward back from break.
Don't
And
think
Jonathan's gonna be like, I really don't want to attack you. Oh, there's EX bursts. Okay, so
the problem is if this goes to deck out with Ewan in place, Connor is going to go ahead pretty quickly.
yeah, we've got a bit of a stalemate here. Crashing
Nailed
barrel,
again, yep.
crashing barrel straight
Oh,
back
this
into X.
Shocker!
And
Yeah,
here it
there
comes
he
down.
goes. Yep.
There's that
Finish him off.
Q-Sith we were talking about. I think he's top decked it because I think when he passed turn, we knew he only had one card and it was Kraken. So sweet little top deck from Connor there. Still finally poised at massive board states. 4-3.
I think for Jonathan, in order to win this, he's probably just going to have to soak up the Ewan and deal with it.
Yeah.
He's probably going to have to let it go to the top of the deck, let it go as the EX.
The issue now for Jonathan is he's lost the X stuff, he's lost that buff, and Ark sat there buffing Connor's board by 2k, which is very relevant right now. Do you know what this board needs? Chan Toto. Toto. Obviously can't be played. Pool player, not allowing that. So Jonathan having a bit of a think about what he's going to do here. Big shock. Ewan, and then I think Jonathan is now accepting the fate he was like.
Yeah.
Actually, I can't let this keep going.
Well, I mean, Connor here could force out the Durando S effect.
Yeah, Connor just counting then is like, which Soirees have I seen? S effect is probably in hand if he's attacking with it. Which ones have I seen? Quick calculation: 2 Vespian break.
There we go.
There's the S. Merrill dies. Lots of cheering going on outside. I think they're just giving out prizing for the top players. We're just next door. I'm gonna nosy my head through the window. Nope. It all looks quiet in there. It looks like a round of applause for no apparent reason.
We do have an event going on upstairs, so it could be something along those lines.
Probably could be the tabletop guys upstairs. Okay, so Jonathan now just accepting the fate. EX Burst knew it was there. Doesn't mind that dying. I probably feeling like I need to get something going. Both have searched quite a lot, and so he's probably maybe feels he's behind on deck and just needs to start being a bit more proactive. There is timer on these rounds.
And
But it looks like they've got plenty of time. They've got about 11 minutes on the clock.
Jonathan Kusith again getting the Gilgamesh back.
Exeter.
X-Death after the Sophie play. X-Death going in just to kill something as well.
Okay, Connor's top deck to Kusith. So Merrill can go straight back in and just wipe that X-Death.
I see your Kusith top deck and I raise you my own.
Kusith. Okay, so what else we got? Then we've got a 5. What is that? A Titan or something? Is this other card? Jonathan loving the fact that he top decked Kusith. Lovely to see that competition between the two, giving your little opponent a round of applause there. He's now thinking about how he's going to pay for this. So I think he's got Tiamat and Kraken as his 2 cards. He's just getting rid of them. I think so he can leave the Lexa buff up.
Just so he can maybe
trade coming in.
Or overpower.
No. Claris. EX Burst finally.
Too late though. Too late.
So we're at now, what's that? 9 damage. 7 of them EX Burst. Getting a Claris to search the Rampair. Yeah. Does he have... I'm not sure if he even has any ways of breaking the Rampair. Looking at his deck, he's running a one of Aster Protoflorian, and can that break your own?
Let's find out.
But saying that, I don't think he's got any 11 targets in his deck. He's got 2 actually. That's a lie. He's running Old Nash. Interesting old deck. These purple ones. Not many cards you've seen before. Let's get Aster Protoflorian up.
Nope, that's not right.
That's because you need to get rid of the 7. Yeah, there you go. So let's get that. Yeah, it does say choose 1 backup, so you can break your own. But bang, 5 CP Odin coming down for 2 CP. Jonathan looking in a strong position here. Right, show me what EX Burst you've got. Have you got anything sick to save you? There's a Porum.
Summon back, but
I don't think he's got any cards to save and pay for it, so he's getting Leviathan. He's doing the damage triggers. This is really interesting. He's doing the damage triggers where he can play these cards for free, but I don't at damage 5. I don't know how relevant it is. And Titan. Maybe it is relevant.
Boom. But he's still got more. I think it's over. There it is. And amazing. That's it. Jonathan takes the win.
Great game. All those EX Bursts couldn't save him. Oh man. Well, that was fun. Nice bit of fun. Thanks for you guys that have stuck around to see that.
And I hope you've enjoyed our coverage today.
Yeah, let's get rid of the table cam. We'll come back on ourselves. We'll do a little sign off. I think they're probably gonna do announcements. We're next door, so we won't do any more announcements from our side. We'll let the stream wrap up, but I've had a blast. You've had a blast?
It's been fantastic fun.
It's been awesome. Sorry we couldn't do commentary yesterday, guys. Thanks for tuning in today. It's been a lot of fun. Congrats again to our winner, Stephen Brocky. What a guy. Looking forward to seeing him. Yeah. And we found out from Steve D as well, he's expecting a kid. So massive congrats to him.
Always.
So yeah, awesome. Right. Thanks for the love, guys. And we will see you next time.
See you all later.